Chapter 94, Chapter 20, Destruction and Regret. I have to escape. I absolutely cannot give up. Although Leone had started to hesitate because of what the maid miss had said, she quickly firmed up her resolve. After all, no matter whether she had met a good master or not, it couldn't change the fact that she was a slave. And once she became a slave, she would completely lose her freedom, so she decided to escape. With the other party's identity, he probably wouldn't chase her outside the imperial capital, right? Although Leone had been living by swindling and cheating in the streets and alleys since she was a child, it was obvious that she didn't know much about some nobles and rich people, so she was still a little hopeful when she left Lancer room wrapped in a robe. But she found that the people around her seemed a bit off. Both the staff in the store and the guests were looking at her with strange eyes. She even wondered if it was her imagination, but as she got closer to the main entrance, many people's gazes even became piercing. Calm down. It's fine. It's absolutely fine. Slap. Just as Leone was reassuring herself, a hand grabbed her wrist. The surprised Leone saw that the maid who had cleaned the room this morning was looking at her with an unbelievable expression. When Lancer arrived in front of the hotel, he was still thinking about one thing. Would he, just like a protagonist, happen to run into someone harassing Leone, and then he could get some favorability points? But unfortunately, many people had seen him leave in his military uniform this morning, and there was no one who was so clueless as to cause trouble. In the end, when Lancer pushed open the door to the room he had rented, he only saw a girl in a cloak sitting on the bed in a state of unease. When he pushed the door open and entered, she couldn't help but shiver. Although Lancer had indeed curbed his impulse in the end, there was no doubt that his actions had also caused the other party a lot of psychological pressure. Looking at Leone, who was like a quail at this time, he felt a bit unaccustomed to it, as if he had destroyed something with his own hands. Lancer had already disregarded the so-called plot when he was a ghoul investigator before. Everything he did was for a better future, and this world was no exception. Whether it was killing or joining the Imperial Guards, it was all to gain more bargaining chips to change the future. But changing didn't mean that he completely denied everything. He naturally rejected and hated the things he disliked, but he hoped to preserve the good things. There was no doubt that the timid Leone at this time made him feel uneasy, as if something he wanted to protect had been destroyed by his own hands. Let's go. He didn't know if it was because of his regret for his actions, but his voice also unconsciously softened. And Leone, who had stood up as soon as Lancer came in, was stunned when she heard Lancer's voice. When she had first met Lancer and he had caught her stealing from him, the other party's voice was full of mockery. She felt as if she was a small insect being wantonly played with by the other party. Then, after being sent to the guardhouse, she clearly noticed that the other party's attitude toward her had changed. His gaze was as if there was something about her that was worth investigating. Finally, there was last night. As he said before, she had already resigned herself to her fate when the other party was holding her. After all, the other party's gaze, which was full of desire, and the fiery aura emanating from his body were too overwhelming. But in the end, for some reason, the other party held back. After the other party left this morning, although she had fantasized for a while because of the maid's words, the gazes of some people after she left the room made her deeply realize one thing: the difference between a slave and an ordinary person. According to the maid miss, those people were actually waiting for her to take that final step so they could catch her and claim credit. As for why? It was simple. It was because she was a slave. And slaves had no human rights in the empire. And the only reason the other party had stopped her was because she sympathized with her. Later, Leone found out that the victim of the obscene thing the other party had mentioned was herself. In the end, she was bought back or taken in by the kind-hearted boss and was able to stay in this store. And being kind-hearted by nature, she didn't want Leone to experience the same thing as her. But even though she had been stopped by the other party, Leone still felt uneasy. After all, no one could guarantee whether someone would rat on her to Lancer. So just now, when Lancer pushed the door open and entered, she was very afraid that the other party would directly punish her. Fear, unease, anxiety. A heavy cloud of negative emotions enveloped Leon. These negative emotions made Leon, who was originally a bit masculine, feel as helpless as a wounded little animal. It has to be said that sometimes waiting for death is more frightening than death itself. Leon, who was usually fearless, was no different from an ordinary girl when she had to face certain things. But at this time, Lancer's unusual gentleness made her feel both incredulous and in a daze. Am I not awake? If Leon was like a wild cat waving its claws when she first met Lancer, then after she found out she had become a slave, she had become a sick cat. But now, looking at Leon, who was following behind him with her head lowered and would unconsciously jog to keep up with him if he walked too fast, Lancer only felt that he was a grave sinner, so he became even more of a gentleman, but the more of a gentleman he was, the more Leon felt that something was wrong and the more cautious she became. In the end, the two of them fell into a dead loop, and it wasn't until Lancer took Leon back to his new house that the two of them ended this strange way of getting along. This is your room. If you need anything, just tell me. No need. No need. This is enough. Master. Looking at the room that was not much smaller than her entire home before, Leon quickly waved her hands. And although she hesitated for a moment, she still said the word master. The maid miss had talked to her a lot, and she had mentioned the matter of addressing someone, including the time she was beaten up because she didn't call her master. But she didn't know that calling him this way actually made Lancer feel even more guilty. Just, forget the master. I'm not used to it. Then how about sir? Although Lancer really wanted to say that there wasn't much of a difference, he considered the other party's current situation. If he kept forcing her, it might make her even more nervous. He'd just ease up on it for now. You can look around yourself. Okay, sir. Although she still couldn't be sure, at least Lancer's attitude made Leon breathe a sigh of relief, and at the same time, a look of relief appeared on her face. It seems that the other party is probably not a tyrannical master. Leon made a preliminary judgment. And looking at the relieved Leon, Lancer felt incredibly guilty, but then, seeing the unconscious smile on the other party's face, he suddenly had an urge to rub the other party's head. It was also pathetic to say, but having almost no experience with relationships, he basically didn't know how to handle his relationship with a woman, so he unconsciously used the same method he used when getting along with Tigray and the others. Ah! My apologies, I did that without thinking. Leon, whose head was suddenly touched, was also stunned for a moment, but then her cheeks turned red. How long had it been since someone touched her head? Since her parents passed away? And the other party's head-patting technique seemed to be very skilled and made her feel very comfortable. The blushing Leon even instinctively wanted to lift her head up and rub against his hand, but fortunately, her rationality took control of her. It's okay, as long as you like it, sir. Lancer didn't know if it was because the other party's use of her taigu had left too deep of an impression on him, but he always unconsciously associated the other party with felines. At this time, looking at Leon's shy expression, Lancer actually felt a sense of familiarity. However, he still put his hand down. His previous rude behavior toward a stranger had already made him seem a bit abnormal. Now that he had calmed down, he naturally wouldn't continue to do so, but he wondered if it was his imagination, but it seemed that the other party was enjoying it very much. After letting the other party arrange the room by herself, he pushed the door and left. Then he couldn't help but sigh. Although he knew that his actions were not enough to compensate the other party, this was the only thing he could do at this time. And at the same time, Lancer didn't know that he was being watched. That's right, because Lancer knew the future, he had been targeting Honest, whom most people wouldn't care about, from the very beginning. Why did most people not care? It was simple. Although the other party's department was important, there were many checks and balances, and his age meant that no one knew how long he could hold the position, so others didn't care about him at all. But he was different. At this time, he had the files of all the people he cared about on his desk. Crunch crunch. Along with the sound of his chewing, a piece of paper full of information was casually crumpled into a ball and thrown to the side. Tisk. It's completely useless, it's all garbage. Can't you find some useful guys? Hehe, Mr. Honest, your request is not simple. It wasn't easy for us to find this information. That's your problem. I only care about results. Results. Do you understand? His face, which was completely different from the gentle expression he had in the court, was now ferocious. And the person hiding in the shadows did not respond. It was unclear whether they chose to obey his words or just ignored him. The only sound in the entire room was the sound of Honest chewing on a piece of meat. Suddenly, the rhythmic chewing stopped abruptly. He looked at the file in his hand with a look of excitement. Lancer? Ho ho! An interesting guy. He might make for a good pawn. Chapter 95, Chapter 21, Misunderstanding. Was Lancer file interesting? At least in Honest's opinion, it was. First, the other party's appearance was extremely abrupt. Although he was now serving the Empire, no one could find where his hometown was, which meant that there was room for manipulation. If he could make the other party take the blame, ha. At this time, Honest's face showed a pleased expression, but then, he eagerly looked through the other files again. Maybe he could find some other interesting targets. On the other side, Lancer had no idea that while he was calculating others, he was also being calculated. At this time, he was shopping with Leon. Of course, it was more like he was giving suggestions and the other party was nodding. It has to be said that the entire trip was extremely awkward. Lancer had originally thought that he could ease the relationship with the other party, but unfortunately, once a crack appears, it's not so easy to mend. At least in Lancer's opinion, he had gained nothing during this afternoon. But when the two of them returned to the villa, they happened to run into Nayenda, who was also returning home. And when she saw Leon with a collar on her neck behind Lancer, her originally serious expression immediately turned icy. Although as an imperial person, she wasn't unable to understand the existence of slavery, as a woman, and a strong woman at that, she instinctively hated these things. Lieutenant Colonel Nayenda, would you like to stay for dinner? Lancer's original intention was to communicate with the other party. No matter how you looked at it, this woman, who would one day be the female boss of Night Raid and was now an imperial officer, was someone he could win over and cooperate with. The only problem was that for some reason, the other party seemed to be unhappy with him. Was it because of his reputation? If it was because of that, then there was nothing he could do. After all, there was nothing he could say about that matter. No matter what the reason was, thousands of people had indeed died at his hands or by his command. But to his surprise, the other party looked at Leon behind Lancer and then nodded. This made Lancer curious as well as surprised. Could it be that Nayenda and Leon already knew each other before she invited Leon to join Night Raid? After ordering Leon to stay in the living room with Nayenda, Lancer walked into the kitchen alone, and then, he took out a small horn. Ooh! Along with a muffled horn sound, the bushes outside the villa's kitchen suddenly shook twice, and then, an orange cat's head poked out. Meow! With a familiar sound, Tigray leaped in through the window, and Lancer naturally embraced the other party with open arms. Sorry, I've been a bit busy recently and didn't have time to call you guys. Here are some prepared dried fish. They're made from this world's unique fish type, dangerous beasts. In reality, after coming to this world, Lancer hadn't summoned the three cats many times. After all, he was working in the border army during that time, and his main enemies were foreign races. Since the cats would not participate in battles with humans, he simply didn't summon them. As for today? Tigray, can I leave dinner to you? Meow meow. Meow. It seemed that he was unhappy about being looked down on by Lancer, and Tigray patted his fluffy chest and then showed a proud expression. That's right, Lancer couldn't cook. Or rather, he could cook, but it was limited to things like instant noodles or frozen dumplings. He was far from being able to cook a meal for a guest. But sometimes, Lancer would console himself. It must be because that Lancer Fate passive skill took away all my other talents. Otherwise, maybe I would have had a chance to make glowing, medicated dishes. But no matter what he thought, it couldn't change the fact that he was clumsy, so he could only stand to the side and watch as Tigray, who was holding a spatula with both hands, showed off his skills. On the other side, although she was ordered by Lancer to stay with Nyenda, Leon seemed a bit at a loss. After all, Nyenda also looked like a high-ranking officer, and she had no idea how to entertain the other party. But it was obvious that Nyenda misinterpreted Leon's awkwardness as fear. What's your name? Leon. The two were not very far apart in age, but the completely different attitudes of the two at this time made the situation seem very strange. However, it seemed that the two people present didn't feel strange at all. On the contrary, the expression on Nyenda's face became gentler. No need to be nervous. I'm just here for a simple meal. If Lancer's position in the army was that of a vanguard who always fought on the front lines of the battlefield, then Nyenda was a commander. Not only did she have an outstanding mind, but she was also good at mobilizing the soldiers she led. So, under her deliberate control, Leon quickly relaxed. She even stopped calling her Miss Nyenda and started calling her Sister Nyenda at Nyenda's strong request. On the other side, Nyenda also learned some basic information about Leon from her, such as being born in the slums, and the reason she became a slave was because Lancer had caught her and taken her to the guardhouse. Looking at Leon's face, which was cuter than that of an ordinary girl, she instantly imagined that someone had set up a trap to go after her because he was lusting after her. But when she heard that Lancer hadn't done anything to the other party, she was completely bewildered. She felt that she couldn't figure out what kind of person this man was, his actions always seemed to be full of contradictions. Of course, if Nyenda had told Lancer her thoughts at this time, Lancer would definitely have given her a thumbs up and praised her for her good eyesight. He was indeed in an extremely conflicted state. Although he had been single for more than 20 years, the temptations had recently increased sharply, coupled with the pressure from facing his biggest problem, which led to him being in an unstable state. This was why he had almost made a move on Leon before. But the only thing to be thankful for was that he still retained his last bit of rationality. But just as Nyenda was continuously criticizing Lancer in her mind, the kitchen door was pushed open, and then they saw Lancer walking toward them, holding a large platter that was almost a meter long. If it were just that, she would at most be curious, but what she found unbelievable was that a cat wearing a chef's hat was following behind Lancer. It was also holding a platter. A dangerous beast? Colonel Lancer, this is my friend, and also the head chef for tonight's dinner. Don't look at me like that, I'm not crazy. Tigray's cooking is top-notch. Nyenda had originally thought that Lancer had gone to supervise the chef's work after he left alone, but she didn't expect the chef to be a cat. Could it be delicious? Chapter 96, Chapter 22, Pathetic Lancer, Misunderstanding. Nyenda's father was a member of the guardhouse in her hometown, and she, who was strong-willed since she was a child, embarked on the path of a soldier because her father was killed in a bandit attack. It has to be said that her luck was very good. She met a reliable superior, and with his promotion and her hard work, she did well in the army. This time, she even led the local army to exterminate almost all the bandits near her territory, and in the end, she actually received a notification to go to the imperial capital to receive an award. She was very excited at first, but after she truly arrived in the imperial capital, she found that it was not what she had imagined. Although the size and prosperity of the imperial capital made her, who had just arrived, couldn't help but sigh in admiration, she soon realized that this place might not be suitable for her. Walking on the streets of the imperial capital, nobles and merchants were everywhere. These people were dressed in fancy clothes, but they made no attempt to hide their contempt for others. In stark contrast to them was the dilapidation of the slums. The two areas were in the same city but were like heaven and earth. Most of the people there were walking with their heads down silently, as if they didn't want to have too much contact with others. And these two distinct areas had one thing in common: they were both very noisy, but they gave off a sense of indifference. Although her hometown was not rich and was even a bit dilapidated because of the bandits, it was perhaps because of this that the neighbors supported each other. No matter where you were, it gave you a warm feeling. Even the lord and their prefect gave off a family-like feeling. But what about now? Tigray, this is your favorite. Meow. Meow. Looking at Tigray, who was standing, across from her, she couldn't help but twitch her mouth. Although she really wanted to say that it was very rude to guests to have a pet on the table, looking at the meowing Tigray and Lancer with a gentle smile on his face, she suddenly felt a bit pathetic. That's right, just pathetic. An iron-blooded executioner, mistake. A villain who abducted a civilian girl, big mistake. A guy who looked down on women, huge mistake. Wasn't it pathetic that he could only show such a smile when he was with his pet? In the end, Nyenda didn't have much interaction with Lancer until dinner was over. Most of their conversation was just polite talk. On the contrary, she chatted with Leon for a while. As for Lancer, he was immersed in his interaction with Tigray until the time was almost up, and then he helped it pack up the remaining grilled fish. Although Tigray had a big appetite and loved to be clingy, in reality, just like the weapon it used, it was very concerned about its companions. After finishing its own meal, it didn't forget to bring food for its two companions. After Tigray left, Nyenda also said that it was time for her to leave. After seeing the other party off at the door, they exchanged a few more polite words before Nyenda returned to her villa. And when Lancer returned to the house, he saw Leon cleaning up the table. Looking at the other party's serious back as she worked, Lancer simply didn't disturb her and instead took out the lance he had placed in his room. He hadn't trained yesterday because he was out of control and just sat on the bed in a daze. He couldn't continue to waste time today. The training with a lance was completely different from a long spear. If a long spear mainly trained explosive power, agility, then a lance was more focused on strength and stamina. Lancer's most basic move, three-pronged thrust, had already reached LV10 max in the past year of combat, but he still used this move to train as always. One reason was that the basic skills he had mastered were only those three moves, and the other was because he felt that even though his skill level hadn't changed at all from practicing this way, he always felt as if he was about to grasp something. Compared to the shrill sound of a long spear cutting through the air, the sound of a lance piercing through the air was more muffled, but the momentum was also heavier. Huff! Huff! At first, Lancer's mind was still constantly filled with thoughts of Leon and Honest, but as he continued to swing, his heart once again calmed down. In the end, everything in front of him had disappeared except for the non-existent target. After cleaning up, Leon returned to the living room, but as soon as she left the kitchen, she heard a strange sound. Curious, she walked toward the backyard. Whoosh! As soon as she opened the door, she felt a strong gust of wind. She subconsciously covered her face, but the wind appeared very abruptly and disappeared very quickly. She then saw Lancer with his back to her, holding a lance with both hands. It was just that the other party didn't seem to have noticed her arrival, which made Leon feel a bit helpless. But then, her eyes suddenly lit up. That guy is not much older than me but is so strong. He must have a secret. If I can secretly learn it, then maybe I can also become as strong as him. If that's the case, maybe I can escape? As long as I leave the imperial capital, it should be fine, right? It was true that Leon seemed very obedient at this time, but in reality, she had never given up on escaping. It was just like before, when Lancer was taking her to the guardhouse. After she found that she couldn't escape, she decisively chose to rest and conserve her strength, while also showing weakness to the enemy. But unfortunately, she ended up meeting Lancer, who didn't play by the rules. It was clearly the same now. But when she sat on the ladder and started to observe carefully, she found that it seemed different from what she had imagined. Lancer wasn't doing anything special. He was just holding the spear with one hand and rotating it to thrust the lance out. Over and over again, he repeated the same motion. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that Leon saw that Lancer's black bodysuit was completely soaked and that the grass beneath his feet had already been trampled as hard as a stone slab, she would have even doubted whether Lancer had been doing it for very long. It has to be said that the wind that Lancer created with each strike and the sweat that he flung out as he swung looked very powerful, but after watching it for a long time, she also felt a bit bored. The monotonous movements, which were like a coin constantly swinging in front of her eyes, made her eyes feel heavy, and in the end, she fell asleep leaning on the railing next to the stairs. Huff! It took Lancer a full hour and a half to complete his 500 thrusts for the day. Even with a physique that far exceeded that of a normal person, he couldn't help but let out a deep breath. But when he couldn't help but move his body, a series of cracking sounds kept ringing out. It sounded a bit frightening, but there was nothing he could do. His monotonous practice put a lot of pressure on his body, especially the twisting motion of his waist when he thrust, which made his lower back incredibly sore. After giving the lance a shake and folding it up, he was about to go back and take a shower when he happened to see Leon, who was sleeping on the wooden stairs with her hands wrapped around her knees. Lancer was stunned for a moment and then shook his head helplessly, and then he picked her up and walked inside. It seemed that her previously tense nerves had relaxed for some reason, which was why she had fallen asleep. Feeling the other party's soft body, Lancer couldn't help but have a reaction, but looking at the frightened expression on the other party's face even in her sleep, he couldn't help but sigh. Let's continue practicing the spear later. Chapter 97, Chapter 23, First Contact, Revised. Yay! Today is my birthday, congratulations for me, I'm still alive and still can update translate, hear the extra chapter. Underscore 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 un. Lancer kicked open the door to Leon's room, put her directly on the bed, and covered her with a blanket. After giving her one last look, he closed the door. And when Lancer closed the door, Leon, who had her eyes closed, suddenly opened them. At the same time, she kept touching her face. She only breathed a sigh of relief after making sure her face wasn't hot at all. I shouldn't have been discovered just now, right? That's right, Leon had actually already woken up when Lancer picked her up. At this time, Leon was like a kitten that had just been brought home by its owner. Because she wasn't familiar with her owner yet, she was on high alert about everything. Even when she was so tired that she fell asleep, she was startled awake when Lancer picked her up. But because she was at a loss, she simply chose to pretend to be asleep. It's just that she didn't expect that Lancer would just leave after putting her back on the bed. She had originally thought that the other party would at least be like he was last night. He's clearly a scumbag, but why? Thinking of the scenes she had seen before she fell asleep, she felt incredibly annoyed. Was that resilient and upright figure the person who had turned her into a slave? Her heart was filled with hatred, but for some reason, it was also mixed with some other things. Ooh. After burying her head in the blanket and letting out a series of strange whimpers, she stopped thinking about these things that were bothering her. There's no point in thinking about these things. I'm just a slave now. Everything depends on what the master thinks, but... Leon, who was hugging the blanket, showed a rare shy expression. It gave off the feeling of a cat stretching after eating a small piece of dried fish that it had stolen from its owner. But did the owner know? Without a doubt, Lancer knew. At this time, Lancer, who had closed the door, had a face full of helplessness. When he had picked up Leone, the stiffness of her body was something that anyone with a bit of common sense could have noticed, let alone him. But he didn't point it out. After all, their first meeting was too awkward, and their respective statuses made him not even dare to show too much gentleness toward her. He still remembered how his intentional gentleness had actually scared the other party before. It seems that I can only let her return to normal through a gradual process. At this time, Lancer didn't have any romantic feelings for Leone. He felt more guilty and remorseful. All this time, he had hoped to make the future better and give the tragic characters a new life, but the reality was that he seemed to have destroyed something without even realizing it. So now, he only hoped to rebuild her. But what Lancer didn't know was that there were very few pure emotions in this world. What he saw as just easing their relationship was quietly influencing the other person's thoughts. Lancer, wearing armor and a cloak, stood behind the Emperor with a serious expression. That's right, starting from today, Lancer's job was to be the Emperor's bodyguard. It has to be said that Lancer's abilities were indeed very suitable for being a bodyguard. The half-man tall shield that came with the lance was definitely enough for defense, and he was good at charging through formations. If he were to be surrounded by enemies, he could also successfully break through with the Emperor. Lancer had even jokingly thought about whether he could create a combo move with Budo, such as him throwing his lance at the enemy and then Budo using his ultimate, ahem. In short, because his job was to stand behind the other party, Lancer was so bored that his mind started to wander and think of some strange things. But because of this, he also got to see the Emperor's work. From the moment he arrived at the palace early in the morning, the other party started handling government affairs. First, he checked the letters that had been sent from all over the country. After writing his replies, he summoned ministers and other officials in charge of certain areas for discussion. The work would last almost the entire morning. To be honest, looking at the Emperor's work, Lancer suddenly felt that his own situation wasn't so bad. This almost mechanical work was simply chilling. But then, he shook his head. Although for him, it was more comfortable to go out and fight with others than to sit there and handle government affairs, his opinion didn't represent everyone. Didn't he see how many people were coveting this position? For example, the person in front of him. Your Majesty, regarding the military expenses for the Empire's border. At this time, Honest stood respectfully in front of the Emperor, placing a compiled document in front of him. Although Lancer had always been unhappy with the other party, he had to admit that from the information he had gathered over the past 2 days, the other party was indeed very capable. After becoming the head of imperial finance, he not only restored the budget, which had been in deficit, to normal in a short period of time, but he also had a very good reputation among the people because of his care for their livelihoods. If he hadn't known what the other party would do later, he would have even wondered if he had misunderstood the other party. After all, he was different from others. If most people chose evil under his guidance and were still redeemable before they were truly instigated, then he, as the chief evil, was clearly not within this scope. Lancer wondered if it was because he was always unconsciously looking at the other party, but the other party also looked at him a few times, intentionally or unintentionally. In the end, after the two of them had finished discussing the issues, the Emperor leaned back in his chair with a tired expression and rubbed his brows. It was clear that he was very exhausted after working for half a day. And it was at this moment that Honest proposed a strange suggestion. Your Majesty, today's imperial celebration will have an elimination tournament at the Colosseum. I plan to go and watch. I wonder if I would be honored to invite Your Majesty to go with me. No, I still have some things to do today. Your Majesty, although handling government affairs is very important, being too tired is also not good for work. I have personally experienced this. What's more, today's elimination tournament is to select strong people to join the Imperial Army. Your Majesty's presence should encourage the contestants to work harder, and at the same time, it will also let the people know about Your Majesty's care and concern for them. It has to be said that Honest was indeed very good with words. In just a few words, he made the Emperor, who had originally refused, start to hesitate. But Lancer, who was standing to the side, became nervous. Although Lancer had never seen the little Emperor and naturally didn't know his age, he guessed that although he had appeared before the plot, it shouldn't be too long before it. At most, it would not be more than 8 years. So why did this Emperor, who looked very healthy no matter how you looked at him, suddenly die and cause the entire empire to fall into chaos? Lancer was almost certain that the other party had died from an accident. And the person in front of him was undoubtedly the mastermind behind it. At this time, Lancer's eyes were filled with pressure, and he made no attempt to hide his wariness. After all, this was a normal situation now. But at this moment, a hand waved in front of him. "Lord Lancer, there is no need to be nervous." "My apologies, Your Majesty, I have overstepped." "It's all right. After all, this is your first day as my guard, so it's understandable that you're nervous. But it is also true what Lord Honest said, working tirelessly may actually reduce efficiency. All right, let's take a break today, but I will have to trouble you, Lord Lancer, later on." Lancer didn't know whether this Emperor was a good leader or not, but Lancer could say with certainty that the other party was a conscientious Emperor and was very caring toward his ministers. No wonder he is so well loved. "I will definitely protect you, Your Majesty." "Haha. With your words, Lancer, I can rest assured." "All right, I'm a bit hungry. Let's set off after we have lunch." While laughing lightly, the Emperor stood up, and Lancer and Honest also hurried to keep up with the other party's pace. And when Lancer and Honest walked side by side, the other party gave Lancer a very friendly smile and a nod. Immediately, Lancer felt a chill run up from the bottom of his feet. The weasel paying a visit to the chicken, he has no good intentions. But even though he knew something was wrong, at this time, he could only nod back normally. "Lord Honest, as the Emperor said before, this is my first time, so I'm a bit nervous." "Haha, it's all right after all, we're all serving the Emperor." There was no doubt that the two of them looked very harmonious at this time, but what was the reality? Without either of them realizing it, the game had already begun. Chapter 98, Chapter 24, The Colosseum. Lancer and Honest had lunch in a side room, while the Emperor was alone in the dining room. And at this time, Lancer was thinking about one thing: what if the Emperor suddenly had a crazy idea and wanted to go on a private visit? But to Lancer's surprise, after lunch, Honest actually suggested that the Emperor appear in the Colosseum with great fanfare as a special guest, and he reiterated his previous argument of encouraging the imperial citizens. And the Emperor, after a moment of hesitation, also chose to accept this suggestion. It was just that looking at the friendly smile Honest gave him, Lancer always felt that something was wrong, as if something was coming at him from the shadows, but he couldn't grasp any clues at all. When the group arrived at the Colosseum under the escort of the Imperial Guards, the entire Colosseum erupted in a tsunami of cheers, and with the Emperor himself waving, the scene even reached a climax. It was only after he waved his hand that the crowd gradually quieted down. It was at this time that Lancer truly realized the influence of this Emperor on the entire empire. Then, under Honest's hosting, this royal duel officially began. A total of 4 contestants had made it through the preliminary rounds from yesterday and this morning, but what was surprising was that there were actually 2 women. Of course, it wasn't that Lancer looked down on women, it was just that, generally speaking, even if women were good at fighting, they shouldn't appear in a place like the Colosseum. And Lancer always felt that the blue-haired girl seemed a bit familiar. "Lord Lancer, who are you rooting for today?" And just as Lancer was observing carefully, the Emperor suddenly started talking to him, which made Lancer for a moment, Well, I can't say for sure. Although the person from the Imperial Fist Temple looks very imposing, a lot of factors can affect a battle. I could guess, but... After hearing Lancer's response, the Emperor didn't express any opinion, as if nothing had happened, which left Lancer bewildered. But at this time, the Emperor couldn't help but remember a scene from almost 20 years ago when he was a teenager and came to the Colosseum with Budo. At that time, they weren't sitting in the best seats like they were now, but were sitting in the stands. At that time, two famous imperial gladiators were competing, and he had also asked Budo the same question. Although the other party's answer was not exactly the same as Lancer, the meaning was quite similar. But he had once asked the other party in return, "Aren't you very powerful? Father and the general say you're the strongest among your peers, so why don't you know?" And the other party's response was, "There is no absolute in this world, so I will give my all in every battle." Although the four people who were qualified to participate in the finals were not ordinary people, for the Emperor who had seen Budo's strength, they were just so-so. So, sitting in the stands, he was more using this rare opportunity to relax and reminisce about his youth. But soon, a wave of discussion attracted his attention. At this time, the blue-haired girl whom Lancer felt was familiar had pierced her opponent's heart with a single sword, and this merciless strike immediately caused a discussion. On the other side, the organizers of this competition had very ugly expressions. The Emperor personally coming to watch should have been a good thing, but such a bloody violent incident had occurred, which was simply ridiculous. But when they saw the Emperor sitting in the stands with a curious expression, they had to swallow the words that were about to come out of their mouths. But what happened next was even more jaw-dropping. The Imperial Fist Temple pugilist who came out next actually lost. This resulted in the finals starting with two young women standing in the ring. If the two things that could most stimulate male hormones in this world were violence and women, then when the two were mixed together, a fierce chemical reaction occurred. The entire venue erupted. The blue-haired girl was wearing the clothes of a foreign race and was holding a long sword. This time, she seemed a bit cautious and didn't launch a preemptive strike like before. On the other side, the black-haired girl with short hair was also carefully moving her body, holding two short knives with both hands and maintaining a certain distance from the other party. Neither of them made the first move, which immediately caused dissatisfaction among the audience. At this time, some people even forgot that the person sitting in the stands was the most noble person in the empire, and all sorts of foul language flew everywhere. But the Emperor sitting in the stands had a curious expression. "Lord Lancer, why isn't that black-haired girl attacking? Isn't she wasting her energy by doing that?" At this time, he also seemed to have been infected by the atmosphere of the scene and was asking for an opinion from the professional next to him, just like a regular spectator. Well, although the black-haired girl has consumed a lot of physical strength, the blue-haired girl is not in a much better position. Her opponent is always maintaining a position with her where an attack can be launched at any moment. Although she may have consumed less physical strength, her mental state is always on high alert. At a time like this, responding to all changes with no changes is indeed the best choice, but it also means that she is being suppressed. Once she shows a flaw, it will probably be a one-hit kill. Although Lancer didn't know how to use a sword or a short knife, his enemies didn't care about that, so he had also studied some other weapons, but more so, how to deal with these weapons. The Emperor, who heard Lancer's explanation, also nodded with great interest. It was obvious that he didn't understand these things, and Lancer's explanation also seemed to add a bit of killing intent to the originally boring stalemate. But just as Lancer was explaining, the black-haired girl, who had been circling her opponent, suddenly accelerated and rushed toward her target. This sudden attack was completely unexpected by everyone. After all, everyone had guessed that this might turn into a prolonged battle, but they didn't expect her to do the opposite and launch a surprise attack. But her opponent suddenly swung. Swoosh! Amidst everyone's unbelievable gazes, the two of them passed each other, and then a spray of blood and countless strands of black hair flew everywhere. The finals that everyone had been looking forward to actually ended in such an unbelievable way. A duel between experts was either a prolonged battle or a quick resolution, which wasn't strange, but it gave off a feeling of a strong start and a weak finish. But at this time, the blue-haired girl did something that no one had expected. Is this the strength of the Empire? How boring! Is there no one who can defeat me? The girl's slightly crisp voice was very pleasant, but what she said made people's blood pressure rise. Immediately, a group of people started cursing, but fortunately, most people were still rational. People with strength, even if they couldn't see the other party's depth, could at least tell that the other party was definitely very strong. As for people with weak strength, they didn't want to go up and be cannon fodder. What an interesting girl! Her strength is not bad, but she's a bit too arrogant. Lord Lancer, go and show her a thing or two. Just as Lancer was focused on observing his surroundings, the Emperor's command came. Lancer was completely stunned for a moment, but he didn't hesitate and just nodded before leaping down. Although he was concerned about the Emperor's safety, everyone around him was from the Imperial Guards, so Lancer was relatively at ease. After all, he wasn't so arrogant as to think that one person could be worth this entire escorting squadron. And the blue-haired girl's eyes also lit up when she saw Lancer. Finally, an interesting opponent has arrived. The expression on the girl's face as she licked her lips was full of charm, but at this time, it was chilling, but that was only for ordinary people. After leaping into the arena, he directly took out the lance from under his cloak and gave it a shake. Immediately, a lance that was almost 2 people tall appeared in his hand. And the originally noisy venue also quieted down again because of Lancer arrival, followed by a wave of cheers. There was no doubt that most people had recognized Lancer identity. It was true that Lancer was not a general and was not yet a household name, but the honors he had received yesterday had long been spread among the people. People may not have known who Lancer was, but they knew that the Empire had an iron-blooded executioner who was good at using a lance. In their eyes, such a powerful person would definitely teach that arrogant little girl a good lesson. At the same time, the Emperor, who was sitting on the high platform, also showed a satisfied expression. Although he didn't dislike arrogant people, the dignity of the Empire must never be desecrated. Chapter 99, Chapter 25, Lancer is underestimated. Lancer was undoubtedly not a talkative person. In fact, his silent killing on the battlefield was a catalyst for his frightening reputation. After all, if a person acts in an overly exaggerated manner, most people will only think of them as a simple murderer. But Lancer's silent but efficient killing efficiency was chilling, and the same was true at this time. Because of Lancer's arrival, the blue-haired girl's originally excited expression gradually returned to normal, but at the same time, a fierce fighting intent erupted from her body. This extremely exaggerated fighting intent also greatly surprised Lancer, and at the same time, he crouched lower and lower, trying his best to protect himself behind his shield. Ooh! I never expected a challenger to appear. This is a very rare sight in the Colosseum. Let me introduce who today's challenger is. That's right. I think all of you in the audience should have already recognized him. This man in a cloak and silver armor is the Colonel of the Imperial Guards, one of the Emperor's personal guards, Lancer. He earned the title of 100 Killer the first time he went to the Border Army a year ago. A man who is called the Devil in the local language by the foreign races in the West. There was no doubt that Estetha's provocation was completely unexpected by the host, and Lancer's sudden entry was also unexpected. But fortunately, the other party was still clever. Almost as soon as Lancer entered, he picked up the microphone and started publicizing. And luckily, no one paid attention to these small details. Instead, they were excited about the Imperial Colonel's appearance. The cheers came one after another, and the entire Colosseum was immersed in a sea of cheers. And it was at this time that the Imperial Emperor walked over to him and took the microphone. I have watched today's martial arts tournament with great excitement, and it has even brought back memories of my youth with General Budo. As a reward, I have also granted this girl's request. Her opponent will be my personal guard. However, considering that she has just gone through a battle, let's limit this match to 10 minutes, shall we? I believe that both Lord Lancer and this girl will be able to present an excellent battle for everyone. The Emperor's public speech at a martial arts tournament undoubtedly caused a collective climax among the imperial citizens below. The fervent atmosphere surged again, and it wasn't until the Emperor continuously waved his hand down that it gradually quieted down. He then handed the microphone to the host. And the host, who took the microphone from the Emperor's hand, was bewildered for 2 seconds before he returned to normal. Ahem. My apologies, everyone. Now, let the combat begin. With his loud shout, the battle officially began, and the scene of the two sides confronting each other in the arena was not completely unexpected by everyone, given the precedent before. However, Lancer, who was holding a lance, didn't think so. There was no doubt that the opponent's provocation before had made the Emperor a bit unhappy, which was why he had Lancer come down to show off a bit. But now, he also seemed to have realized that he couldn't be sure that Lancer would definitely win, so he simply gave Lancer a way out. Although he didn't know Lancer's specific strength, they hadn't seen each other in a year, seeing Lancer holding a shield, it was clear that he was very good at defense. As long as Lancer could defend without any flaws, then he could manipulate public opinion afterward, with statements like the Imperial Colonel was unwilling to make a move on a girl and insisted on defending without retaliating, or the enemy was exhausted to death without him even lifting a finger. There was no doubt that the other party's plan was very good, but Lancer had a feeling that he was being underestimated. He hadn't heard the opponent's name clearly on the platform before because the introduction was already over, and the host had been referring to the other party as the foreign race girl. So Lancer couldn't be sure, but looking at the blue-haired girl who was still a bit young, he was almost certain of her identity, Esteth. This girl, who seemed to be about the same age as Nayenda, or even younger, was the extremely conflicted queen in the original work. She herself had a reputation in the military that was no less than that of General Budo, but at the same time, Lancer hated her twisted personality. He couldn't understand the idea of a strong person abusing the weak. But no matter what the other party's personality was, at least she hadn't reached her peak yet, and what about Lancer? Not only did he have a taigu, but the fighting on the battlefield for that year was not fake. The reason he had returned to the imperial capital was because he had gained confidence. If Esteth was still moving toward her peak at this time, then Lancer was already standing at the top of a mountain, looking down at the other party. Bang! Amidst everyone's unbelievable gazes, Lancer forcefully thrust the shield in his hand into the ground, and at the same time, he unfastened the cloak on his body and placed it directly on the shield. This sudden action caused the cheers below to surge. At the same time, a smile appeared on Esteth's face, which had been serious before. It's just that the future queen's smile was perfect, but there was not a trace of a genuine smile in it. Even her eyes were as cold as the snowy mountains of her hometown. Almost as soon as Lancer had his posture ready again, the furious Esteth launched a preemptive attack without hesitation. It wasn't that she was dominated by anger and had lost her self-control, it was because she knew that when dealing with this kind of giant weapon, as long as she got close, victory would be hers. But would Lancer be so easily taken by her? Bang! The huge crashing sound even caused the loud cheers to stop for a moment. Everyone looked in disbelief at the torn-up ground and Lancer, who was holding a lance and wearing a strange mask. The specially treated ground had actually been hit with a deep pit with a radius of over 3 meters that spread out from Lancer's strike. And Esteth herself had to stop for a moment because of the uneven ground in front of her. But Lancer, who had the upper hand, wouldn't just let his opponent go. Huff! Lancer, who was holding the lance with both hands and standing sideways, forcefully pushed his hand forward, and the lance in his hand, carrying the force of the wind and thunder, thrust toward Esteth. And Esteth, who had to regain her posture after the previous strike, also hurriedly swung her sword to block. But the moment their weapons clashed, her face changed drastically. Crack! Bang! The long sword in her hand immediately broke, and she herself was sent flying. Ooh ooh ooh! Cheers immediately erupted from all around, but what was surprising was that Lancer didn't pursue. The bewildered onlookers attributed this to Lancer chivalry, but what was the reality? Lancer's previous strike was not a real attack. His lance didn't even have the feel of hitting the enemy. The reason Esteth was sent flying was her own doing, she had dodged it in advance. There was no doubt that although she looked disheveled at this time, in reality, she wasn't seriously injured, and Lancer also noticed the whip that had appeared in her hand at some point. There was no doubt that Esteth hadn't given up because of a temporary setback. Chapter 100, Chapter 26, No one in this world can dictate my choices. No one. The existence of the system was not actually that high, and Lancer often forgot about its existence, but it also gave Lancer the most precise guidance. He was able to have a comprehensive understanding of his physical attributes. During this past year, he would only take out his long spear to practice when he was alone so that he wouldn't forget the feel of it, and more often than not, he would train with his lance, which caused his strength attribute to continuously rise. Although it still hadn't surpassed agility, it was not far off. At this time, his physical fitness was not even inferior to that of some dangerous beasts, coupled with the berserker passive skill, which added strength to heavy weapons. He would be surprised if Esteth could block this attack. And after the other party realized the huge gap in strength, she very wisely gave up on a head-on battle. If a head-on confrontation wouldn't work, then she would use softness to overcome hardness. Snap! Lancer didn't know if it was the girl's fighting spirit growing with each fight or the sound of the whiplashing that excited the crowd, but when the girl stood up again, everyone gave her a huge cheer. On the other side, Lancer, who had been holding his spear, once again leveled his lance. There was no doubt that this was the signal to fight. The long whip let out a whistling sound as it made a big circle and lashed toward Lancer, but Lancer swung his lance fiercely, trying to get it tangled. There was no doubt that as long as the whip was tangled on his lance, then with his advantage in strength, he would gain the upper hand in a struggle. But Lancer knew this, so why wouldn't Esteth? Snap! Under Esteth's swing, the long whip cut at a strange angle and lashed fiercely on the lance, but it didn't get tangled and just quickly grazed it. But this was not the end. The long whip, which was one of the best strange weapons, was being commanded like an extension of Esteth's arm. The sound of lashing was incredibly dense. There was no doubt that she was desperately trying to suppress Lancer without a care for her stamina, but... Ha! Accompanied by a low shout, the lance in his hand swung fiercely from left to right. The wind pressure created by the lance instantly disrupted the trajectory of the long whip's attack, and Esteth had no choice but to spend more effort to adjust her attack. But unfortunately, she no longer had a chance. A long spear emphasizes going forward. Once an attack begins, it doesn't end easily. After using the wind pressure to disrupt Esteth's attack, the lance, which was raised high, was thrust downward toward Esteth's feet. Swoosh! Esteth, who had let go of the whip at some point, took out a short dagger from her arms and held it in front of her, but there was no doubt that this could not block Lancer's attack. The lance in his hand was thrust fiercely into the ground beneath Esteth's feet. Bang! Accompanied by an explosive bang, the ground beneath Esteth's feet was once again destroyed, and this time, she couldn't get away. Her arms, which had tried to slow down Lancer's lance, were almost exhausted. She was thrown into the air and finally landed heavily on the ground. Ooh ooh ooh! As Esteth fell heavily to the ground, the crowd once again erupted in cheers, and Lancer raised his lance to signal to the audience, and at the end, he bowed to the Emperor. And the Emperor himself, who was sitting in the special viewing area, also clapped with a satisfied expression. Just as Lancer had said before, the reason he had said those words was to prepare a way out, but he didn't expect Lancer to perform so well. And his deliberate action of taking off his shield and taigu also made him very satisfied. At the same time, he also made a mental definition of Lancer. He is trustworthy, both in terms of strength and other aspects. But just as everyone thought the match was over, Esteth, who was covered in wounds, struggled to her feet. Huff huff. At this time, Esteth, who had suffered internal injuries from the heavy fall, was continuously gasping for breath, but her right hand, which was covered in blood, was still tightly gripping the dagger and glaring at Lancer. There was no doubt that Esteth's strength, which far surpassed that of her peers, also gave her a pride that far surpassed that of others. But when this pride was shattered, what was exposed was her true nature. A strong-willed and unyielding personality. It was clear to everyone that Esteth had already lost her chance to win. After all, Lancer had barely changed at all, but she had almost lost all her fighting ability. The match is over. You should go get TR. The battle is not over. As long as I can still hold a weapon. Then the battle is not over. Although her voice was already a bit shaky, the aura around her was even more frightening. Her stance, which was like a wounded beast, made Lancer can't help but frown, because at this time, he even felt that Esteth had become more dangerous than before. It's useless. You couldn't defeat me even when you gave it your all. What can you do now? You can't even get past the attack range of my lance, can you? If you want to challenge me again, at least wait until your wounds are healed. If Lancer had once looked at plot characters with colored glasses, the situation with Leon had made him realize one thing, even that boisterous woman was just a girl from the slums who no one cared about before she got her taigu and before she joined Night Raid. And the person in front of him at this time was not the queen who had single-handedly blocked the foreign race army, but a fledgling girl with a stubborn heart. But his persuasion was interrupted by the other party in a rough manner. Shut up! No one in this world can dictate my choices. No one. If you want me to listen to you, then come and defeat me. Make me completely lose my ability to resist. Come on! After the shell of pride was shattered, what was exposed was the heart that had been twisted because her clansmen had been massacred. It could be said that from that moment on, the strong-willed and innocent girl had already died, and what was left was a completely twisted girl. Then, I'll grant your wish. From the other party's every word, Lancer already knew that there was no point in continuing to talk nonsense. So he once again leveled the lance in his hand, and the originally cheering Colosseum gradually quieted down. It was clear that ordinary people couldn't hear their conversation, but they could see the change in the two of them. Huff huff. In the heavy gasps, Esteth's eyes were already a bit dazed, but she still gritted her teeth and glared at Lancer. She hated this man, because he had defeated her. But she was also grateful to this man, because this man seemed to be preparing to give her a glorious death. Suddenly, Lancer's figure, which had been standing in front of her, became inexplicably blurred, and then she realized that she seemed to have lost sight of Lancer. Where is he? Along with her last thought, she only felt her consciousness gradually fading away. Chapter 101, Chapter 27, Stop. Lancer looked at the girl in his arms and once again bowed to the surroundings. He then carried her with both hands and took her to the Colosseum's doctor. It was only then that he returned to the Emperor's side, but before he could even speak, the Emperor smiled and nodded at him. You did well before. There was no doubt that Lancer had not only shown his individual strength in the abnormal battle just now, which undoubtedly proved the strength of the Empire's soldiers, but he had also sent the girl for treatment afterward. This action could be said to be the finishing touch. Your Excellency, Lancer's strength is truly remarkable. And at this moment, Honest's praise rang out from his ears, and Lancer immediately became highly vigilant. You're too kind, Lord Honest. Lancer was very confused. Although he had performed well in the past year, it was just well. The other party had no reason to be so cordial to him, right? After all, he was just a bodyguard, and the other party's position among the Empire's civilian officials was definitely in the top 5. After all, he was the man who controlled the Empire's finances. Before he had left, he had specifically used the hand gestures of the Imperial Guards to tell the others to be on high alert. It's very likely that someone wants to harm the Emperor. But what he didn't expect was that nothing happened until the end of the competition. Even after the competition in the Colosseum ended, the other party just smiled and said goodbye to them. Esteth suddenly opened her eyes. Although her whole body was sore, she still instinctively reached for her waist. A finger-long short knife was hidden there. It was her last weapon for self-defense. "Don't bother looking, I've already disarmed all your weapons." The voice that suddenly came from behind her made Esteth frown, but she still didn't turn her head immediately. Instead, she slowly moved her body, which was the safest choice. She then saw a black-haired girl sitting on a chair, mockingly tossing a finger-long short knife. "Who are you?" Esteth didn't relax just because the other party was a woman. Ever since that night several years ago when her family was all killed, she had been wandering alone. During this time, she had a deeper appreciation for the words her father had once told her: "To survive, you must become strong." And she was still weak, so to survive, she had to be careful and vigilant. At least, she absolutely could not die before she became strong. Oh my, have you already forgotten me? That really makes me sad then, does this make you remember?" While saying these seemingly nonsensical words, the other party pulled open her collar, revealing her neck, which was wrapped in bandages. The other party's actions made Esteth slightly narrow her eyes. If she had only had a vague impression before, then seeing the reddish bandages on the other party, she completely remembered the other party's identity. "Are you planning to kill me?" Esteth's emotionless voice not only didn't make the black-haired girl sitting on the other side angry, but she instead showed a strange smile. No, I won't kill you here, at least after all, I don't want to cause any trouble. Here." Although she was a bit dizzy, Esteth still picked out the key point from the other party's words. But the other party also didn't seem to want to continue talking to Esteth and stood up. "Although I lost to you, I'm not giving up the next time we meet, let's have another match. If I win, then promise me one thing. The strong have the right to dominate the weak." Although Esteth didn't directly answer the other party's question, in a way, her answer could be said to be exactly what the other party wanted. The black-haired girl, whose face was flushed, showed a satisfied smile. "My name is Mjard Oberg. Don't forget. Also, let me take this little knife as a token of our love, shall I?" As the door was pulled open, the black-haired girl who had been speaking had already disappeared without a trace. "Mjard Oberg?" Esteth silently repeated the other party's name twice. Although she didn't explicitly say it, she had remembered the other party's name. But was she planning to repay her kindness or silence her? That was up to personal interpretation. After leaving the room, Esteth saw a desolate Colosseum and staff who were constantly cleaning up. She prepared to leave without a word, but at this moment, she was called out to. "Miss Esteth." At this time, Esteth's face was full of unhappiness, very unhappy. Especially looking at the bag of gold coins in her hand, it made her even more furious. This was actually the prize money for her winning the martial arts tournament. Prize money for winning. What a joke! She had lost in the end. She had lost completely. Although she didn't know why that man had taken off his shield and cloak, her fighting intuition told her that her opponent hadn't given it his all. But it was precisely because of her anger that she decided to accept these gold coins. Seeing them would remind her of this humiliating defeat today. But at this moment... Pat pat! A dense sound of footsteps came from far away and got closer. A few minutes later, a group of men holding swords surrounded Esteth. "Is there something you need from me?" Esteth's voice was as cold as ever, and it had even become a few degrees colder than usual because of her inner anger. "Why are we looking for you? Do you think that just because you killed our big brother, the matter will be settled so easily? Killed their big brother? Esteth had killed too many people. She had no idea who the other party was talking about, but it didn't matter. She was in a bad mood right now, so if these guys were looking for death, then she would let these dregs use their leftover heat to let her vent her anger. There was no doubt that these people had chosen a good place to attack Esteth. It was in a commercial area, but it was close to the slums. It was completely empty at night, making it the best place for murder and robbery. But unfortunately, they had found the right place but chosen the wrong person. They had originally thought that Esteth, who was seriously injured, would be easy to deal with, but the fact was that even an injured tiger was not something that a wild dog could challenge. Snap! She swung the long sword she had disarmed with her bare hands, and she couldn't help but frown. Tisk! My good weapon was destroyed, so I can only make do with this shoddy product. I can't even shake the blood off properly. But at this moment, another sound of footsteps came. The guardhouse? Hey! Here! Beep beep! Esteth had just opened her mouth when a sharp whistle rang out, and then a group of guardhouse members holding weapons surrounded Esteth. They had been fighting for several minutes with no reaction from anyone around, but these guys popped out as soon as she dealt with her opponents. Esteth felt like she had fallen into some kind of trap. But just when things were about to take another turn. Stop! A man's low shout stopped the battle that was about to break out. Chapter 102, Chapter 28, Filling the Deck. Miss Esteth, the matter has been resolved. Although the young man acted very respectfully, Esteth was still holding her gold coins and looking at the other party with a cold expression, gripping the sword handle in a reverse grip. If it were an ordinary person, they would have long since backed down under Esteth's icy gaze, but the other party was still looking down without saying a word. Just as it was when the guardhouse appeared, Esteth never believed that there were so many coincidences in this world. Behind every coincidence was an inevitability. Did he happen to run into the enemy's subordinates? Did he happen to run into the guardhouse? And did he also happen to run into someone who came to save the day? Was all of this a bit too coincidental? Is there something you need? I am just Mr. Honest's attendant. I have come this time to invite Miss Esteth on Lord Honest's orders. An invitation? With this boring trick? It's really hard to get in touch with you. The lifted face had a gentle smile, and the tone, which was as if he were talking to a lover, made Esteth frown even more. If she weren't injured at this time, she might have accepted the other party's invitation. Although the way the other party invited her was a bit unorthodox, it was undoubtedly much better to deal with someone who could directly admit to their actions than people who constantly made excuses. But she was heavily injured now. Although she was proud, she wasn't stupid, and she had a more important goal now. Thank you for your kindness, but I have other things to do now. After saying that, Esteth turned and left directly, and the young man just raised his back, which he had bent for a bow. If that's the case, then that's really disappointing, but I believe there will be a day when I have the opportunity to work with you. She's unwilling? Then so be it. Although I think highly of that girl, she is not a necessary pawn. Oh right, Mr. Bile, did you take care of what I told you about before? At this time, Honest had completely changed his violent demeanor in front of his subordinates. The man with a bloated figure also exuded a refined feeling when he spoke in a literary manner. However, the man sitting next to him didn't care so much about that. He Mr. Honest, the merchandise you need is not simple. After all, they have to be good fighters and must be within a certain body shape range. Mr. Bile, please don't joke. How could you, who are in charge of the Empire's assassination unit, not have people like that under you? Are you not confident in my previous promise? Don't worry. All the things I promised will be handed over to you. The conversation between the two sounded like they were talking about a certain commodity, but the man kneeling on one knee to the side was sweating profusely. There was no doubt that he had no idea what the two were talking about, but he did understand the identity of his master and the seemingly skinny man in front of him. What kind of existence could make the two of them speak in riddles? But it was precisely because he had guessed the other party's identity that he was even more afraid. Based on his understanding of his master, the other party was not a kind person. If the person who knew the important information was an important subordinate, it would be fine, but if it was just an ordinary subordinate, they might be completely silenced. This man, who had shown no fear in front of his death, was now sweating profusely in front of two seemingly harmless people. "Oh right, I forgot you were here too. You can go down first. Mr. Bile and I have some things to talk about." "Yes." Although he didn't know if the other party had really forgotten, he still breathed a sigh of relief. After all, no matter what, he hadn't heard anything too important. Most of what he had heard was just his own imagination, so it shouldn't count. But just as he closed the door, a shadow abruptly appeared behind him. A man with long golden hair covered the other party's mouth with one hand, and then a knife lightly slid across his arm. The young man, whose eyes were wide open, seemed to want to let out a wail, but until the black curse marks covered his face, he still didn't succeed, and in the end, he went limp and lost his breath. "Wasn't that young man your favorite subordinate?" "Yes, I liked him very much. He was a very smart young man, but unfortunately he was just too smart." Although he said it was a pity, Honest's face was filled with a joyful smile. "Is that woman really that important? To the point where you would sacrifice a subordinate to ensure the absolute secrecy of the information?" "Ho maybe. I don't know either. It's just that I think highly of that girl's talent. Maybe in 1 or 2 years, she might grow into the helper I need. And now, she also has other uses." Honest always had a "everything is under control" expression, which undoubtedly made Bile very unhappy. Although the two of them were in the same boat, the other party was the leader, and he often had to accommodate the other party. But this time, Bile couldn't help but lick his lips. He was fed up with living like this. When the former emperor was still alive, he was the most favored minister, but now, he had to stay in the shadows, and many people had even forgotten his name. It was time. It was time to let his name once again resonate throughout the entire empire. To let everyone know who the ruler in the empire's darkness truly was. Bile, who was feeling emotional, didn't notice that Honest, who had been smiling just a moment ago, was smiling even more when he saw his excited expression. But in this smile, there was also a hint of mockery. Although he had defeated Esteth, Lancer didn't feel anything in reality. The Esteth at this time was not the sadistic queen yet. In Lancer's opinion, she was more of a proud girl. And he had been thinking before about whether he could find more people to help him. Lancer still didn't know how many cards Honest had in his hand, but the strongest card that Lancer had, or could possibly use, Budo, couldn't be used because the conditions for use were not met. He couldn't prove Honest's betrayal. He had no choice but to replenish his deck. Esteth was one of the best choices. First, her strength had not reached its peak yet, so the difficulty of winning her over should be infinitely easier than after she grew up. Second, the other party was originally an ally of Honest. If he could win her over, it wouldn't just be a +1, it would also be a -1. It's just that he didn't expect that his actions after defeating the other party would also cause the emperor to think more highly of him without him even realizing it. It was also a pleasant surprise, wasn't it? Although his plan was still in its initial stage, it was at least a good start, wasn't it? But a certain man who had finally completed the first step of his plan was facing a problem, standing at his front door and not knowing how to go inside. It wasn't that there were man-eating tigers inside the door. On the contrary, it was a timid little cat, but those weren't the key points. He needed to face not a certain person, but his own past mistake. But just as he was hesitating, the door to the villa was suddenly pushed open. Leon, who was holding a large bag with both hands, looked at Lancer with an unbelievable expression, and Lancer's face was full of awkwardness, not knowing how to speak. But before he could speak, Leon bowed with a red face. "Welcome back, sir." Although Leon was still a bit shy today, she still tried her best to show a smiling face to Lancer. Unlike the deliberate smile she had before, at this time, looking at the girl's face, which showed fear but also a bit of shyness, Lancer didn't know why, but he suddenly felt that his body, which had been tense from facing his own mistake, had relaxed a bit. "Yes, I'm back." But after Lancer said that, both of them were stunned for a moment, because they seemed to have realized that their communication had become smoother. However, unlike Lancer's composure, Leon seemed a bit flustered. Sir, I need to go and take care of the trash." Oh, go ahead." After hearing the other party's reminder, Lancer, a bit flustered, moved out of the way, and Leon, swaying a bit, carried the bag and walked toward the trash disposal area outside the villa area. Although it was a bit strange, it seemed that the two of them had also found a way to get along. Chapter 103, Chapter 29, Honest's Attention. "Lord Lancer, you seem to be in a good mood today." After putting down his pen, the Emperor couldn't help but stretch, and at the same time, he looked at Lancer behind him and playfully said a word. "Your Majesty, you can tell." "Haha, of course, although you look no different from yesterday, Lord Lancer, you seem more proactive today. I'm guessing you have something to be happy about." "Your Majesty. Relax, I'm not criticizing you. I'm also tired, so why don't you tell me and make me happy too?" Although the other party at this time showed no sign of the Emperor's authority, he was undoubtedly the highest leader of this country. A seemingly casual word could cause an earthquake. After hesitating for a moment, Lancer chose to answer truthfully. When he heard that Lancer was happy because he had gotten along well with his slave, he was speechless and didn't know what to say. As an imperial person, and the highest leader of the empire at that, in his opinion, a slave was the private property of a master and had no sovereignty at all. A master didn't need to get along with his so-called slave, they just needed to order them around. What Lancer was doing was completely unnecessary. But looking at the genuine smile on Lancer's face, he felt that he shouldn't deny the other party. In fact, he had always paid attention to the information about Lancer. At first, it was just because the other party had saved him once, and later, he really started to become interested in the other party. It could even be said that the reason Lancer was so famous was also because of his behind-the-scenes push. So, in his opinion, Lancer should not be this kind of person. Is it the intelligence department's negligence? Or did he hide it too well? No, it's probably neither. After all, it doesn't seem like he's trying to hide anything. The Emperor, who had originally been in a joking mood, unconsciously straightened his back, which had been leaning against the chair. Although he was known as the wise king among the people, he knew that he was not particularly outstanding. His only advantage was probably that he was good at listening to others' opinions. However, as Lancer spoke, his straightened back slowly relaxed. In his opinion, Lancer was still too naive or simple. He could hear some of his experiences from his words, such as how he used to live in a place without too many class divisions, school life, and although he was not soft on his enemies, experience as a ghoul investigator, he was actually not cruel enough. That's right, Lancer, the devil who was enough to make foreign race children stop crying at night in the western border, was still not enough in the Emperor's eyes. His heart was not ruthless enough. But this was his flaw, and it was also his strength. Then what do you think we should do? He asked a question that he shouldn't have asked, but Lancer shook his head. My apologies, Your Majesty, I don't know either. Although Lancer had not thought about saying some shocking words before, his political intelligence was low, but that didn't mean he was a fool. He knew what he could say and what he couldn't say. There was no point in saying some things. No matter what kind of system it was, it had to have the soil to grow in to succeed. And in this era, with his meager abilities, it was best to say less. He did hope to stop Honest and save more people, but he didn't want to die. In the end, the topic came to an end, but a question was buried deep in the Emperor's heart. As for when it would be awakened? No one knew. Although Lancer's job was to be the Emperor's bodyguard, he was not a personal guard. After all, no matter how much the Emperor trusted him, it couldn't change the fact that he was just an outsider who had joined the Imperial Army in the middle of things. But for Lancer, this was actually a good thing. After all, with his personality, being a guard was fine, but being a personal guard was simply boring. It's just that he didn't expect to see an unbelievable scene when he returned home. A timid-looking Leon was having a confrontation with Esteth at the front door. When the two of them grew up, it would have been an interesting sight, a sadistic queen and a tomboy, but it was not bad now either. One was an ordinary girl with a collar on her neck who was a bit timid and underdeveloped, and the other was a proud girl with bandages all over her body. The strong contrast seemed quite interesting, but Lancer had no intention of watching the show. After all, Leon at this time was just an ordinary girl and had no ability to resist Esteth at all. He was planning to win over Esteth, that was true, but he had no intention of using Leon as a sacrifice. And what made him even more strange was how Esteth had found his house at this time. He was very aware of the size of the imperial capital. Just going around it once would take more than a day or two. At a time like this, a girl who had just arrived here would absolutely not be able to find him in just one day. Is there something you need from me? I've come to challenge you. Well, it was completely within his expectations. He had already guessed that Esteth, the battle fanatic, would not give up easily after losing to him. It was just that the other party had come too early. Okay, but first, answer me one question, how did you find me? Don't tell me you got lucky or found me based on intuition. Although Lancer also had strange intuitions during battles or certain moments, and they were often accurate, it was limited to battles. He didn't think that anyone could find a person based on intuition. That would already be considered prophecy. I found out from a guy who tried to recruit me before. Who was it? I don't know him. He said his name was Honest. Lancer immediately narrowed his eyes, and his heart was filled with shock. Could it be that he had already been targeted by that guy? So that means Esteth was sent by that guy? No. Impossible. This woman's personality was twisted. Even later, when Honest controlled the little emperor and played the game of holding the emperor to order the feudal lords, she showed no sign of submission. Although her strength was still far from his at this time, her personality should be no different. She would absolutely not be content with being the other party's subordinate. Although Lancer didn't say a word, his serious attitude made Esteth, who had not paid much attention, feel a bit curious. Is that person named Honest your enemy? No, he's not. I've only met him a few times. Lancer stopped halfway through his sentence, realizing that there was no need for him to answer the other party's question, so he skipped it. Thank you for the information. It's fine if you want to have a match with me, but you're not in a good condition now. How about you come in and have some dinner first? Dinner? Then thank you very much. Facing Lancer's invitation, Esteth was not at all polite and directly followed behind Lancer and walked into his villa. Chapter 104, Chapter 30, The Conspiracy Begins to Show. Leon felt very unhappy looking at Esteth, who was sitting at the table with a matter-of-fact expression, waiting for dinner to be served. After all, the other party's disdain when she saw the steel collar on her neck before was almost undisguised. Although it had been a few days since she became a slave, she still hadn't gotten used to her current identity. If Lancer hadn't returned in time, she would have probably already started cursing. Leon had been timid and submissive ever since she started following Lancer, but that couldn't change the fact that she had been living in the slums for so many years after her family passed away. In terms of foul language, Esteth, who was only good at fighting, couldn't even compare. But it was also a good thing she didn't curse, otherwise. But compared to Leon, who was constantly glaring at her, Estetha's attention was focused on Tigray, who was walking out of the kitchen with Lancer, carrying a plate of food. It was obvious that even she, the daughter of the most famous dangerous beast hunting tribe in the empire, had never seen such a strange dangerous beast before. But unlike ordinary girls who would be more interested in Tigray's cute appearance and curious about its paw pads, Estetha was more curious about the strength of this strange dangerous beast, because she could actually feel that this strange dangerous beast was giving off a strange aura. It was truly interesting. Estetha's unexpected early visit was a surprise to Lancer, but in reality, it didn't have much of an impact on him, except for their daily matches in the morning. But it was obvious that while Estetha could cause Lancer some trouble at this time, she was still far from being able to defeat him. Bang! The wooden lance struck Estetha's abdomen fiercely, and although she was not knocked down, the 2 furrows she dug into the ground with her feet and the bruises on her crossed arms proved that Lancer's strike was definitely not holding back. "All right, it's time for me to go to the palace. You rest for a bit, and then have Leon help you with the medicine later." Lancer's gaze toward Estetha was a bit complex. After all, he could clearly feel that Estetha's strength was continuously increasing with each battle, and the speed of her progress even surpassed his training speed. "Huff huff, let me rest for a bit first." Although she was extremely stubborn during their battles before and would get up even when she knew she would lose, after a few matches with Lancer, she was able to calmly face her defeat. Of course, this didn't mean that she had become soft. It was simply because she had acknowledged his strength. But her acknowledgement was not respect, it was to continuously improve herself until she could defeat the other party. Looking at Lancer, who was walking toward the bathroom in a vest, Estetha couldn't help but lick her lips. But at this moment, an angry voice came from her ear. "Humph! You idiot can't win against Sir at all." If it had been anyone else, Estetha might have already swung the wooden sword in her right hand at them, but this time, she just showed a mocking smile. "Hee, I told you, I'm not interested in men who are older than me. He's just my prey. But I'm so curious, what does the blood of such a powerful man taste like? Who cares about you? I'm just telling you not to do useless work. Hurry up and put your clothes on. I'm going to put medicine on you." Leon's rough actions made Estetha frown, but she kept a smile on her face. There was no doubt that the strong-willed Estetha would admit defeat in front of Lancer, who was stronger than her, but she would never show even a hint of weakness in front of the weak Leon. "Haha! Great! You are indeed my most perfect creation." The man with glasses looked at the naked body of the man on the operating table with an excited expression. He involuntarily caressed the other party's flesh, but at the same time as he was in a state of rapture, his face also showed a strong sense of loss. His body is exactly the same as that man's, but his combat power is so far behind. I'm so curious. I wonder why that man is like that? But what a pity. As the chief scientist of the Empire's research department, he had great authority. Logically speaking, besides the royal family, there was no corpse that he couldn't get his hands on, but this time, he probably wouldn't succeed, because without a doubt, the other party would probably be turned into charcoal. But just as he was admiring his work with a face full of rapture, bang bang! A sudden knock on the door came, and his expression immediately turned very ugly. "Who is it?" This was Dr. Stylish's private laboratory, and the people who knew about this place were all his close subordinates, and they all knew his habits in the lab. Logically speaking, they shouldn't be disturbing him unless the matter was truly very important, but when he heard the voice outside the door, his expression became very ugly. "Dr. Stylish, Mr. Honest sent me here to ask you about the matter we agreed on before." Whoosh! The laboratory door was yanked open, and Dr. Stylish, whose face was livid, didn't even look at the blonde man who was squatting in front of him and instead looked behind the other party, where there were many people lying unconscious. The person you want is inside. Go get him yourself. Thank you, sir. And the blond man didn't waste any time. He walked straight inside, rolled up the unconscious man in a cloth, and then carried him out. It wasn't until the other party had completely disappeared from his sight that he woke up his subordinates one by one. He knew the other party's purpose. It was undoubtedly to show him a sign of power. The other party's actions could be said to be justifiable, but understanding it didn't mean that he was willing to accept it. One day, I will get you onto my operating table. At that time, I'd like to see if you can still be like this. Ever since he became obsessed with human modification, Dr. Stylish had used his personal authority to modify many people. Some were dead, some were alive, and their strengths varied. But he had never used a Taigu user before. But he also knew that this was just a thought. Although both sides were Taigu users, compared to his gloves, which were more for support than actual combat, the other party's demon sword was a real combat weapon. If he were to start a fight with the other party, his chances of winning were slim, unless he prepared in advance. But after his anger, he looked at the distance with a complex expression. As a researcher, the fact that he was able to get the right to use a Taigu undoubtedly proved his ability and status. Logically speaking, an ordinary person like him, who had no foundation before, should be filled with gratitude toward the other party. In reality, that was the case, but unfortunately, gratitude lost to curiosity. Because his human experiments had been rejected several times and he had even been hinted at not to do similar experiments anymore, he had to do this if he wanted to continue his experiments in the Empire. In the end, he closed the door of his laboratory again with a complex expression. No matter what, the rest was up to that man's operations. Chapter 105, Chapter 31 and 32. Ever since the assassination a year ago, the Emperor has also learned to be smart. No matter where he goes, there is a group of Imperial Guards following him, and he has a dedicated personal guard in the palace. He goes out very rarely, and every time he does, he lets Budo provide protection. And this time, Lancer. This time I will be protecting the Emperor personally, so if any villain dares to attack the Emperor's carriage, you must punish them all. Yes. Although Lancer really wanted to say, Honest might make a move at any time, it's better to be careful, but he couldn't provide any evidence, so it would be meaningless to say it. Besides, the Emperor's trip this time was not just for fun, he was touring the whole country, which could also be understood as declaring his sovereignty over the Empire. Generally, such events, except for the one when he first ascended the throne, happen every 5 years. It's impossible to postpone or cancel it because of Lancer's baseless suggestion. This is also the largest event for the Imperial Guards. As the Ace Legion guarding the Imperial capital, the average strength of the Imperial Guards can be said to be the strongest in the Empire. However, the Imperial capital has not experienced combat for hundreds of years, and it is fortunate that Budo family is in charge of the Imperial Guards, otherwise this army would have long been corrupt. At this time, Lancer served as the vanguard of the team, responsible for leading about 1/10 of the Imperial Guard soldiers to clear the way ahead. But in fact, this task is not very difficult. After all, everyone is already familiar with the Emperor's tour. When the time is almost right, the local governors, no matter what they usually do, will at least step up their efforts to rectify the situation at this time. And any bandit organizations with some connections will also restrain themselves during this period, because even if they have no respect for the so-called Emperor of the Empire, the strongest man in the Empire will also be in this team, and no one will seek death. So generally, Lancer and his team would at most encounter some ordinary bandits. What would be the fate of such scum when they meet the most elite soldiers of the Empire? Without a doubt, they would be crushed to powder. Clean up the battlefield. The Emperor's carriage will be here soon. Don't let the Emperor's eyes be soiled by these filthy things. Yes. If at first, when Lancer was transferred back to the Imperial Guards, most people didn't have a real sense of his strength. Then during this tour, they finally saw Lancer's strength in a real sense. Although every time he commanded them to mainly surround these bandits and let him solve the problem, it inevitably gave a sense of show of force, his strength was real. Almost no battle would last more than 10 minutes. Even the bandit group of over 100 people in front of them, whose numbers were not much different from their own, did not delay Lancer for too long. When Lancer fiercely swung his long spear away, the corpse of the bandit leader fell to the side, and his expression of not being able to rest in peace made people feel a chill. However, Lancer, who had folded his spear, frowned as he watched the soldiers under him clean up the battlefield. Something is not right. It's too abnormal. Although they had already left the radiation range of the imperial capital, it shouldn't be possible to have so many bandits along the way, right? According to Budo, before the current emperor ascended the throne and before he inherited his father's position, he served as the vanguard officer. The most frequent he ever encountered was only 2 battles in one day, but what about him now? It wasn't even noon yet, and this was already the 3rd wave of people. He did suspect that these people were being manipulated, but the reaction of the bandit leader before he died didn't look like it no matter how you looked at it. If this was just a simple feeling of doubt, then the feeling of being spied on that started a few days ago made him feel a chill all the time. What on earth is going on? Captain! The battlefield has been cleaned up. Okay, then we'll get ready to leave. Has the person who went back to report not returned yet? Not yet, but he should be back soon. Lancer nodded to his subordinate's report and didn't say much more. Although the person responsible for reporting, or rather the messenger between the two sides, was an expert with a speed-type imperial arms, it was possible that he was delayed on Budo's side. This was not unheard of, so he simply ordered the others to continue to rest. But Lancer, who was resting with his arms crossed, suddenly opened his eyes. No. This is very wrong. The time is too long. Although he hadn't been with Budo for a long time, the other party's rigid personality was like a business card. Even if he had something to do, Budo would not drag it on for so long. He would definitely send someone to report in advance. The whole army, move out. Crash. Following Lancer command, the Imperial Guard soldiers who were resting, squatting, or leaning against trees, all stood up straight. Turn around. Return to the main force. With Lancer order, everyone turned around and mounted their horses. Lancer, riding on his warhorse, was at the front of the team. The closer he got to the main force, the deeper his ominous premonition became. Logically, with Budo protecting the Emperor's side, everything should be foolproof, but why was he so uneasy? Suddenly. Not good. Stop. As soon as Lancer's voice fell, strange light spots suddenly appeared at the front of the team, including him. Boom! Accompanied by a huge explosion, a full 10 square meters of land instantly exploded, and the remains of countless soldiers and horses fell everywhere. Boom! The huge explosion in the distance made the Emperor sitting in the carriage frown. Budo, what happened ahead? Did Lancer and his team encounter a difficult opponent? Your Majesty, it should not be. Based on the estimated range of the explosion, it's not far from us. It shouldn't be Lancer team, and the messenger hasn't arrived either. The situation is unclear, I will send someone to investigate. Although the sudden explosion was indeed unsettling, thinking that his closest friend and the strongest man in the Empire was by his side, he put his worried heart back. Undoubtedly, the convoy had stopped moving when the explosion sounded. When Budo walked out of the carriage, everyone subconsciously straightened their bodies. Have the 3rd Cavalry Squad go and find out what happened. Yes. A squad wearing leather armor instead of iron armor received the order and immediately mounted their horses and rushed forward. Budo himself stood by the carriage with his arms crossed, personally guarding it. Time passed, and everyone around them raised their guard to the highest level, until... Clatter clatter! Accompanied by a series of urgent hoofbeats, 2 fast horses had arrived. The soldier on the horse in front pulled the reins to slow down the horse when he was still some distance away from Budo, and he himself jumped off and knelt on one knee. "General! Our vanguard was attacked. Captain Lancer is seriously injured." The first reaction Budo had when he heard his subordinate's report was disbelief. After all, he knew this subordinate of his very well. The other party's strength was beyond doubt, and his imperial arms was a defensive one. Logically, even he couldn't easily kill him. "Great General, please be careful. This time, the attackers, there were several imperial arms users. Although we found them in advance, we were outnumbered." Cough, cough. Seeing the bruises on the ground and smelling the familiar smell of blood, his expression was extremely ugly. Although he had suspected before that this Lancer was a fake, he looked like the real person no matter how you looked at him, especially the armor he was wearing, which he was very familiar with. Even the scratches on it were exactly the same. "You go get treated first, I already know the situation. Those thugs will not be able to harm the Emperor." In the eyes of others, Budo crouching down was to check Lancer injuries, but in fact, it was. Budo wanted to see how badly the person in front of him was injured. Although it was just a casual touch, the other person's right arm was broken, and several ribs were fractured. It also seemed like he had serious internal injuries, and most of the wounds on his body were burns and scratches, but only the chest had traces of a blunt force attack. "Budo, what happened?" "Your Majesty, our vanguard was ambushed by the enemy. Please stay in the carriage for now. The thugs might be hiding in the surroundings, so please be careful." The Empire's reliance on standing for 1,000 years was the 48 imperial arms left by the founding emperor. However, as 1,000 years passed, many of these imperial arms were destroyed in battles, and some even fell into the hands of civilians or criminals. Although Budo was confident that he could defeat all enemies, it was not easy to protect the emperor. As long as the other party was inside this carriage-shaped imperial arm, he could be a little more at ease. And at this moment, another sound of horse hooves came from a distance, and from the sound, it seemed like there were quite a few people. According to the cavalry squad earlier, they continued to move forward to the location where Lancer and his team were attacked, which was the explosion site. Logically, they shouldn't be back so soon, which means the comers are not friendly. Budo's serious expression immediately narrowed his eyes. And the Imperial Guard soldiers around them had long since raised their spears and drawn their swords, and took up a defensive posture. But before they could make a move, Budo, who was standing in the center of the crowd, suddenly raised his hands. Crack! Accompanied by a series of cracking sounds, countless electric sparks shot up into the air with him as the center. Everyone was startled by Budo's strange movements, but the Imperial Guards trusted Budo completely. They believed that Budo would never shoot without a target. Just a few seconds later, with a huge roar, a giant creature fell into the middle of the formation. From the charred body of the creature, it was clear that it was Budo's target. But under this exaggerated injury, which would be fatal to an ordinary person, the creature just shook its head, and then roared and rushed towards Budo again. But Budo just extended his right hand towards the monster with muscles all over its body and a bright red color, and his left hand was aimed at the ground. Ha! Accompanied by a low shout, the giant beast was instantly pushed away by the rampaging lightning, and the ground beneath everyone's feet shook violently. Snap! Accompanied by countless crushed stones, a huge tentacle emerged from the ground, but it didn't move for a few times before it lost its breath. There was no doubt that it was dead, killed by Budo lightning. "Do you think 2 Imperial Arms users can deal with me? It seems I am really underestimated." Budo had felt strange before. Why did that group of attackers rush over so openly, and what made him even more strange was that according to Lancer, he was seriously injured after being surrounded by several Imperial Arms users, but there were no Imperial Arms users among the cavalry squad in the distance, so he had a trick up his sleeve. He didn't expect the enemy to attack from the air and the ground. "You damned bastard!" And at this moment, a familiar roar made Budo subconsciously turn his head and then saw Lancer, holding a long spear and covered in blood, rushing over with a gnashing of teeth. There was no doubt that when a person sees a group of people who killed his comrades, he would feel extremely angry. But Budo always felt that something was not right. Wait! The spear in Lancer hand was not the cavalry spear he usually used? Did he lose it during the previous battle? Or was it because he couldn't use the cavalry spear due to his current injuries? No. When Lancer really rushed to his side, he realized that the Lancer at this time was acting rationally, but he was not the same as the Lancer he knew. Could it be? Without time to think, Budo quickly clenched his fists together, and countless jumping electric sparks appeared between his fists. As soon as these electric sparks appeared, they shot towards Lancer behind him. Ah! In the incredible eyes of everyone, Lancer let out a wail, but everyone saw the Lancer in the electric light revealing a mocking smile, and then the electric light that shot towards Lancer was redirected to the side. Bang! And he himself pulled open the car door and thrust his long spear towards the Emperor, who had an incredulous expression on his face. "Get out of the way!" Although he didn't know how the other party managed to disable his imperial arms, after realizing something was wrong, he desperately rushed towards the carriage. At the same time, he snatched a sword from a nearby guard and threw it fiercely towards Lancer. But at this moment, a strange opening appeared beside Lancer, and the long sword fell directly into the opening. "Quick, go!" A man in a cloak appeared beside Lancer at some point. "Die for me!" If the usual Budo always had a straight face like a robot, then the Budo with his hair and beard bristling with anger was like a raging lion. Countless electric sparks surrounded his body. He made a mistake. He not only misjudged his opponent, but this time, he was not attacked by 2 but 3 Imperial Arms users, and what he didn't expect was that Lancer would be one of the traitors. He didn't know what the other party did, but he knew that the person he swore to protect for his entire life was probably in a bad situation at this time. Although it was extremely rushed, Budo, who was attacking in a fit of rage, was completely wrapped in electric light. A silver snake made of lightning instantly attacked the Imperial Arms user. But unfortunately, he did not see the enemy's outcome, because both the Imperial Arms user of unknown identity and Lancer had disappeared. Budo, who no longer cared about anything else, pulled open the carriage door and saw the Emperor lying in a pool of blood, his life and death unknown, and the long spear that Lancer had used earlier was stuck in his palm. And at this time, the Emperor was slumped in the carriage, and his purplish-blue lips proved that he was deeply poisoned. Bastard! Bang! Budo, as the strongest in the Empire, was already able to command his Imperial Arms as if it were his own arm, but at this time, he was so angry that he unconsciously activated the Imperial Arms on his body, and the soil and stones on the ground under his feet instantly turned into powder. Stop! But at this moment, a fierce shout made Budo subconsciously turn his head, because he felt something. At this time, countless Imperial Guard soldiers were holding long swords and long spears aimed at the outside of the temporary camp, and outside was Lancer, who was bare-chested and only wrapped in a cloak, and more than 10 other members of the vanguard team who were also injured. The moment he saw Lancer, he almost couldn't control his anger, but his reason told him that the person in front of him should not be the same person who attacked the Emperor before. It was not only because the Lancer at this time, although also looked tired, did not have many injuries, and he was also wearing his Imperial Arms. The most crucial point was that the more than 10 Imperial Guard soldiers following Lancer also had a bewildered look on their faces. But even if he knew that the Lancer in front of him was real, he still couldn't trust Lancer. Arrest them! After saying that, he looked to the side. Have the army physician come over. He had no time to deal with Lancer problem now. Everything was to prioritize the Emperor's comfort. And the dozen or so members of the vanguard, including Lancer, had bewildered expressions on their faces. They had gone through so much trouble to get here, why were they being arrested? Chapter 106, Chapter 33, Meow. Meow meow. Hey! Don't block me! Not only was the camp attacked by Imperial Arms users, but Lancer's side was no exception. An assault team consisting of 1 Imperial Arms user, 3 Imperial Arms users, and dozens of bandits was easy to deal with, but the only thing to be thankful for was that the enemy had indeed underestimated him. Except for the last Imperial Arms user who used himself as a trap to self-destruct and almost destroyed all of his armor, he himself did not suffer too much damage. But the subsequent events made Lancer feel bad. The Imperial Arms user choosing to commit suicide could be attributed to the inevitable death of one side in a battle between Imperial Arms users that Lancer thought was just an exaggeration, but all 3 of the guys who used Imperial Arms preferred to die rather than be captured, and the bandits were hired and didn't even know who they were attacking. Everything gave off a scent of conspiracy. On the way back to the main force, Lancer, who had ordered the less injured people to return with him, encountered a second wave of attackers. And the second wave of attackers made Lancer feel even stranger. Most of them didn't seem strong, but they had physical fitness far beyond normal people, but they didn't have the corresponding combat ability. But at this moment, the thunder in the distance made the ominous premonition in Lancer's mind grow stronger, but at this time, those strange guys became even more frantic, completely using their lives to stall for time. Lancer, who couldn't care about so much anymore, simply used weapon overload again. The final result was that these guys whose physical strength was not inferior to danger beasts were all killed by Lancer, but his cavalry spear also turned into fragments as the battle ended. Lancer, who originally didn't want to expose his proficiency with the spear, also had to pick up a spear from the ground. After all, being able to summon a weapon box was even more incredible than using a spear. The constant cracking sounds along the way made Lancer brows furrow deeper, and then, he and the others were escorted by a group of people with spears. This abnormal state made Lancer feel incredible, but looking at Budo, who was almost out of control in front of the carriage, Lancer knew that the thing he least wanted to see had probably happened. You can't. You're telling me you can't? What do you think the Emperor is raising you for, don't you know? Great General. It's not that I can't do it. It's, the medicine wasn't brought. Why didn't you bring it? This, one of the antidotes is poisonous, and it was picked out before we left. Budo, who was still fuming with anger, was instantly stunned, because the order to leave several poisonous medicines behind was given by him, in order to eliminate all factors that could threaten the Emperor's life, but now. Damn it! Tell me where it is. I'll send people to get it. The pharmacies in the city should all have it, but I'm afraid you must be quick, Great General. This poison is not a potent poison, but the damage it does to the body is permanent. If it's delayed for too long, even if the poison is eventually cured, the Emperor will. Should I say that bad news came one after another? This time, the assassins had clearly calculated everything, including him. Write down the name of the medicine. Budo directly ordered all the cavalry squads under him to set off together. After all, if too few people were sent, they might be ambushed by those assassins, and even the other 2 Imperial Arms users in the team were sent out together, just to be foolproof. It wasn't until this moment that Budo had Lancer and his team brought over. The Emperor was attacked by villains, and that person looks exactly like you, Lancer. Do you have anything to say? I am not the attacker. Facing the intimidating Budo at this time, Lancer didn't know what to say besides this dry sentence, because he knew that no matter what he said, the other party wouldn't believe him, unless the Emperor could wake up. Wait. Wake up. Great General Budo, I don't know if I can help the Emperor, but can you let me try? Lancer had been working under Budo for more than a year, but Budo had never heard of Lancer having a similar ability, and Lancer's current situation was very delicate. But the Emperor's situation was also very bad. First, tell me what you plan to do. I once met a companion when I was hunting danger beasts. Is it the cat-shaped danger beast that your family cooks with? Budo words interrupted Lancer's sentence, but he still nodded. That's right. It can play a strange kind of music that can enhance human recovery. Although I don't know if it will help with the Emperor's treatment, it shouldn't have any side effects. If Lancer had planned to do something to the Emperor with his own hands or make him take some medicine, Budo would have immediately refused, because it was too dangerous. The methods used by the assassins this time were simply vicious, but he could let him try this. If Lancer and that danger beast dared to do anything. Budo's eyes were filled with killing intent. There was no doubt that the Emperor's attack this time had caused his reason to gradually approach collapse. You can try it, but if you do anything out of line, I will accept whatever punishment the general decides. Budo nodded after hearing Lancer's statement. After taking out the horn flute from his arms, Lancer took a deep breath before blowing it. Although the sound of the flute was not loud, the sense of vicissitude made people realize that the flute in Lancer's hand was definitely not an ordinary item. However, Budo was not in the mood for the flute. He only cared about one thing right now. Rustle rustle. And at this moment, the bushes next to them shook, and the already nervous Imperial guards subconsciously raised their weapons. Meow. Tiger, who was summoned and habitually wanted to act cute towards Lancer, opened his eyes and saw a forest of swords and knives, and was instantly bewildered. He looked at Lancer with an incredulous expression, as if asking him what he meant. Tiger, a friend of mine is injured. Meow. Lancer only said half of his sentence before the other party took down the hunting horn on his back. There was no doubt that as good partners of humans, they were one of the kindest races in the world. Of course, those in the wild didn't count, and Tiger naturally wouldn't say much when he heard that someone needed help. After sniffing his nose, he quickly found his target. He trotted over with the hunting horn in his arms, but at the carriage door, he just happened to meet the grim-faced Budo. Meow. Meow meow. Tiger, who was poking Budo pants with his paw, meant to tell Budo to move aside. Budo, after taking a look at Tiger, also moved aside, but the weapon in his hand remained unsheathed. There was no doubt that once Tiger wanted to do something, he would not hesitate to act. But unfortunately, Tiger didn't care about Budo. He raised the hunting horn and played the recovery melody without hesitation. Immediately, a sound different from the horn flute came from the hunting horn in his hand. Chapter 107, Chapter 34, The Laughable Solution. I have to say, the scene at this moment was a bit comical. A cat wearing only the upper half of its armor and a chef's hat was holding a strange flute in its hands and hopping around, while next to it was a poisoned emperor. It gave people a sense of postmodern absurdity. If it were in normal times, if someone dared to do such a thing next to his respected emperor, Budo would definitely smash the other party's head with a punch. But at this time, he was looking at the physician half-squatting next to the emperor with slightly trembling lips. At this time, the grey-haired physician was looking at the hopping tiger with a surprised expression. Can it be cured? This? I'm not sure. Budo's eyes widened when he heard the physician's words, and the physician also seemed to know that Budo's situation was not right at this time. Under the threat of death, he didn't stutter anymore. Although the emperor's symptoms have not improved, they have at least not worsened, so it should be useful. Budo was also relieved to hear that the symptoms had been relieved. The man, who was like an iron tower, shook as if his bones had been removed, but then he held on to the car door and stood up straight again. Although the emperor's situation had been relieved, he was not cured yet, so it was too early to be happy. When the emperor opened his eyes, his expression was a bit confused. For a moment, he didn't even react to what had happened, but at this moment, he saw an orange cat sitting on the chair of his carriage, wearing a chef's hat and panting. Your Majesty! At this moment, Budo's familiar voice came from outside the carriage. The emperor, who stood up with the help of the physician, looked at the majority of the Imperial Guard members kneeling outside the carriage and the somewhat pitted ground. He finally remembered something, especially Lancer, who was wearing a cloak and being pointed at by a group of people with spears. "Have that assassin arrested." Although his voice was still weak when he spoke, at least from his angry expression, it could be seen that the other party was now conscious. "Your Majesty. The situation regarding Lancer is a bit special." The Emperor's eyes widened and he looked at Budo incredulously, as if he was surprised that he would object to his opinion, and Lancer was the one who had assassinated him earlier. But Budo simply explained his guess and the role that Lancer and his companion played in the treatment just now. Suddenly, the Emperor, who was previously fuming with anger, calmed down again. "First, have him escorted away." Although his words were similar to before, compared to the angry tone, he seemed more listless at this time. As he waved his right hand, Lancer and his team were also escorted away by the others. There was no doubt that the Emperor at this time had realized that the Lancer in front of him was not the assassin, but as the Emperor of the Empire and the highest leader of the country, it was impossible for him to admit his mistake, so he simply chose to handle it coldly. No matter what, they would talk about it after they reached the next territory. The main force, which had stayed in the same place for nearly 6 hours, set off again, and another team was dispatched from the Imperial Guards to scout ahead. As for the original team members, including Lancer, they were under surveillance, but judging from the reactions of the others around them, there was at least no problem for the time being. Lancer, who was being held in a separate carriage, was actually not worried. After all, although he was being held, even his imperial arms was not taken away, which clearly meant it was just a show, and he should be released after the matter was cleared up. But Lancer, leaning against the carriage, was thinking about one thing: who did it? His first target of suspicion was naturally Honest. Although there was no evidence, Lancer intuition told him it was the other party. But the problem was, how could he prove it? The bandit groups were all hired, and they didn't even know who they were working for. As for the Imperial Arms users and Imperial Arms users, they were all fanatics who had already committed suicide before being captured, so now there were living people who knew nothing, and those who knew had all turned into corpses. During this time, Budo also came to him to ask about the characteristics of the assassin, but Lancer couldn't say anything. Instead, he learned from the other party's words that the Imperial arms used by the enemy. One of them should be dimensional square Shangri-La, the other should be some kind of biological Imperial arms, and there was also a summoning type Imperial arms. "We've arrived." And just as Lancer was leaning against the carriage with a blade of grass in his mouth and staring blankly outside the curtain, the carriage suddenly stopped. Then, a colleague from the Imperial Guards knocked on the iron bars to remind Lancer that they had arrived at their destination. The destination was actually a governor's mansion. Although the poison had been cured before, and thanks to Tiger's help, there were no after effects, the physical weakness was unavoidable, so they simply sped up and went directly to the nearest governor's house. But when the iron gate was opened, he saw the main force escorting the emperor into the lord's mansion in an orderly manner. At the same time, Budo also gestured for Lancer to come over. Lancer, who was summoned by the other party, had a bewildered expression. He had been given the cold shoulder for almost a day. Had they finally decided on a solution for him? What was the solution? It was very simple. Summon Tiger every day to accompany the emperor for a while. That's right, that's it. When Lancer heard Budo say he wanted Tiger, he was stunned. But maybe he felt a bit embarrassed about doing so, Budo explained further. It turned out that the emperor didn't want to take Tiger. After all, according to the physician, Tiger's role was not as big as he had imagined. The emperor wanted to reward Tiger more. The final result was that the emperor had a subtle tendency to become a cat lover, and when Tiger came back to act cute towards him after dinner, he found that Tiger had gained at least several pounds. As for his own problem, which he was most concerned about, You have rendered meritorious service in protecting the Emperor, so what kind of solution is there for you? It was just to confirm your identity before. He didn't know if it was because of the struggle he had with Lancer to get the cat before, but his tone was much heavier when he said those words. Of course, these words were just to brush off Lancer. The real reason was that the Imperial Guards had found the body of Lancer outside their station, and with the body was a destroyed Imperial arm. Although he didn't know what the function of that Imperial arm was, he could be sure that it was with this thing that Budo's first attack was resisted. But why did he die later? Was it due to a flaw in the Imperial arm, or was it to protect the Imperial arm's user who could teleport? He didn't know, and the next step was the key to the investigation. Chapter 108, Chapter 35, Nagging Lancer. Considering that the enemy had an Imperial arms that could teleport, Budo directly provided close protection, while Lancer was reinstated and was in charge of the outer perimeter of the governor's mansion. The main reason he didn't continue to serve as an inner guard was that he probably couldn't for the time being. After all, his weapon had been completely turned into fragments in the previous series of battles. As a soldier of the Empire, Lancer battle losses were naturally paid for by the Empire, but his weapon was too special, especially the folding mechanism of the cavalry spear was the biggest secret of its portability. It was extremely tedious to manufacture, and there was no possibility of widespread promotion, so no one learned it. So he simply went back to his old job hunting. Although that shield crab spear was made from the materials of the shield crab from the MH world, the cavalry spear manufacturing manual he owned was not limited to the monster materials from the MH world. Bang! Accompanied by a huge impact sound, the mountain-like corpse of a danger beast was directly thrown to the ground by Lancer. But at this moment, accompanied by a series of exclamations, a group of children in cloth clothes rushed over from the side. Wow wow wow, Jack is back! In the children's cheers, Jack, who was originally standing next to the danger beast with his arms crossed and trying to look cool, trembled violently. At the same time, he looked at Lancer, who was bare-chested next to him, with an incomparably desperate look. But unfortunately, his partner betrayed him and made a fend-for-yourself expression to him. Jack! Let me touch your paw pads! Jack! I want to touch your tail! Jack! Belly! Belly! In the children's cheers, Jack was completely defeated and was pushed down by a group of Lolas and Shota. With a desperate face, he turned his head and saw Aru in a similar situation as himself. Meow! You're here too! Although Lancer couldn't understand the language of the cat people, the meow was full of vicissitudes. Meow meow, you'll get used to it. Meow meow. Meow meow. Aru! You bastard! You're not worthy of being a warrior of the cat people. Meow meow. Tisk, didn't you also eat the dried fish that the children brought? Looking at Jack and Aru lying on the ground, Lancer couldn't help but smile knowingly. He had felt that Jack was a tsundere before, and now it seemed to be the case. At first, every time a child surrounded him, he would run away, but after seeing a group of children with disappointed expressions, he accidentally fell from a tree. Now, he didn't even dare to resist, which made him want to laugh out loud. But he was so envious. He had only touched the paw pads. Mr. Lancer, you and Jack came back so early today. And just as Lancer was looking at Jack with a pleasurable expression, a gentle voice from behind made him freeze for a moment. Mr. Lan? Are you watching these children today? Yes, after all, she has something to do today. Lan, who was standing next to Lancer, looked at Jack and Aru, who were playing with the children, with a gentle expression, but then he shook his head and returned to normal. After all, his job today was to look after these children, not to indulge in his own fantasies. By the way, Mr. Lancer, have you collected the materials you mentioned earlier today? Yes, they are all basically complete. Oh, by the way, I heard that there's a clown in the neighboring country who specializes in attacking children. You'd better be careful too. Lancer words made Lan sigh. It wasn't that he thought Lancer was cursing them, after all, he could tell what a person was like when they were serious. There was no doubt that Lancer was saying this out of genuine concern, but having to listen to it almost every day still made him feel a little annoyed. And looking at Lan's helpless face, Lancer didn't know how to persuade him. He couldn't possibly say to him maybe in the next few years, that guy will come, and he will kill all the children you cherish, right? Not to mention that he couldn't provide any evidence. If he said something so outrageous without any warning, the other party probably wouldn't talk to him again, right? Lancer never thought that he could change everything, because he was still too weak to even dare to assassinate Honest. Not to mention whether his strength could kill the other party, the impact of killing the other party alone would be enough to make him live in fear for the rest of his life. After all, although Honest was not a minister at this time, he was one of the few most powerful civil officials in the empire. Once the other party was killed, he would be at least wanted nationwide, and with Budo knowing his strength, he would probably have to experience the power of an assassination squad of all Imperial arms users. But even if he had no way to deal with Honest for the time being, he hoped that he could do his part for Lan's matter. After all, looking at the innocent and pure smiles of those children, even his tense nerves would unconsciously relax a little. Perhaps Lancer's life was very relaxed now, but in reality, because of the Emperor's attack, the entire empire had entered a very exaggerated state. The Imperial Guards stationed in the Imperial capital had almost entered a state of war, and the territories of several nobles near the attack site were immediately listed as objects of investigation. It could be said that the entire empire was in a state of panic, but unfortunately, even so, the Imperial Guards still haven't found the mastermind behind it. So what about the real mastermind now? Mr. Honest, is this the guarantee you gave me? Dr. Stylish felt that he was going crazy at this time, especially when the Imperial Guards came to his door. He was almost scared to pee his pants. Fortunately, in the end, the other party only asked him to help investigate and confirm the condition of the corpse. Is there a need to investigate? The man who looked very similar to Lancer was the result of his Imperial arms modifications. But could he say that? If he said it, he would be dead for sure. After all, his Imperial arms did not have strong combat capabilities, but were more reflected in the precise manipulation of scientific research. Once the Imperial Guards found any flaws, his end would probably be to die in a dirty alley after leaving home one day, with no one caring. Calm down, Dr. Stylish. This time, everyone who knew the information is dead or has escaped. It's impossible for them to get any information, so no one will think that it was us. What's more, hasn't the biggest flaw already been sent to you? Just find a random reason to fool those guys from the Imperial Guards, wouldn't that be enough? Maybe you can lead them down the wrong path. Compared to the other's nervousness, Honest was very calm. Unlike his rough appearance, Honest was a very cautious person, always prepared for the unexpected. It would be best if this operation succeeded, but even if it failed, it would definitely not be linked back to him. He didn't believe that anyone would suspect him, a person who seemed to have nothing to do with this matter. Chapter 109, Chapter 36, Returning to the City. Although with his preparations, he should be fine, Honest was indeed a bit upset. After all, he had prepared a series of backups before, but now that the initial move had failed, no matter how many backups he prepared, he had no chance to use them, which made him feel very frustrated. And the biggest problem in this plan was that they had underestimated Lancer. Under the sneak attack of an Imperial arms user, they actually failed to kill the other party. And according to the original plan, even if they couldn't kill Lancer, they would stall him, and it would be best to make Lancer appear in the camp at a suitable time and then be killed directly by Budo. In other words, if Lancer was killed, everything would be fine, and the impersonator would be killed by Budo. If Lancer wasn't that easy to kill, they would stall him and have him killed by Budo. Of course, the reason for designing Lancer this way was not because he had a personal grudge with the other party, but because Lancer was the most suitable. A person without any foundation in the imperial capital was the easiest to bribe, and this was the most logical situation. After all, others wouldn't be bribed so easily. If he did this, even if the emperor didn't die on the spot, Budo would manage the army more strictly because of this incident. His incomprehensible family motto, "The army is absolutely not allowed to interfere in imperial politics," would probably be implemented even more strictly, and the army system would even completely become a royal puppet, and he would only need to control the next emperor to indirectly control Budo and the entire army of the empire. But this plan actually had a problem in the very first step. Not only because Lancer's strength led to the imperial arms user who was supposed to intercept or kill him being stuck, so not to mention controlling the time or killing him, even the unsolvable poison was delayed for some unknown reason. He had used a lot of his power for this plan. His fanatical followers, and the 4 imperial arms users and several imperial arms users he had recruited and controlled. If using his own things was just a heartache, then because of the mission failure, there were also many unstable factors, such as Drive Stylish and Bill, and what was even more troublesome was that he couldn't easily deal with these two. Although Dr. Stylish in front of him was an Imperial Arms user, he himself did not have much combat experience. Even he could directly crush the other party's neck, but the problem was Bill, the man who controlled the Empire's assassination squad. He could guarantee that after learning that his plan had failed, the other party had immediately distanced himself from him. The fact that Lancer had protected his subordinate Imperial Arms user had already made him feel strange. Now that he thought about it, the other party was probably trying to silence him, and what was even more crucial was that he couldn't find a reason to trouble the other party now. I'm afraid that if he asks to meet the other party again in the future, the other party will be even more cautious, right? This guy. Although he had a smile on his face, Dr. Stylish couldn't help but shiver, because Honest had a smile on his face at this time, but he didn't have a hint of a smile. He even regretted why he came to find the other party. Don't worry, Dr. Stylish, there won't be any problems. Although he said the same thing as before, Dr. Stylish could only sit on the sofa with a dejected expression this time. He really regretted it now. He had collaborated with the other party as if he were possessed in order to get a better experimental environment and materials. Now it seemed like that was a truly infuriatingly stupid decision. After more than 2 months, the emperor who had been away returned to the imperial capital. The crowd gathered on both sides of the main road to welcome him. Everything looked no different from before, but the nobles of the empire were all trembling with fear, because the emperor with a smiling face sitting in the carriage now looked no different from a demon to them. Indeed, the other party was called a wise king, but the key to this word was not just wise, but also included king. And how could a qualified king be a kind-hearted person? They didn't know who was so bold as to attack the emperor this time, but more than a year ago, a governor and several nobles were dealt with by this emperor at the first opportunity. They could not care who planned this assassination, but they had to worry about whether this emperor would take the opportunity to act against them or their families. Some people even maliciously speculated in private whether this was a self-directed and self-performed act by the emperor, but when they saw Budo, who was riding on a warhorse and closely following the emperor's carriage, they subconsciously lowered their heads. If there were still people who were suspicious before, then now, seeing Budo, who was dignified without being angry and constantly scanning his surroundings, they felt that maybe the rumor was true, the emperor was almost killed in this assassination. If it was just someone might be unlucky before, then now it was probably someone is really going to be unlucky. Even if the mastermind couldn't be found, the other party would probably find a few people he didn't like. However, everyone's eyes were on the great General Budo and the emperor at the very front, and they didn't notice that this team had lost quite a few people compared to when they set off. After becoming a slave, Leon was in a state of anxiety for a while, but after getting along with Lancer for a while, she felt that life like this was actually not bad. She didn't have to worry about mysteriously disappearing one day if she made a mistake. She didn't have to cut her hair and pretend to be a boy for her safety. She didn't have to worry about tomorrow's food. Of course, the most crucial thing was that although she was a slave, she was actually doing the work of a maid. Because the kitchen work was left to Tiger, her work was only cleaning the room and washing Lancer clothes. Sometimes, when she saw Tiger being held in Lancer arms, she would have a strange feeling. She felt it should be jealousy, but the food Tiger made was really delicious. This made her feel very conflicted. But recently, Lancer had been away on a business trip, and she had become even more bored. Besides her usual daily cleaning, she didn't even know what to do. I wonder when the master will be back. Leon, with a bag of kitchen garbage that had accumulated for a few days, staggered out of the back door. Ah! Sorry. Because her mind was full of thoughts about Lancer, Leon didn't notice that someone was bumping into her around the corner. She immediately apologized the moment she bumped into the other person. Normally, the matter should have been resolved, but... Hey! Are you, a slave, trying to leave? Accompanied by a somewhat arrogant voice, a white-haired man grabbed Leon's wrist, and the bag in her hand naturally fell to the ground. Smelling the pungent smell of the garbage, the man couldn't help but frown, but when he saw Leon, a playful expression appeared on his face. I thought you were some trash because of your bad figure, but I didn't expect you to have a pretty face. Leon immediately had a bad premonition seeing the other party's slightly mocking expression. Chapter 110, Chapter 37, Stop! Or I'll kill her. You do what you want. What? Why didn't Lancer recognize Leon at first? It was very simple, because when Lancer saw Leon, she was wearing a shabby cloak, had short hair, and her face was a bit dirty. Also, due to malnutrition and her deliberately using a chest binder, Lancer didn't even realize she was a woman. But it had been almost 2 months since Leon was bought by Lancer. Her tomboy-like hair had also grown out, and its current length was enough to not be mistaken for a man anymore. Coupled with her good foundation, she looked full of girlish vitality. But at this time, looking at the silver-haired man's familiar smile, Leon had a bad premonition. Let go of me. My master is a colonel of the Imperial Guards. Oh ho, a colonel. Leon originally thought that by bringing up Lancer's name, the other party would let her go. After all, the name of the Imperial Guards was very useful in the Imperial capital, especially colonel-level members of the Imperial Guards could be said to be elites among the Imperial Guards, either powerful experts or generals who were good at leading troops. Although because of Budo the army is not allowed to interfere in politics, the Imperial Guards did not have much influence, but once they set their eyes on you. So even those nobles didn't dare to casually mess with the Imperial Guards. After all, it was precisely because this group of people had no power that they were more favored and trusted by the Emperor. But what Leon didn't expect was that this foolproof trick had failed this time. The other party had no reaction to her words at all, and even put on a playful expression. So what if your master is a colonel? Are you saying he'll come looking for trouble for a slave? Maybe after he knows my identity, he'll even happily give you to me. Although Leon was much better than before, she was only a little above average. But perhaps because she had been eating well recently, Shira suddenly wanted to taste something ordinary. And what he said before was not all threats to Leon. Because of his father's reason, he was a bully in the countryside when he was a governor. It wasn't until he came to the imperial capital recently that he learned what good stuff really was. And the most crucial thing was that those women didn't dare to disobey him at all. The sight of them clearly hating him but having to pretend to be flattering satisfied his increasingly twisted psychology. Shira, who was gradually entering a period of listlessness, looked at Leon, whose right hand was being held by him, wanting to resist but unable to resist, and suddenly had a feeling of returning to his original heart. When was that? It seemed to be more than 10 years ago, right? When he was a teenager, he first became curious about a woman's body and then laid his hands on a maid at home. At that time, the other party had a similar expression, an expression of wanting to resist but being unable to resist. I'll let you experience even better techniques than your master, trust me, you'll become obsessed with me after all, women are born to be conquered. Clang! Shira was only halfway through his sentence when a sound of weapons clashing suddenly came from his ears. At the same time, a bare-chested man appeared next to Shira and Leon at some point, and a short sword was stuck on the ground at their feet. Shira himself had been practicing at the Royal Fist Temple since he was a child. Although he only practiced 3 days a week and took 2 days off, with his talent far exceeding others and Honest's demands, he still had strength far exceeding his peers. The reason why he was so weak today was because he had just been to the homes of 2 nobles. The thought that he had almost died under that short sword just now made his entire face contort. Who dares to plot against me? And facing Shira's roar, a blue-haired girl walked out of the alley on the other side. I was originally going to see what this guy would turn into in the end, but you are very arrogant. That's right. It was Esteth. She had learned from a passerby that the imperial guards had already escorted the emperor back to the imperial capital, so it was no surprise that Lancer would also be back soon. So Esteth arrived at Lancer Villa in advance, and her purpose was self-evident. It had been more than a month, almost 2 months, since she had fought with the other party, and Esteth felt an itch all over her body at this time. But what she didn't expect was that when she arrived in front of Lancer House, she happened to see that his maid was being targeted. She was originally going to hide in the dark to watch the show, but she didn't expect the other party to be so arrogant. Women are born to be conquered? Hee. But what she didn't expect was that her surefire attack was actually parried. Esteth, who was already a bit excited because Lancer was back, immediately narrowed her eyes. People who knew her knew that this was a sign that the other party was getting serious. My lord, please be careful later. What? Shira was still upset that he was startled by a woman, but the reminder from the person next to him made him freeze for a moment. What was going on? The bodyguard his dad sent him had never been as cautious as he was today. This woman should be the champion from that match before. Hey? The champion who was knocked out. Should I say that Shira was a blabbermouth or that he liked to seek death? He stepped on 2 of Esteth's landmines in a row, and they were the most serious kind. Zhu Tian, who was standing in front of Shira, instantly changed his expression, because he noticed that the dangerous woman's face had lost all its smiles at some point, and her hand was on the hilt of her sword. This idiot! Being defeated doesn't mean the person is weak. It only means the other party is stronger. As one of the elders of the 4 Royal Fist Temple demons, Zhu Tian had participated in countless battles, and the intuition that supported him to survive from countless battlefields was constantly reminding him the woman in front of him was very dangerous. Very dangerous. He was protecting Honest in the dark during that day's match, so he didn't pay too much attention to the changes in the arena, but he was sure that the girl at that time did not have the imposing aura she had now. How did she do it? This thought kept swirling in his mind, but even so, his expression did not change at all. He was not relying on luck to be able to slap away Esteth's short sword just now. Although it seemed that the weapon had the advantage at first glance, there was no such thing as absolute in this world. Once he dodged the other party's first round of attacks, he would be able to get close. At that time, the scales of victory would tilt in his favor. Although Shira had become a bit reckless because of his recent lifestyle, it didn't mean he was stupid. When the terrifying killing intent from Esteth locked onto him, he completely sobered up. He pulled Leon over, picked up the short sword at his feet, and held it against Leon's neck. Stop! Or I'll kill her. You do what you want. What? In Shira's exclamation, the long sword in Esteth's hand was instantly unsheathed, and the tip of the sword, shimmering with cold light, was aimed directly at Shira's head. Chapter 111, Chapter 38, Oh! Kill me? Many people wonder why villains holding hostages are often killed without killing the hostages in the end. Generally, there are two possibilities. The first is that the protagonist is too fast, and the villain doesn't have enough time to act. As for the second, bastard! Shira fiercely pushed Leon in his arms forward and then turned around and ran. Although he could kill the woman in his hands to vent his anger, for him, it was more cost-effective to push her out as a human shield. After all, compared to this slave, even a single hair on his body was more important than her. And Zhu Tian was relieved. After all, it would be troublesome if Shira stayed and wasn't afraid of death. Although he was not unconfident about fighting as death, protecting someone and fighting alone were very different. After seeing Shira escape, he didn't hesitate and rushed towards the tip of Asthetha's sword. It looked like he was seeking death, but just as the tip of Asthetha's sword was about to stab him, his neck dodged Asthetha's long sword at an incredible angle. And a ferocious smile appeared on Zhu Tian's face. "Let me free you." His right hand went around the hilt of the sword and pointed directly at Asthetha's throat. If this attack had landed, Asthetha's throat would probably have been instantly pierced, but the premise was that it hit. Bang! Accompanied by a huge impact sound, Zhu Tian was kicked away by Asteth. Asteth, on the other hand, withdrew her leg and touched the side of her neck with her hand. A finger-thick bloodstain there was extremely obvious. Looking at the bloodstain on her fingertip, a bloodthirsty smile flashed across Asthetha's face. "Not bad. Very good. The man isn't back yet, so you can warm me up." On the other side, Zhu Tian, who had used Yukimi to neutralize some of the force, had an extremely ugly expression. Of course, this didn't mean he was seriously injured. He had neutralized some of the force when he was hit, and he had also neutralized some of the force when he was attacked in the abdomen. He looked a bit miserable, but in reality, he was not seriously injured. This was also the reason why Asteth didn't choose to pursue. After all, she was famous for not giving up and would seize the opportunity to launch a series of attacks. The way he acted just now was more of a trap. "Damn it! Bitch! Die for me!" Shira, who was running frantically, was thinking about how to get out of this damn alley. When that woman stabbed him just now, he really felt that death was approaching him. Everything was that woman's fault. Fear twisted his heart, and at the same time as his anger, it was filled with resentment. At this moment, all he wanted to do was to go home and have his dad send people to capture that woman. And then turn her into his barbecue. Bang! As the saying goes, what goes around comes around. Shira, who had just bumped into Leon in the alley, bumped into a person with too much force. "That bastard! Get out of my way! Or I'll kill you!" He was usually arrogant, but at this time, because of panic and fear, he was speaking without thinking. He even forgot that even in his panic, his full-speed run was not something an ordinary person could withstand, let alone that he was bounced back, while the other person had no reaction at all. "Oh? Kill me!" Lancer, wearing a full Imperial Guard armor, looked at the white-haired man in front of him with a mocking expression. After returning to the Imperial Palace, Lancer and his team were given a short leave. After all, many things had happened in the past month, and most people were exhausted. There was no other way before, but now it was natural to let them rest and recover. But what kind of way to relax? Where else besides the pleasure quarter? But Lancer was not in the mood, and he was a bit disgusted with that place, so he simply went home. But when he got close to home, he heard the sound of a fight, and then he subconsciously quickened his pace. He then saw a person directly bump into him. Of course, with Lancer's strength, he could have dodged, but seeing the other person constantly looking behind him, he felt a bit strange. Is this guy involved in that fight? With this thought, Lancer directly stopped the other party's words. But what he didn't expect was that the other party was so arrogant. Shira felt that he must not have looked at the almanac before leaving home today. He originally thought he was going to have a romantic encounter, but he didn't expect to meet a crazy woman just as he was about to succeed for some reason. After finally escaping, he ran into a man who was like an iron tower. Shira, who was dragged back from a distance like a dead dog, looked at the man and woman with resentment on his face. He swore that as long as he survived, he would definitely get revenge on these two guys. Lancer didn't know what the guy he was dragging on the ground by his collar was thinking. Of course, he wouldn't care if the other party was feeling uncomfortable being dragged by him. The further he walked, the uglier his expression became, because he found that the fight might have happened near his house. Of course, he wasn't worried about the house. It was a public house anyway, so if it was damaged, it was damaged. He was worried about Leon's safety. And when he really arrived at his back door, he saw a cracked wall, a muscular man covered in blood, and a Steth with a bloodthirsty smile on her face. The main character has arrived, you're dead for sure. And at the same time as Lancer saw the battlefield, a Steth, who was on the battlefield, also saw Lancer. She habitually mocked the opponent, but Zhu Tian on the other side frowned. He thought it was the opponent's plan to distract him, but before he could speak, the killing intent from behind him made his hair stand on end. Bang! He felt that the bones in his hands, which he had crossed to block behind him, were almost cracked, but that wasn't the key, because he saw that the person the other party was holding was Shira. He still had the strength to fight, but out of concern for Shira's safety, Zhu Tian had no choice but to change his previous wild fighting style and put up his fists in a defensive stance. On the other side, Lancer didn't know what was going on, but he could be sure that the person he was holding was related to the man in the martial arts uniform. To verify his thoughts, he held up Shira, who was originally dragging behind him. At this moment, he could clearly see that the man's pupils had shrunk. The person in his hands was definitely not simple, otherwise, the other party would never act like this, which means... Who are you people? I am a bodyguard for Mr. Honest's son. I think it would be better for you to let go of young Master Shira. Although threatening someone, or using power to pressure someone made Zhu Tian feel that he had no dignity, he at least didn't forget his job. But even so, he never thought that his words would be effective, but... Honest. Lancer, who was holding Shira's clothes, suddenly had a flicker in his eyes. Chapter 112, Chapter 39, I believe that Mr. Honest would be worried about your safety, right? So it's Mr. Honest's son? That's quite a misunderstanding, I had such a good conversation with Mr. Honest before. Lancer's sudden change stunned everyone present, especially Leon, who was curled up in a corner trying to lower her presence, looked at Lancer with an incredulous expression. Although she was very scared when she was first bought back by Lancer, after living together for a while, Lancer's image gradually became more complete. For example, although he was a man of few words and spent most of his time practicing with his spear, he was very gentle to her, a slave, and never made her do anything excessive. Although she never said it, she still had a good impression of Lancer, but now she suddenly had a feeling that her dream was shattered. And after the initial surprise, a twisted smile appeared on Shira's face. Haha! So you're my dad's friend, that's great. Looking at the expression on the golden-haired girl's face, Shira felt a sense of genuine pleasure. If he just wanted to get a taste of something new before, now he hoped to destroy the other party. Only then could he vent the hatred in his heart. It would be best to include that woman too. Since you're my dad's friend, it's easy to talk about. How about you lend me that slave to play with? I'll put in a good word for you with my dad. Of course, once you're no longer useful to my dad, I'll have you killed. Although he looked very familiar on the surface, Shira had already sentenced Lancer to death in his heart. After all, the other party had dragged him on the ground, and that was a capital offense. The reason he lost his composure before was completely because his lust had gotten to his head and he was stimulated by Asthetha's killing intent. Now that he had regained his senses, he was performing quite well, at least he was in line with his current identity. After all, it was not an uncommon thing in the empire to ask an acquaintance for a slave. Young Master Shira. But what Shira didn't expect was that Lancer, who was still smiling, suddenly had a somewhat low voice, and the smile on his face looked a bit creepy. You should go back, otherwise, I believe Mr. Honest would be worried about your safety, right? Although there was a smile on his face, Lancer's eyes at this time did not have the slightest hint of a smile. Instead, they were filled with a killing intent that was in no way inferior to, no, it should be said that it far exceeded Asthetha's. Shira, who was still smiling sheepishly, suddenly became a mouse being stared at by a cat, and his whole body stiffened. In the end, Shira left with the support of Zhu Tian. After all, he had already seen it. The reason this man was polite to him was because of his father, but that was it. The killing intent and contempt in the other party's eyes were undisguised. Shira, who was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control himself or be killed by the other party, wisely chose to leave after cursing silently for a while. He was indeed a mad dog, but even a mad dog, when it wasn't out of its mind, knew how important its life was. And Lancer didn't say anything and instead picked up Leon, but looking at Leon, who was bowing her head in his arms and not speaking, he felt a bit of a headache. Are you hurt? In response to Lancer's question, Leon didn't answer but instead shook her head. But suddenly, Leon, who was shaking slightly with her arms crossed, directly pounced on Lancer's armor. At first, her body was just trembling a bit, but it wasn't until Lancer touched her head with his hand that Leon could no longer control her emotions. I'm so scared. I was so scared that you would give me to that man, master. Looking at Leon, who was crying loudly in his arms, Lancer didn't know what to say for a while. He really wanted to tell the other party that he would never do such a thing. After all, he himself hated the so-called slavery. Even for her, he just treated her more as an employed maid. The so-called slave status was meaningless in Lancer's eyes. But he had underestimated Leon's fear, or rather, her inferiority complex. In her eyes, she was just a thief from the slums, an insignificant existence, while the other party was obviously the son of a high-ranking official of the empire. Logically, her fate should be self-evident. But the immense fear and despair, and the huge contrast at the end, made her unable to control her emotions for a while. Even at this moment, crying loudly while lying on Lancer armor, she didn't know if the tears were from the previous fear or the final ecstasy. She only knew that besides crying, there was no other way to vent her emotions. And Lancer, who always claimed to understand women, only in dating sims, didn't know what to do for a while. He looked at Asteth for help, but as soon as he looked over, he turned his gaze away. It was clear that the other party couldn't possibly know what to do. After all, the other party couldn't possibly understand Leon's thoughts, nor could she know how to comfort others. But what Lancer didn't know was that although Asteth had a nonchalant expression on her face, she said, "Crying won't solve anything. Instead of crying here, you should think about what to do in the future." Asteth, who had stopped to think about something, turned and left after saying this. Wait. What? Thank you. No need. I had no intention of saving her. What that scumbag said made me very unhappy, that's all. Asteth, who had stopped because of Lancer's call, quickened her pace without hesitation after saying that. And looking at Asteth's back, Lancer didn't say anything more and carried Leon back to the villa. As for the destroyed alley, the security team would handle it. Lancer didn't know how to comfort Leon, so he simply summoned Aru. Aru, who was summoned, first looked around warily. After realizing that the group of children were not there, he breathed a sigh of relief. However, looking at Lancer's room, he had a bewildered expression, as if he didn't know why Lancer had summoned him. And Lancer puckered his lips at Aru. The clever Aru glanced at the sobbing Leon and walked to her side to rub his cheek against Leon. Boo-hoo! The tears that had been temporarily suppressed welled up again, and Aru, who was hugged by Leon and completely collapsed in her arms, looked at Lancer with a helpless expression and held out his 2 front paws. The meaning was very clear: 10 small dried fish. Although he knew that Aru was extorting him, seeing the sobbing Leon, he had no interest in haggling with Aru for a while, so he simply nodded. And Aru also meowed to comfort Leon. He often comforted crying children like this in the village before, so he was quite experienced. And after seeing that Leon's emotions were temporarily under control, he simply returned to the living room. Lancer, who was sitting on the sofa with his arms crossed, began to think about one thing: how should he deal with that scumbag? Kill him directly? That's not appropriate. Wait. Maybe it's an opportunity. Chapter 113, Chapter 40, Sworn Enemies? Master and Apprentice? It's really interesting to think about. Bang! Idiot! Shira, who was kicked over, had his entire face contorted from the pain in his abdomen. He's just a slave. It has nothing to do with whether she's a slave or not. How many times have I told you? Don't cause trouble for me now. Aren't the women those guys sent enough for you to play with? You just had to go and cause trouble. Looking at his father's gradually calming expression, Shira's face, which was originally contorted from pain, instantly turned pale. His father was a person who didn't show his emotions easily. If the other party showed extreme anger, it meant that the other party didn't actually take the matter too seriously, but once he became serious, it meant that the other party was really angry. It was the same as the last time he secretly had a relationship with the other party's concubine. That woman was eventually given to a subordinate, and he was severely punished. He had multiple fractures and it took a long time for him to fully recover. I won't do it again. Humph. That's for the best. But before that, you go to the Royal Fist Temple to reflect properly. Yes. Although he really wanted to refuse, Shira also knew that at a time like this, he couldn't refuse. He had no other choice but to bow his head and accept it with a dejected expression. After waving his hand and having someone carry Shira away, Honest looked at the ground with a gloomy expression, in a daze. Of course, this was not for his son, who wasn't qualified for it. He was still young anyway, and if something really happened, he could just have another one. At this time, he was more concerned about whether to continue to act or to lay low for a while. There was no doubt that the Imperial Guards were in a state of highest alert at this time. Every member of the Imperial Guards was staring with wide eyes, trying to find traces of the enemy. It could be said that if they continued to act at this time and made a mistake, it would be a place of eternal damnation. But the most dangerous place is often the safest time. The Imperial Guard's vigilance was a fact, but in reality, no one would think that the culprit would act again. After all, the more they acted, the more likely they were to be exposed. What should I do? By the time of dinner, Leon seemed to have basically returned to normal, but her red eyes were still pitiful. But maybe it was because of awkwardness, Leon didn't talk to him during dinner as usual. It was only after she finished eating and was about to clear the plates that she stood in front of Lancer as if she had made up her mind. Master! I want to learn martial arts. Leon knew that her request was unreasonable. After all, besides a very small number of slaves, most slaves were not allowed to use weapons. Master! Please believe that after I learn it, I will protect. Leon was halfway through her explanation when she realized she couldn't continue. Protect Lancer? She had seen with her own eyes how Lancer beat Esteth every day, and she had also seen Esteth's combat power against outsiders today. How could Lancer, with such strength, possibly need her protection? Leon, who was constantly pinching the corner of her clothes with her fingers, finally decided to tell the truth. But before she could say it, Lancer waved his hand directly. It's okay, the reason doesn't matter. And you really should find something to do. But when it comes to martial arts, I really don't know much about it. The only empty-handed moves Lancer knew were the 2 grappling techniques that an investigator had to know, and because he didn't use them much, they were more of a formality. However, he did think of a good target. How about I ask Esteth when she comes tomorrow? Hey? Teach this little girl? I don't want to. Although Esteth was only 1 year older than Leon, she had been hunting danger beasts since she was a child. After her tribe was massacred by foreigners, she walked alone in a sea of corpses and blood. At this time, the imposing aura that Esteth exuded suppressed Leon to the point where she could barely speak. Then let's make it a deal. I'll spar with you every day, and you teach Leon a thing or two. How about that? In Lancer view, Esteth might not even get her imperial arms because of his interference, let alone that he would be leaving in more than half a year. He didn't care about the other party's so-called repaying a favor. This time, recruiting her was more to reduce Honest's effective strength. And after hearing Lancer words, Esteth was silent for a while. She even made Lancer think that she was going to refuse, but then she nodded. Okay. I understand. I agree. But... The arrogance on her face disappeared, and it was replaced by contempt. My training is very tough. Can you handle it, little girl? Of course I can. This was probably the only time Leon had ever shouted at Esteth. And Lancer, who got the answer he wanted, also nodded. All right then. I'll leave it to you for a while. Although Lancer words were very simple, the sharp Esteth clearly noticed the unusualness in Lancer words. For a while? Are you planning to have me be this little girl's bodyguard? Something like that, you could say that? After all, if something happens to Leon, you won't be able to fulfill your promise to me, right? Looking at Lancer's smile, Esteth suddenly felt that this usually quiet man might not be so honest. But then she showed a strange smile. You didn't care before, so are you doing this now because you're afraid of retaliation from that white-haired kid? But do you think I'll just work for free? You don't need to do it forever, just for a while. After saying that, Lancer didn't say anything more, but this instead aroused Esteth's interest. Are you saying you want to kill him directly? Unfortunately, Lancer didn't respond to Esteth's question. It seemed that he didn't want to talk about this issue anymore. And after noticing that Lancer was ignoring her, she pouted. After confirming once again that Esteth was seriously teaching Leon, Lancer chose to go out. But walking on the road, he felt a bit strange. After all, in the plot, the two sides could be said to be sworn enemies, but because of him, they had become master and apprentice. It was really interesting to think about. But after he finished laughing, he became extremely serious again. After all, the person he was going to see next didn't like him smiling foolishly. Knock, knock. Accompanied by a very regular knocking sound, the familiar male voice came from inside the door. Come in. After pushing the door open, Lancer saw Great General Budo sitting at his desk looking at documents. Is there something you need? Yes. There is something I would like to report to you, Great General. At this time, Lancer's eyes seemed to be sparkling. Chapter 114, Chapter 41, The World Turned Upside Down. A matter? Tell me. Yes. Actually, on my way home yesterday, I encountered Mr. Honest's son and had some friction with his bodyguard. I suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. Oh? Familiarity. Yes, I feel that some of the thugs who attacked me before seemed to use similar moves. The temperature in the entire room immediately dropped rapidly, and Budo himself erupted with an astonishing aura. Lancer, are you sure? You must know that Honest is the Empire's Minister of Finance, the person who controls the Empire's economic lifeline, and the charge of slandering a high-ranking official of the Empire is not light. From a certain perspective, Budo was still very concerned about Lancer, otherwise, he wouldn't have warned him. As for the stern tone? Compared to one's life, tone is not an issue at all. But at this moment, Lancer shook his head. No, I'm not saying that Mr. Honest is related to this matter. It's the technique used by his bodyguard. As far as I know, it should be the boxing style of the Royal Fist Temple, and many of the people who attacked us before also used the boxing style of the Royal Fist Temple. I suspect that the Royal Fist Temple might be involved. Indeed, as Budo said, casually suspecting a high-ranking official of the Empire is not a responsibility that a mere Imperial Guard can bear. Moreover, he doesn't believe that he can catch the other party's tail. This is not to say that Lancer lacks confidence, but he is very clear that with his ability, it is impossible to get a handle on a great thief of the country. So, since he can't get a hold of the main target's tail, he'll settle for something less. Compared to Honest, an old fox who disguised himself flawlessly, acting against his subordinates would be better. And the Royal Fist Temple is undoubtedly one of the most important thugs under him. After all, there are only so many Imperial arms users in total. As for Ashira, to be honest, Lancer feels it's not very meaningful. It's impossible for Honest not to know his son's character. He's probably already on Honest's list of expendables. Lancer even suspects that the other party might weep and kill Masu and gain some goodwill in the process. Therefore, Lancer's first target is the Royal Fist Temple. It was also fortunate that the appearance of one of the 4 demons of the Royal Fist Temple yesterday allowed Lancer to shift his attention away from Honest himself. Budo, sitting in his seat, pinched his chin and said nothing, but his gradually subsiding aura indicated that he was indeed considering Lancer's clue. The existence of the Royal Fist Temple is very special in the Empire. The reason it was named Royal Fist Temple is not only because several generations of its abbots served as the martial arts teachers of the Emperor, but more importantly, it is said that when the first Emperor ascended the throne, the Royal Fist Temple had given the Emperor great help, which is why the name Royal Fist Temple was bestowed. But few things in this world can be called eternal. The friendship between the first abbot of the Royal Fist Temple and the first Emperor of the Empire may have been touching, but later generations could not maintain it. After countless generations of influence, the relationship between the two sides has changed from the initial brotherly friendship to a mutual interest relationship. The Royal Fist Temple cultivates a large number of mid-level soldiers for the Empire, and the Empire maintains their original status. It can be said that both sides are at peace with each other, but there is no doubt that the royal family holds the initiative, as it could simply recruit another group if it lost the Royal Fist Temple. Moreover, the fact that neither Budo nor several other imperial generals were from the Royal Fist Temple shows the Empire's vigilance towards the Royal Fist Temple. This is something everyone can see. If it's really as Lancer said, then this is indeed a possibility, as the people of the Royal Fist Temple are not lacking in motives. Lancer, standing on the other side, looked at Budo increasingly profound eyes, and his intuition told him that this time he seemed to have hit the nail on the head. The power of the Royal Fist Temple is deeply rooted in the Empire, and Budo usually wouldn't provoke them. But now that the Emperor has been attacked, and he might have died if it weren't for Tiger, this has undoubtedly touched Budo's sore spot. If it has nothing to do with the Royal Fist Temple, then it's fine. But if it really does have something to do with them, an undisguised killing intent instantly spread out from his body. Lancer, it's perfect. Come with me to the Emperor. This matter must be decided by the Emperor. Yes. Budo was completely in a hurry, and the members of the Imperial Guards who saw his abnormal behavior could almost feel a storm approaching. Your Majesty. Your subject, Budo, requests an audience. Come in. The Emperor was very helpless with his friend and most trusted subordinate. Even though their relationship was so good, the other party insisted on being so formal, even though he had said long ago that there was no need to be so formal in his study. But when he saw Lancer behind Budo, a bit of curiosity appeared on his face. He had indeed asked Lancer to come today, to deliver Tiger, but why did he come with Budo? Immediately, his eyes narrowed, because he remembered a possibility. You have a clue? Yes, a little. But it's better to let Lancer explain the specifics. After saying that, Budo stepped aside, and Lancer began his report. Although there was no crucial evidence, considering that Lancer and the Royal Fist Temple have no entanglement whatsoever, it's impossible for him to frame them for no reason. And since there's no lead right now, this might be a good one. In that case, let's have people investigate. The Emperor himself did not want the Royal Fist Temple to be involved in this matter, because if it was confirmed, it would be a major earthquake for the entire empire. But if they really were involved, he would absolutely not let them go, as he understood the principle of when in doubt, act. Your Majesty. But at this moment, Lancer suddenly interrupted the Emperor's words. There's no doubt that this behavior is very impolite, and Lancer would almost certainly be punished for doing this in public. But now, it's private, and secondly, because Lancer has saved him from danger multiple times, he doesn't intend to be too demanding. Moreover, from Lancer's reaction, it seems he has something important to say. Lancer, do you have anything to add? Your Majesty. Please forgive my transgression. This time, the assassins not only attacked the convoy and used my identity, but most importantly, the poison they used also predicted General Budo reaction. It can be said that these assassins are definitely not ordinary people. They are at least very knowledgeable about the people on this trip. It's likely that there are many people involved, and even the Empire's intelligence agencies may have participated. Although Lancer doesn't know if Honest has control over the Empire's intelligence agencies at this time, from a certain perspective, it is not impossible. On the other side, the Emperor's expression grew more and more grim. Although it was just a guess, if this guess is true, it is likely that this time the entire Empire will not just have an earthquake, but will be turned upside down. Chapter 115, Chapter 42, The Emperor's Resolve. The atmosphere in the study immediately became incredibly quiet. Neither the Emperor, Budo, nor Lancer spoke, but the atmosphere in the room became more and more strange. There is no doubt that as the Emperor of the Empire, he is not powerless, but in terms of strength, he is far behind Lancer and Budo. However, as the person who holds the lifeline of the entire Empire, his imposing aura made Lancer break out in a cold sweat. This is the aura that only someone who can decide the life and death of countless people with a single word possesses. And his next words indeed had such power. Once he chooses to support Lancer's suggestion, the Empire's intelligence department will be the first to be embroiled in a bloody storm. On one side is an organization that has existed for 1,000 years, and on the other side is a subordinate who has just been taken in. Logically, the choice should be self-evident, but... Father King! The sudden shout made everyone in the room recover from the strange atmosphere. Lancer, in particular, looked with a surprised expression at the young boy standing at the study door and the small boy he was holding by the hand. He knows that the young boy should be the Emperor's son, but he doesn't know which one. Perhaps the first Emperor of the Empire had already understood the impact of power struggles among the princes on the Empire, so from his generation onwards, it was forbidden for princes to leave the palace before they came of age. Although it was impossible to completely forbid it, it did weaken the influence of the princes on the court to a certain extent. But, generally speaking, princes shouldn't come to the Emperor's office, right? Your Majesty, how about Lancer and I wait outside for you? You may go. Lancer then left the study under the strange gaze of the two boys, one big and one small. As for why it was just Lancer? There's no doubt that Budo is the only exception, as the two princes had already met Budo before. The two were silent outside the study, especially Lancer, who felt incredibly awkward. Lancer. Yes. About what happened today, just keep it to yourself. Just keep it to himself? The fact that a prince appeared in the Emperor's study today can be a big or small matter. In a small sense, it means the prince is being unruly. In a big sense, it could even affect the future of the Empire. Yes. Budo just nodded at Lancer's reaction and said no more. In fact, what happened today was a complete accident, but Budo hesitated and decided to trust Lancer. He supported the emperor's conscious promotion of commoners after he ascended to the throne. Although he himself is an imperial noble and the largest noble in the empire, the purpose of his family's existence from the beginning has been to protect the royal family. As long as they can protect the royal family, they are willing to sacrifice their own family. This is also the reason why the great general's family is at odds with the imperial nobles. He doesn't support the emperor because he supports this plan, he supports him simply because the emperor said so. And Lancer is undoubtedly one of the best choices. He has no background but is very strong, and most importantly, he has saved the emperor twice in a row. Of course, the surveillance and vetting of Lancer have never decreased, but at least from the known information, Lancer is trustworthy. Budo is even starting to consider whether he should let Lancer take the lead if he really plans to take action this time. The Empire's iron-blooded executioner. This is how most people in the Empire view Lancer. Most people's understanding of Lancer comes from his bravery, but not from other aspects. So, he needs to be built up. And once Lancer can be promoted, the leaders of the border armies will probably have to be replaced. He just doesn't know which one. Lancer was simply thinking about why Budo said that, but he had no idea that he had already been placed in a very high position by the other party. This is probably the gap in perception. He doesn't even know his own standing in the hearts of Budo and the Emperor. In this way, the two stood silently as guards for the study, until more than 10 minutes later, the study door was pushed open. The prince, holding the hand of a smaller boy, bowed to the two of them and then left with the little boy by his side. Budo, Lancer, please come in. The emperor sitting at the desk had a smile on his face at this time. It was clear that the recent communication with his children made him very happy, but the smile was accompanied by a chilling killing intent. He had been thinking about who wanted to kill him before, but the result was that there were too many people who wanted to kill him. He couldn't guess. But today, after seeing his son, he had a new question. Who would gain the most if he died? There is no doubt that even if he died, his heir could still inherit the empire with Budo help. Only he would die, but the empire would still stand. But now, if he thinks about it carefully, what if the goal of the person who wants to kill him is his son? He is not yet 40, and his eldest son has just come of age. What if his other older sons are also assassinated? With Budo position, he would definitely help his youngest son ascend the throne, but he would also deliberately stay away from court politics. So, what if someone takes advantage of the situation? He couldn't help but gasp. And what surprised him even more was that according to his son, a maid had already tried to pass a similar message to his youngest son. Of course, it's possible that he's overthinking it, but his killing intent has been set. For the sake of the empire. For his own sake. And for the sake of his descendants. There must be a cleansing this time. No one can be exempt. There is no doubt that such a great cleansing will cause the empire's national strength to decline, but the Western Kingdom was defeated by the empire before and has not yet recovered. The Western foreign tribes are also suppressed by Lancer. The southern nations are fighting among themselves and cannot affect the empire. The only problem is the northern tribes. The emperor's first reaction was Lancer, since Lancer has proven his strength through his achievements, but he quickly shook his head. There are only so many imperial arms users in the empire. Lancer is strong, and with Budo stationed in the palace, he needs someone to charge into battle. Lancer is undoubtedly the most suitable person. So, how about that woman named Nyenda? As a female soldier, her inclusion this time was more for propaganda, but her strength is beyond doubt. Even if she can't defeat the northern tribes, the defense should not be a big problem, right? Budo, get a battalion of people from the Imperial Guard's intelligence group to search for information on the Royal Fist Temple. I need all of it. Lancer, you will temporarily serve as the commander-in-chief of the security team. I require you to ensure the order of the imperial capital during this time. If you find any information related to this matter, I will allow you to deal with it first and then report to me afterward. There is no doubt that the Emperor has not only made up his mind but has also abandoned some of the outlying areas. Next, the Imperial Guards will completely take over the Imperial capital. Chapter 116, Chapter 43, Report, The Winds are Stirring. Everyone guessed that the Emperor would make a move this time, but no one expected it to be so drastic. Udo himself loudly announced that the palace was under martial law. Lancer publicly entered the security team and took over command. At the same time, many mid to high-level Imperial Guard officers were assigned to various parts of the country, and Nyenda was ordered by the Emperor to go to the border. A series of commands proved the Emperor's determination this time. And before anyone was mentally prepared, a noble family was publicly executed in the Imperial capital. The reason was simple: illegally contacting the princes to try and interfere in court politics. The executed noble's reputation was not low, but in reality, they were an honorary noble without a fief. Everyone knew that with their strength, they didn't have the guts or the ability to interfere in court politics. They believed that more people would be brought here next. As for who? No one knew, but everyone was afraid. For a time, the entire imperial capital fell into an atmosphere of terror. After taking over command of the security team, Lancer's first action was to start an internal inspection of everyone. This even included the former security team captain, who was temporarily serving as honorary captain. It's important to know that although he was nominally just a captain, his rank was actually at the general level. Everyone secretly cursed Lancer for seeking death, for acting like a big shot with a small authority. Once this matter was over, the former security team captain could be reinstated, and Lancer would face a lot of trouble. But only the former security bureau chief didn't think so. No one knew his security team better than he did. He was even certain that many people who shouldn't be there had infiltrated the security team. Things like the children of various noble families were small matters. He had originally thought that he would retire soon and might be able to leave with his reputation intact, since his family would remain strong even after he stepped down. But this time, he even wished he could have retired earlier and washed his hands of everything related to him. What's more crucial was that when he saw Lancer, he thought he was just a regular airborne commander, but the strange look in Lancer's eyes made him have a bad premonition. He even doubted if he could survive this turmoil. As for revenge afterward, he would run as far as he could. As for revenge, he would have to be crazy. The only non-Imperial Guard member who could interfere with the Imperial Guards was the current Emperor. As long as the Emperor was willing to trust Lancer, he would always be superior. This had nothing to do with his military rank. And what was even more unexpected was that Lancer's purge this time was not only related to the assassination of the Emperor. All security team members suspected of accepting bribes and colluding with merchants were all rooted out. For a time, the entire security team was cast in a bloody shadow. At once, everyone in the security team felt insecure. Many people even began to wonder what the Emperor's purpose was in sending Lancer here. The legendary executioners seemed to have every intention of overthrowing all mid to high-level personnel in the security team. Captain! Just as the former captain was supporting his chin with his hands and praying for a quiet period, an exclamation came from outside the door. Speak! Looking at his frantic subordinate, he just felt his heart getting worse and worse. He just wanted to know who had been caught this time. Was it for bribery or something else? Deputy Captain Oga has been arrested. And he was taken directly to the palace. Bang! The water cup in his hand was crushed, but its owner's expression was frozen and he didn't move at all. The scene he most dreaded had still appeared. Sure enough, someone under him was related to this assassination. If there was anyone who trusted that the security team captain was not an assassin, it was Lancer. He thought long and hard that Honest was most likely the mastermind. So who in the security team would be his person? Without a doubt, it was Oga. Of course, this was just suspicion. After all, there was no evidence that Oga had gotten involved with Honest so early. But the only thing that could be confirmed was that the current security team captain was definitely not Honest's man. After all, although he was not young, he could still continue to serve. It was not impossible for him to continue being the security team captain for more than 10 years, so why did Oga eventually rise to power? The only explanation was that the current security team captain was not Honest's man. So, Lancer actually trusted him immensely. But trust is trust, and the investigation is the investigation. It didn't matter to him to pull the other party down in passing, since he would be leaving soon anyway. But what he didn't expect was that without investigating, he wouldn't have known. It seemed that very few of the security team members were clean. The security team members who came from ordinary backgrounds were all right, but the ones who came from noble backgrounds were simply too greedy. Lancer hadn't even finished gathering information yet, and complaint letters had already piled up on his desk. In the end, Lancer simply lumped all these guys together. It was also a good way to create a smokescreen and cover. As for the main target? Without a doubt, it was Oga. The information he finally gathered made his eyes light up. Oga, originally from a commoner background, could be said to be one of the beneficiaries of the current emperor's policy of greatly supporting common people. But after reaching the position of deputy captain, it was almost impossible for him to go any further. After all, he now had only two paths. One was to continue to diligently compete for the position of the next security team captain, and the other was to be transferred to the army. Among all the current deputy captains of the security team, he was the only one without a reliable backer. It could even be said that everyone else had one, except for him. And once he went to the army, it meant he had to start over. Oga, who was trying to struggle desperately, had been frantically trying to find a backer recently, but it was clearly not easy to find one. So, he found Honest to help himself? This guy's insight is pretty good, to have seen Honest at a glance. But it's a pity. He should have been able to become the security team captain with his insight and run rampant in the imperial capital for several years until he met Tatsumai and was killed. But now, he had been directly escorted to the palace by Lancer and the members of the imperial guards. What Lancer didn't expect was that when he went to the emperor's study, he happened to meet Budo with a serious expression. Both of them were stunned when they saw each other. But after exchanging glances, they both saw that the other seemed to have found something and nodded, walking to the study together. There was no doubt that their reports would be the fuse for everything. The Royal Fist Temple has suddenly expanded the number of students it's recruiting in recent years, and most of these students are children of nobles. Many of them are important military and political officials from various regions, and there is a high possibility that they are training armed personnel. The Imperial security team is internally corrupt. The former security team captain turned a blind eye and let it go, while the security team's deputy captain, Oga, recruited a group of armed personnel with unknown identities and is also suspected of colluding with nobles. When the two reports were placed in front of the emperor, the frown on his face never went away. Chapter 117, Chapter 44, A left with no choice Honest. When the emperor turned to the second page of Lancer report and saw the 4 characters Honest, he was stunned for several seconds. Your Majesty. After seeing the emperor's reaction, Budo also looked at Lancer with a confused expression, as if wanting an answer, but Lancer's expression was blank. To be honest, the report itself wasn't much, but it was full of misleading information. Everything written on these few pages was true. Whether it was him recruiting subordinates or him trying to get close to nobles and now making moves in Honest's direction, but these things that should have been very normal, when put together, especially in this special period, instantly sparked countless imaginations. And Lancer, looking at the emperor's serious expression, knew that his goal had been achieved. He had actually considered pouring dirty water on Honest using the power the emperor had given him at first, but after thinking it over, he gave up. One reason was that he didn't think simply pouring dirty water would be effective. That old fox had not been caught with any flaws until now. Pouring dirty water carelessly might backfire. So, he took a roundabout route, and it seemed to be working well. Budo, take a look. The emperor, who was in a bad mood, didn't say much and handed the report directly to Budo. Honest, he could be said to be one of the few subordinates he was most optimistic about. He could even be said to be one of the successors he was considering after the current minister retired. The other party was not only good at finance but also had a gentle personality and a good reputation. He might not have been strong, but because of that, he wouldn't have made enemies with other nobles. Originally, the other party was just a noble from the border. It was his promotion that allowed the other party to get to where he is today, but the other party. Seeing that the emperor's expression wasn't good, Budo also took the report and read it with a frown. He finished reading the 2 pages in a short time, and his expression wasn't good either. Lancer, you once told me that you suspected Honest, but now I just want to know one thing, is everything in this report true? Yes. It's precisely because I once suspected the other party that to avoid suspicion, I gathered all the materials and testimonies. I wrote this report from a completely third-person perspective. I can provide the materials and testimonies at any time, and that witness is now in the imperial prison, personally guarded by the imperial guards. Lancer words were not only an answer to Budo's question but also to the emperor's doubts. Although it might not be suitable for Lancer to say it, even though he had strength far exceeding that of a year ago, he was still like a dandelion in the face of the great power of the entire empire. He had no choice but to go with the flow, and even a small mistake could lead to his ruin. All his plans now had to have the emperor's support. And the other party also nodded after hearing Lancer report. For now, continue the investigation, but before that, the empire's intelligence agencies do need to be dealt with. The emperor didn't want his guess to be true, but if it was, he had no other choice. But the matters of the security team and the Royal Fist Temple needed to be dealt with first. The security team was the law enforcement force of the imperial capital. Its role was even more important to the imperial capital than the imperial guards. After all, the main job of the imperial guards was to protect the emperor and the royal family. It was the security team that managed the entire imperial capital. And the Royal Fist Temple, needless to say, was one of the empire's largest training bases for mid-level military talent, but the successive emperors' monitoring of it had never been relaxed even while relying on it. If only one place had a problem, it could be understood as an accident or a mistake. The main problem with the manager of the intelligence department was dereliction of duty. But the problem was that 2 crucial departments now had problems. No one would have expected that the first wave of this storm would strike the Empire's intelligence department. Oga, who was being held in the imperial prison, was in a state of constant anxiety, and Bill on the other side was not much better. Although he had publicly severed all ties with Honest, once the other party's schemes were exposed, who knew if that cunning fat man would drag him down with him? On the other hand, he had considered running away in advance, but he finally gave up. At least he should be safe until Honest was caught. If he ran away now, it would be a confession without a fight. And no one knew the Empire's strength better than him. He might be able to easily avoid ordinary assassins, but once Imperial arms users were dispatched, he wasn't confident that he could survive. After all, he was no longer the top expert in the intelligence department he once was. Years of living in luxury had caused all his qualities to decline to a somewhat dangerous level. The only reason he had maintained it was for emergencies. He never thought that it would actually be used today. In the eyes of ordinary people, the night is often very mysterious and terrifying. Some say it comes from the experience of our human ancestors being hunted by large beasts in the dark, while others say it comes from humanity's fear of the unknown. But Bill knew that the most suitable time for an assassination was just before dawn, as most people would experience a brief moment of relaxation due to the approaching dawn. So at this time, although he was very nervous, that was all. But at this moment, he suddenly heard footsteps. It was clearly not his subordinates. He frowned and just took his first step when he suddenly had a bad premonition. Although he had been retired from the front lines for several years, he had once been brilliant. As one of the top agents of the Empire's intelligence department, he instinctively rushed towards the secret passage in the room. But... crack! In a flash of thunder, a dazzling bolt of lightning instantly swallowed the entire room. It wasn't until the lightning disappeared that Budo, wearing his imperial arms, walked in through the front door. Looking at the secret passage in the room and the scorched marks on the ground, his face showed no emotion. With a wave of his hand, a squad of Imperial Guard soldiers rushed into the secret passage. On the other side, Honest also received the Emperor's imperial decree. He wants me to go to the palace? At this time? Generally, at this time of day, ordinary people are absolutely not allowed to enter the palace. After all, there are women of the Emperor's family in the palace, so what would it look like for other men to enter? But generally, at this time, the ministers who were summoned would also be very happy, because it proved the Emperor's trust in them. But Honest felt a strong sense of unease. Goas, have the men below prepare. Yes. A hoarse male voice came from the room where he was the only one before. Honest then took a deep breath before walking out of the room. Looking at the dazzling starry sky, his heart gradually calmed down, because he had no way out. It wasn't just him, countless people were pushing him from behind. He had no choice. Chapter 118, Chapter 45, Who instructed me? Why, myself, of course. The imperial capital, the most prosperous city in the entire empire. Even in the darkness, some areas are still incredibly bustling, such as the pleasure quarter, where it's truly open for business late at night. However, most places are pitch black, not to mention that because of the Emperor's matter, the entire imperial capital has become a state of panic. As soon as it gets dark, most people have already retreated into their homes. Honest, sitting in his carriage, didn't know what he was thinking as he looked at the pitch-black imperial capital. Suddenly, a blinding light came from the northeast corner of the imperial capital. Seeing this, Honest couldn't help but squint his eyes slightly. Lightning, one of the most terrifying forces of nature, is also the ability of the Empire's strongest man's imperial arms. It is also one of the enemies that Honest needs to pay the most attention to. Furthermore, the weather didn't look like it was going to thunder, so he almost instinctively thought of that man. But why would he be outside the palace? Shouldn't he be inside the palace protecting the Emperor? In fact, Honest had gone to great lengths for his ambition, but he still underestimated the Emperor and Budo. Indeed, after just being assassinated, Budo should have stayed by the Emperor's side. However, the truth is that this time, the target was one of the most terrifying people in the Empire's darkness. Although Lancer was favored by the Emperor and Budo, they believed that Lancer might not be able to stop the target, so Budo had to personally make a move. As for the Emperor's safety, if the Emperor's safety depended entirely on him alone, then this empire would have long ceased to exist. If, with complete preparations, the Emperor was still attacked in the palace, then this empire would probably have reached a dead end. Honest had never underestimated his target. He mostly used the situation where the enemy was in the open and he was in the dark to create an advantage for himself step by step. But this time, he had a feeling that everything was getting out of his control. All the schemes had begun more than 10 years ago. What went wrong? What did he miscalculate? The carriage continued to travel slowly on the streets of the imperial capital, and when it stopped in front of the palace. Mr. Honest, the Emperor has been waiting for a long time. I apologize for making the Emperor wait. Looking at the young man in front of him, Honest's face showed a hint of fear. Of course, this was for others to see. But following behind the other person, his face returned to its calm state, until Lancer pushed open the study door and he took a deep breath. Your Majesty. The Emperor's arrogant attitude, which was different from his usual courteousness, made Honest have a bad feeling, but he still tried his best to control his expression. Your Majesty, I was summoned to the palace tonight. May I ask the reason? The reason? I think the strange things I've recently ordered Lancer to investigate in the security team have led to the Royal Fist Temple. Normally, when two bosses communicate, it should be a gradual process. Even if it's not, they would never draw their swords at the negotiating table. But unfortunately, the two of them were not negotiating this time, and they were not people of the same rank. No matter how Honest played his cards, as long as he didn't flip them over, it meant he didn't have the guts or the capital to fight the Emperor. So, Honest, do you have anything else to say? The sudden rise in voice instantly made the atmosphere in the entire study tense. At the same time, Lancer, who was guarding the side, also unconsciously tensed his muscles and moved his right hand behind his back to grip the hilt of his cavalry spear. If Honest dared to make any sudden moves, he would act immediately. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He had wanted to kill Honest directly countless times, but he always gave up in the end. Because although this old fox was brutal, he was indeed a formidable person. Lancer had no idea how many trump cards the other party had, or when the other party would play them. One misstep would lead to a lifetime of regret, and the other party might even pin the blame on him. In 2 years, not to mention stopping the other party, he might even have to live a life of a fugitive. But now, as long as the other party dared to make any sudden moves, he could kill him instantly. Honest's strength was not weak, but Lancer was confident that he was stronger. Even without using his Imperial arms, he would not be weaker than any Imperial arms user. Your Majesty, I have nothing to... Bang! Before Honest could finish his sentence, a powerful gust of wind attacked the Emperor, but before the fist could get close to the Emperor, a bone-like cavalry spear blocked his fist. Looking at Honest, who had actively attacked the Emperor, Lancer's excitement was indescribable. He knew that even just now, the Emperor was only suspicious of Honest, as there was no decisive evidence, but the other party's actions now were an admission of guilt. Now, the other party was finally reaching the end of the road. But when the fist hit the side of the cavalry spear, Lancer was stunned for a moment, because it was too light. In this moment of surprise, Honest turned around and ran without hesitation. But just as he was about to rush out of the study door, crack! A dazzling flash of lightning turned the ground at his feet into a charred mess, and Budo, wearing his Imperial arms, also walked in from outside the door with a grim expression. Honest! You really betrayed the Emperor. Tell me. Who instructed you? There was no doubt that even at this time, Budo still didn't believe that Honest was the mastermind. After all, the other party was just a normal minor noble before the Emperor's promotion. A person's ambition needs time to grow, and it is also influenced by their worldview. He didn't think that in just over 10 years, Honest's ambition could swell to the point of assassinating the Emperor. He was more willing to believe that some ancient family or the Royal Fist Temple was behind all of this. But Honest shook his head. Who instructed me? Why, myself, of course. Looking at Honest, who was rushing toward him, Budo couldn't help but show a hint of disdain. He was very clear that Honest himself was quite strong, but the lightning jumping between his hands was the source of his confidence. But at this moment, the hat that Honest had been wearing suddenly lit up with a strange light. In the incredible eyes of everyone, lightning god's fury Adramelech actually began to crack. This scene was something no one had expected. Even Lancer was greatly shocked. He didn't expect Honest to have obtained this Imperial arms so early. Bang! In the incredible eyes of everyone, Honest's right fist was fiercely imprinted on Budo's right arm. This punch made Budo's entire body tilt to the side, but after his initial shock, his left fist also fiercely hammered Honest's lower abdomen. Bang! With another muffled sound, the two separated on the spot. And at this moment, Lancer had also recovered his cavalry spear and rushed over. But Honest just turned his face to the Emperor and revealed a somewhat sinister smile. Then a rift appeared next to Honest. Rib. The bone-like cavalry spear was fiercely thrust into the ground, and the spot where Honest had just been standing was empty. Chapter 119, Chapter 46, The End of the Royal Fist Temple. Honest, who had stepped out of the rift, fiercely took off his hat and threw it on the ground. Constantly gasping for breath, he looked like a man-eating danger beast, and his subordinates standing by all had terrified looks on their faces. Phew, thank you. And at this moment, Honest took a deep breath to calm his emotions, at least to keep them from showing. Mr. Honest, what should we do next? Go to the Royal Fist Temple. No, that man already knows there's a problem with the Royal Fist Temple. It's not surprising that all of our strongholds in the imperial capital will be abandoned. As for the Royal Fist Temple, it can no longer be saved. I guess it should already be surrounded. Although Honest's expression was no longer as ferocious as before, the terrifying low pressure still made the people around him feel overwhelmed. Then what about young Master Shira? He's just a useless piece of garbage. Don't worry about him. He doesn't know anything, so even if he's caught, it's useless. Besides, I'm still young. I can have as many children as I want. After saying that, he led the way and walked toward the distance. The original plan to control the imperial capital and then the entire empire had failed, so he could only change his plan now. Great General Budo. As soon as Honest disappeared, Lancer and the Emperor rushed to Budo's side. At this time, Budo no longer had his usual poise and dominance. His armor was covered in cracks and looked extremely miserable, and his right shoulder was held at a strange angle. It's okay. It's just a dislocation. Snap. After a tooth-grinding sound, Budo frowned and snapped his arm back into place. But even so, the bright red fist mark on his shoulder and his pale cheeks still made people feel a sense of bleakness. Honest. And the Emperor himself let out an angry roar. Your Majesty! Please command Lancer to personally lead a team to the Royal Fist Temple. According to the information, Honest's only son is still inside the Royal Fist Temple. Compared to the angry Emperor, Budo was not much different from him. They were lord and subject, but also close friends. But the only difference was that Budo was more calm, and the Emperor was not injured, so he could advise the other party here. That's right. Lancer. I order you to lead the 1st and 2nd battalions of the Imperial Guards to surround the Royal Fist Temple. If they hand over Honest's son directly, then hold your position. If they dare to resist, kill them without mercy. Yes. Elder. The Imperial Guards have started to shout, telling us to send out Honest's son, or they will attack. A middle-aged man looked with a ferocious expression at the white-haired youth who was now cowering behind an old man. Have the warrior monks prepare. Elder. After the man deliberately raised his voice, the old man who was originally sitting in a lotus position finally opened his eyes, and the cold light that flashed made the middle-aged man shiver. Can you still not see through it? Do you think the Emperor is only after Honest this time? If it were just for him, there would be no need to have a large army surround the mountain gate. That man's target is us. From the very beginning, we had no way out, we just didn't expect that in the end, we would still fail. It was impossible for the old man to not feel resentment in his heart. After all, no one had expected Honest to fall so quickly, and the speed at which it all backfired on them was beyond their imagination. Now, they didn't even know if Honest was dead or alive, but the only thing they knew was that from today onwards, the Royal Fist Temple would no longer exist in this world. I just hope that that man can have some mercy and allow the Royal Fist Temple to be rebuilt someday. Commander-in-Chief. The shouting has ended, but the Royal Fist Temple has shown no reaction. What should we do next? Proceed with the encirclement plan as planned. Have the archers prepare fire arrows to force those bastards out. If they don't come out, burn them to death. Both the Royal Fist Temple and Honest were on Lancer kill list. Not to mention that the Emperor had already given him a kill order this time. Even if he hadn't, Lancer would have caused some trouble to pin a few crimes on them and then annihilate them. Now it was perfect, saving him the trouble. The archers who received the order also gathered. They opened the small flasks on their waists, dipped the arrows on their backs into the flasks, and at the same time, the soldiers in the front row held up several rings of fire. Fire! With a command, the arrows passed through the rings of fire and were instantly ignited. For a time, the entire sky above the Royal Fist Temple was shrouded in flames. In just a moment, the Royal Fist Temple was engulfed in a sea of fire. But strangely, even so, no one rushed out. Could it be that those people would rather be burned to death than come out? Use poison. With the second command, several special arrows were fired into the Royal Fist Temple. After these seemingly ordinary arrows were ignited, a green smoke began to fill the Royal Fist Temple. These poison arrows were made from a very special type of danger beast. There weren't many of them in the entire empire. Perhaps only a wealthy army like the Imperial Guards would dare to use them as a consumable item and directly ignite them. A normal person who obtained one would probably reuse it countless times. This kind of money-burning behavior was undoubtedly heartbreaking, but at the same time, the effect was incredibly significant. The tightly shut mountain gate was finally pushed open, and a group of warrior monks from the Royal Fist Temple rushed out from top to bottom. Spear formation! Ha! With a low shout, the long spears that were originally held up were lowered in a regular order. The soldiers in the front row held their shields with one hand and half squatted on the ground. At the same time, they held the spear shaft with their armpits and supported the spear body with their hands. The long spears extended out from the gaps in the shields, and the soldiers in the row behind placed their long spears on the shields, while the third row placed theirs on the shoulders of the people in the second row. Indeed, in terms of average strength, the Imperial Guards were far inferior to the Royal Fist Temple, but in fact, before any top experts joined in, this was a slaughter. A slaughter of the warrior monks by the Imperial Guards. The soldiers didn't know those intricate moves, but they had spent the same or even more time training their formations and coordination. They were a single entity. Under this meat grinder of flesh and blood, no one could stop them unless they were a true expert or an enemy of equal standing. And Lancer, holding his cavalry spear, watched the distant Royal Fist Temple with a cold expression. He didn't believe that the leaders of the Royal Fist Temple couldn't see that this kind of charge was a complete waste of time. He believed that the next wave of attack should be coming soon. And the main force of the second wave of attack would undoubtedly be those powerful experts, and he and the other Imperial Arms users and Imperial Arms holders beside him were there to deal with them. Looking at the sky illuminated by the flames, his heart was filled with excitement. Because from the moment Honest was exposed, the history he knew had been completely abandoned. And these flames also seemed to represent a brand new future. Chapter 120, Chapter 47, Testing a Move. Notice. It's not a bad thing, but I just released translations for Volume 2.5 and Volume 3 on Patreon, that's all. Thank you. Underscore 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 un. Although Lancer is an Imperial Arms user, he rarely uses his Imperial Arms. After all, the ones he has are mainly for defense and recovery. Even with a heavy weapon like a cavalry spear, he isn't the type to trade blows and get injured. Therefore, his Imperial Arms serve more as a safety net. This method of use is undoubtedly very confusing, but Lancer has never wavered. The ability of an Imperial Arms may be strong, but it's still just a weapon, a tool. Lancer trusts himself more than it. Rather than relying on it, Lancer prefers to hone his own skills. However, not liking it doesn't mean he won't use it, for example, right now. Do you think you can kill me like this? The cloak that was always draped over Lancer's back stood by his side like a steel wall. A girl with a bronze-colored body stared with a grim expression at Lancer, who was looking down at her. However, Lancer didn't pay too much attention to the other party and instead turned his gaze to the surroundings. Everyone had originally thought that the masters of the Royal Fist Temple would also attack the main force from the front gate. If these masters served as the spearhead, the current disadvantage would be reversed. Of course, the Imperial Guards would then enter the field with their backup plans. But they didn't expect these guys to be so decisive. They completely abandoned those people and instead opted for a beheading operation. The essence of a beheading operation is a killing blow, but they chose the wrong target. The assassination squad, composed of the current 4 demons of the Royal Fist Temple, had almost never failed. There were even some Imperial arms users who had died at their hands. But this time, they ran into the most difficult enemy. Because of their secret arts, all 4 of them could perfectly control their bodies. Their enemies mostly died from this weird style of attack. After all, with their limbs extending at will, physical abilities far exceeding those of normal people, and strange ways of exerting force. Their strength came from weirdness and the unknown. When facing this kind of enemy, there are generally 2 options. The first is to fight them head-on, and the second is to defend. The first method has too many uncontrollable factors, and as for the second, although it can temporarily control the situation, it will become unfavorable if it drags on for too long. Of course, that's assuming the opponent's strength is on par. The cloak, which a full-strength attack couldn't shake, was easily swung by Lancer. And as the cloak was swung away, the spear in Lancer's hand was fiercely swung towards the people in front of him. The people from the Royal Fist Temple had originally wanted to work together to stop Lancer's attack, as this was a common routine for the Royal Fist Temple. First, control or disarm the enemy's weapon, and then seize the opportunity for a killing blow. This move sounds simple, but in reality, it's not easy. Whether it's catching a blade with your bare hands, or dislocating your own joints to control your arms, these moves that sound very dangerous are the key to this. If you are even slightly careless, it will be your end. But this time, just as they were about to make a move, the strong wind told them one thing: this enemy was different from the past. Retreat quickly. The middle-aged man standing behind them suddenly shouted a reminder to everyone. The others also retreated, but the person in the very front was one step too late. Bang! With a loud bang, the person was directly thrown and slammed hard into a tree trunk. She then slid down the tree, her life and death unknown. Matu. Lancer didn't pay any attention to the woman who had been sent flying. When his attack hit, he had already heard the sound of bones breaking. He didn't know how these people from the Royal Fist Temple controlled their muscles and bodies, but he was sure that a person with bones broken like that, even if they didn't die, would at least be out of commission for a while. Damn it! Newcomers are so unreliable. Zhu Tian. Ling Lu. Be careful. This guy is different from the previous enemies. He himself is very strong. Not some amateur who got an imperial arms. The patterns covering the man's cheeks and body made him look a bit strange, but unlike his crazy appearance, he had a pair of very sharp eyes. He could see Lancer power almost at a glance and judged that they were powerless with just the few of them, so he simply gave up on the plan to kill him. When the few of them were talking, Lancer didn't rush forward, not because he wanted to let them go, but simply because he wanted to test his moves on them. When he saw them before, he didn't react, but now that he thought back, weren't these the so-called 4 demons of the Royal Fist Temple? Although their strength wasn't too strong, they weren't mere cannon fodder either, so they were perfect for testing his moves. He had never liked using a shield before, but the problem was that when he started to charge with a cavalry spear, he would probably be in a bad state without the protection of a shield, so he had to use a shield. But even so, he was still not used to it. The shield he was holding couldn't cooperate with the spear in his hand. However, the appearance of his imperial arms perfectly solved this problem. He could hold the spear with both hands and also defend more easily. But even though the idea was good, he had never had the chance to test it. There were people around him who weren't weak, but if he used his full power, he might not be able to hold back. No matter who he killed, he would feel guilty, but it was different now. The people in front of him were all executioners under honest. No matter how he killed them, he would not feel the slightest bit of guilt. He stomped his right foot hard, slightly bent his body, and held the spear with both hands, level with his face. Come on! Let me see how much foundation the Royal Fist Temple really has. Looking at the distant burning Royal Fist Temple and the other monks whose battlefield had gradually been separated, the three of them exchanged a glance and charged towards Lancer together. Although in the eyes of others who knew them, they were all executioners under honest, in the eyes of most people in the Royal Fist Temple, the three of them were the most excellent martial artists of the Royal Fist Temple, seniors who were worthy of worship. And what they were doing now could be considered a response to the expectations of those disciples. No matter what, they had to let the seeds escape. No one knew better than them the position that the Royal Fist Temple held in this assassination attempt. Now that it had been exposed, no one could be spared. After all, the Imperial Guards rarely left the Imperial capital, but now they were surrounding the mountain for them. This was also why the elder gave up on a truce and decided to fight to the death. Even if they failed, he just hoped that the remaining people could escape to Honest's side. The eyes of the three of them gradually became firm, and looking at their determined eyes, Lancer didn't hesitate to thrust the spear in his hand toward the person leading them. Their end was already set. There was only one outcome, death. Chapter 121, Chapter 48, No Mercy. Under the dazzling firelight, the bronze-skinned woman with a face full of pleas looked at the man who held her life in his hands and begged in a low voice. Don't kill me. I'll do anything. Go say that to the people you killed. In this world, what's more terrifying than death is the process of waiting for it. Matu, who was sent flying by Lancer earlier and whose life or death was unknown, still couldn't move after Lancer had dealt with the others. And this time, hearing the somewhat familiar plea for mercy, he didn't feel the slightest bit of softness in his heart and instead slowly raised the cavalry spear in his hand. In Mata's gradually shrinking pupils, the gruesome bone-like cavalry spear directly pierced her heart. The splashing blood fell on Lancer's cloak, staining the already red cloak an even more demonic shade. Lancer also glanced at the main battlefield in the distance. The fighting there had not ended yet, but Lancer had keenly sensed the weirdness of the Royal Fist Temple. Whether it was the four demons of the Royal Fist Temple who ambushed him, the masters of the Royal Fist Temple who were tying up the other generals, or the warrior monks who fought fearlessly, no matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem like hysterical madness, but rather a feeling of facing death head-on. There must be a problem. But the secret passages of the Royal Fist Temple have also been sealed. Where could it be? Wait. Who said they had to use a secret passage? I have heavy forces stationed there, but what if they do the opposite and charge with all their might at the defenses down the mountain? Although he didn't know if this guess was right or wrong, he knew that the enemy was stalling for time, and whatever the opponent wanted to do, he had to destroy it. Clap! He fiercely swung his cloak, and the blood that had been attached to the surface was flung away. He himself once again raised his cavalry spear on the hillside. Lancer is not good at commanding. Or rather, the so-called command knowledge he knows is almost all tactics he learned from online forums. To say that he's a paper general would be an insult to Zhao Kuo. But he has an advantage that is completely different from other generals: he is always at the forefront. When he was with the Western Border Army, he was the spearhead and the bugle call. As long as he was there, even if the battle was in shambles and the situation was dangerous, the soldiers under him would not despair. Because they believed that even if they sacrificed, their commander would win for them. Their sacrifice would never be meaningless. Lancer had been in the imperial capital for a while, but he had never truly cooperated with the other imperial guards. After all, the nature of the imperial guards' work meant that they didn't have many opportunities for actual combat. But this time, they finally understood why Lancer was able to gain Budo trust in just 1 year. Charge! In the chaotic battlefield, a roar like thunder announced a red figure that suddenly began to accelerate from the distant hill. Then, from a distance from the battlefield, he leaped fiercely. Bang! With the sound of a heavy object falling, countless warrior monks of the Royal Fist Temple were blown away by the wind pressure, and the dust raised in the middle of the monks made it impossible for them to see what had happened for a moment. But before the others could peek, a cold light suddenly emerged from the smoke. Thud! The warrior monks, who were not wearing any armor, were not even as good as targets in front of Lancer cavalry spear. After all, a target's armor could still slow it down, but they couldn't even do that. Ha! Lancer arm muscles, under his light armor, bulged fiercely. He himself lifted the cavalry spear, which had 7 or 8 people skewered on it, and swung it fiercely. Smash! The corpses were thrown into the midst of the monks, which didn't have much killing power, but the blood rain and the terrifying figure covered in blood and holding a cavalry spear made the monks, who had originally fought fearlessly, hesitate. What were their opponents? Monsters? Charge! The same roar as before rang out again, and this time, the Imperial Guard soldiers standing behind Lancer were no longer stunned. They finally understood the meaning of this roar. The soldiers in the front row of the team put away their shields and raised their long spears. The original formation also began to change from a defensive formation to a charging formation. Charge! The owner of this third roar was no longer Lancer but the hot-blooded Imperial Guard soldiers behind him, and Lancer himself showed a hint of a smile. But this smile, paired with the blood all over his body, the large pit next to him, and the corpses at his feet, looked incredibly sinister, as if a demon that had crawled out of hell was smiling at the people in front of him. When Lancer, who had become the spearhead, appeared on the battlefield, it meant that the battle had truly entered a climax. The people of the Royal Fist Temple finally experienced the helplessness that the foreign tribes felt when they faced Lancer. Once Lancer was started, no one could stop him until he was willing to stop. No one. When Lancer once again leveled his cavalry spear, the bloody torrent finally swept in, and even the stubborn stones of the monks would be ground into powder under this torrent. The gate that had remained standing against the fire arrows seemed incredibly fragile under Lancer's spear. The stone gate had 3 tightly connected small pits after a 3-strike combo, and with the landing of a charged strike, this gate that had protected the Royal Fist Temple for 1,000 years finally declared the end of its mission and turned into countless scattered stones. The Royal Fist Temple colluded with the rebel Honest and attempted to assassinate the Emperor multiple times. Their crimes are unforgivable. Today, anyone from the Royal Fist Temple is to be killed without mercy. Bang! With Lancer command, the cavalry spear in his hand was fiercely smashed onto the ground. The splashing stones even hit the soldiers in the front, but these soldiers had no complaints at all and instead looked at Lancer with a fervent expression. The soldiers of the Imperial Guards are not the same as soldiers from other armies. They are the Emperor's personal guards, the Empire's last line of defense. Under Budo training, this army not only has first-rate qualities but also has a tenacious will that far surpasses other armies. And this steel-like tenacious will, under Lancer deliberate guidance, erupted with 150% of its morale. Everyone, in unison, fiercely struck the ground with their weapons. And compared to the morale of the Imperial Guards at the entrance of the Royal Fist Temple, the people gathered inside the Royal Fist Temple listened to the cheers amidst the crackling sound of the burning flames with pale faces. If they had held on to a sliver of hope before, then now they were completely in despair. And when Lancer, with his bloody cloak, walked over from the distance, everyone unconsciously turned their eyes to him. Neither side had any superfluous words. The people of the Royal Fist Temple knew that no one could survive, and Lancer also knew the great determination with which the Emperor had ordered the annihilation of the Royal Fist Temple this time. One word. Kill. Chapter 122, Chapter 49, Poisonous Scheme, Righteous Plot. Ever since the Emperor was assassinated, everyone knew that a storm was coming, but no one was sure how the storm would land or who would be the first to suffer. As for those people before, they weren't even considered casualties, just a bunch of unlucky people caught in the aftermath. But no one, no matter how much they calculated, expected that the first person to get hit would be Honest. Honest was personally promoted by the Emperor. When he was a governor, he was only in his 30s. It was extremely rare for someone of that age to be a governor, let alone a minor noble. More than half a year ago, when he was exceptionally promoted to the Empire's Minister of Finance, it dropped a lot of jaws. Although the Minister of Finance only manages finance, it is still one of the top-ranked positions in the Empire's civil administration system, not to mention that Honest was not yet 50 at the time. It can be said that not only the Emperor, but in the eyes of most people, this man with a gentle attitude and excellent work ability was one of the strong contenders for the next minister, but all of this was ruined overnight. His son was publicly beheaded, his mansion was raided, and he himself was wanted. And if the sudden fall of this powerful official, who was highly favored by the Emperor, was simply unexpected, then the annihilation of the Royal Fist Temple made countless people wonder if the subordinate who came to deliver the news had gone mad. The Royal Fist Temple has existed for 1,000 years. It has been able to stand for 1,000 years, so it naturally has its own unique qualities. The most widely known point is that it has countless disciples from noble families. It can be said that acting against the Royal Fist Temple means tearing up the facade with these interest groups. The Emperor is indeed the supreme ruler of this empire, but even so, he cannot do whatever he wants. So, the Emperor's decision to annihilate the Royal Fist Temple with such a decisive order to Lancer was completely beyond everyone's expectations. The nobles who had vested interests with the Royal Fist Temple were first shocked, then angry, but in the end, it turned into fear. They understood the situation, so why didn't the Emperor? But the other party still made this decision despite knowing the situation, which is enough to show his determination. And although they could form a force that could influence the direction of the Empire when gathered at the Royal Fist Temple, they are now leaderless. What can they do? After all, no one wants to be the one to charge forward at this time, since the person who sticks their neck out will have no other option. When Shira was beheaded, the entire imperial capital was discussing the matter, but in fact, the three people most related to this matter didn't care at all. Honest, as Shira's father, had already treated him as an expendable, or rather, he never had too much hope for him from the beginning. Shira himself knew even less than Honest's few close subordinates. And Lancer and the Emperor, as the one who gave the order and the one who made the arrest, sat and stood silently, looking at the things in their hands. Budo, were all these things found in Honest's mansion? Yes, Your Majesty. Looking at the names, some familiar and some unfamiliar, the Emperor didn't know what to say for a moment. Your Majesty. But at this moment, Lancer, who had also finished reading a document, suddenly spoke up. Lancer, did you find something? The Emperor himself thought very highly of Lancer. The other party was strong and didn't have much of a desire for fame or wealth. According to Budo analysis, the other party was a natural-born warrior. In addition, the plan to trick Honest this time was also proposed by him. Although they didn't manage to catch the other party in the end, it did force Honest to expose himself earlier. It can be said that he is both brave and resourceful. The Emperor himself was very optimistic about Lancer. Now that he suddenly spoke up, it couldn't help but make the Emperor, who was in a gloomy mood, feel a little better. After all, no matter what, he still had capable people by his side. Your Majesty, I believe that many of these things might be fake. Why do you say that? Haven't many people already been confirmed? It's precisely because of that that I'm suspicious, Your Majesty. Think about it carefully. How well did Honest hide himself before he showed his hand? Even in the end, he was only tricked into revealing his identity. I didn't even find any concrete evidence of his crimes. How could a person with such a cautious and careful personality keep this kind of evidence at home? I suspect that those confirmed individuals are likely expendables, and the real purpose of these exposed targets is to divert our attention. And besides that, the bigger purpose is to make Your Majesty suspicious of the ministers, right? After all, only your subject and the great general were here to discuss this. Lancer's words made the Emperor, who had a hint of a smile, look grim again. But he wasn't angry with Lancer, as Lancer was only stating the facts. Because of the Honest incident, he had already started to distrust the civil officials and was instead more trusting of the army. Continue. Yes. And although it might be presumptuous, if all these letters are real. Great General, do you think that criminal would have any chance of winning if he were to directly raise an army in rebellion? Lancer's sudden question made Budo's expression a bit grim. Your subjects will defend the imperial capital to the death. We will not let that criminal cross a single step. But I'm afraid the entire empire will be reignited with war. Budo's words sounded okay, but they actually answered Lancer's question. If all of this were true, then once Honest raised an army, the entire empire would not be spared. Even if they could defeat the other party in the end, it would probably not be an easy task. I never noticed it before, but that guy is not only good at finance, but I didn't expect him to have such a poisonous scheme. In the end, the Emperor's voice was filled with gritted teeth. But looking at the letters and documents in his hands, he kept frowning. The other party's continuous scheme was simply vicious. If it hadn't been discovered, the civil and military officials would probably have become even more divided because of the Emperor's attitude. Only a balance based on the current situation is the right path. And the most terrifying thing is that even if the other party's plan was discovered, it was useless. Once the seed of suspicion is planted, it's not that easy to remove. This is the most terrifying part of this move. It is still effective even if it is seen through. For now, secretly investigate these people. If it is confirmed that they are indeed involved with that man, then don't show any mercy. But there must be solid evidence. Secondly, the existence of these things must be kept secret. Otherwise, it will likely cause more trouble. Yes, X2. Both Lancer and Budo bowed in response to the Emperor's command. It seems that this turmoil won't be stopping so easily. Chapter 123, Chapter 50, Anger? Loneliness? Revised. This time can be said to be the most bloodshed in the imperial capital in 100 years. This is still because the Emperor accepted Lancer's suggestion to only act against those with solid evidence, otherwise the number would have been more than 3 times as much. But even so, Lancer's title of executioner has become even more exaggerated. It is even said that in some places, he has become a legendary man-eating demon who needs to bathe in a sea of blood to sleep peacefully. What the hell is this? Although Lancer is still not the head of the intelligence department, because of his very special status next to the Emperor, the unnamed intelligence head still sent all the intelligence related to Lancer to him. And after reading it, Lancer's mouth was twisted into who knows what shape. Master, is something wrong? And at this moment, Leon, wearing a maid's uniform, also came out of the kitchen with a dish. No, nothing, just some boring news. Indeed, to Lancer, it was just boring news. It can be said that this time, he was completely taking the blame for the Emperor. The person who actually ordered the killing was the Emperor, and Lancer was not even the executioner. Since that night at the Royal Fist Temple, Lancer had basically not made a move. For an ordinary person, this situation would undoubtedly be very dangerous. Because of the Emperor's favor, he held a high position, but once the favor was gone, a person with such a bad reputation who constantly offended people would definitely not last long. The final outcome would usually be miserable, but for Lancer, the impact was not that big, because he would be leaving in a few months anyway. And the impact of this matter, no matter how you look at it, couldn't be eliminated in a short time. As long as Lancer didn't do something stupid, he was at least safe for the time being. Forget it, there's no point in thinking so much. I'll just apply to join the pursuit squad. Master, are you going out again? I can't say for sure yet. After all, I don't know if the Emperor will agree. After answering the other person with a smile, Lancer sat at the dining table. But he looked around and felt a bit strange. He felt like something was missing. Master, what are you looking for? No, I'm not looking for anything, I just feel like something is missing. It's Esteth, isn't it? Didn't you say that you were a bit busy recently and didn't have time to spar with her? She probably thought you still didn't have time. When talking about Esteth, Leon's attitude was very complicated. The contempt she felt for her was undisguised. This could be seen from the tone of her voice and every word she said when talking to her. But she had to admit that the other person was very serious when teaching her martial arts. Her meticulous attitude was something that even she couldn't find fault with. She had tried to talk to her several times, but was rejected every time. The two of them had always maintained an attitude that was both like master and student and like enemies. After trying a few times and failing, Leon simply chose to let this strange way of getting along continue. And after hearing Leon's explanation, Lancer also shook his head helplessly. He knew that the reason Esteth was like this was definitely not just discriminating against slaves. She was purely looking down on people who were weaker than her. Forget it. How about we go out for a walk after breakfast? Lancer's sudden suggestion made Leon, who was sitting across from him, feel a bit strange. After all, it had been several months since she came to this house, and this was the first time Lancer had invited her to go shopping. Okay, master. But even though it was strange, she didn't want to refuse. If it were before, she might have suspected that Lancer was planning to abandon her, but now that idea was long gone. Even the initial fear had long since vanished. She was very satisfied with her current life. She didn't have to worry about her future. She only needed to complete the tasks at hand, and that was enough. And she could also train herself during her free time. Her life was countless times better than before. Even her eye-catching status as a slave was gradually no longer a restraint. The fact that Lancer was a battle maniac with no desire for women, power, or wealth was something that was widely recognized by the high-ranking officials of the entire empire. He always spent his free time training himself and always refused the wealth and women that others sent him. It can be said that he almost lived in his own world, cut off from others. But in this small world, there was a presence that everyone would have never expected, Leon. A person who, in the eyes of most people, had an average appearance, a not-so-good figure, and was just a thief from the slums. Those who analyzed Lancer habits couldn't understand Lancer's strange aesthetic. So, although Leon was still a slave, and people behind her back would still point and whisper, at least no one dared to openly gossip anymore. There were even rumors that the reason the Minister of Finance had his house raided and his family killed was because his son had harassed Leon. Although the two of them were going shopping, they didn't choose the most prosperous commercial streets in the imperial capital. Instead, they went to the ones near the slums. Why? It's very simple, Lancer hated trouble. Recently, he had discovered that as soon as he appeared in a public place, there would be an awkward silence. Almost everyone would hold their breath and not dare to speak when they saw him. Some children who were scared to tears would even have their mouths desperately covered by their parents. What was Lancer feeling at that time? Anger? Maybe a little. But it was more loneliness, wasn't it? Unlike when he was in Tokyo, he had his comrades, his teacher, his friends, and even an observation target there. But here, he had nothing. His time, besides resting, was spent training or fighting. Even though he knew that he had chosen all of this himself, he would still sometimes feel lost. And only at these times, when he summoned Jack, would it not be at Tsundere and would allow Lancer to hug it, and sometimes even rub its head against Lancer. And it was at this time that Lancer told himself that time passes quickly anyway, so it's better not to wander around for no reason. But now, looking at Leon, he discovered something. When his time was up, he would naturally run away. It didn't matter what he did, as the other party couldn't catch him anyway. But if he left, what would happen to Leon? Ask Budo to take care of her? Or someone else? And if nothing unexpected happened, he would be going to hunt down Honest next. He didn't know if he would ever come back, so he decided to take the other person out for a walk, as a farewell. Master, what is this? And at this moment, Leon's voice made Lancer unintentionally slow steps gradually quicken. It should be some kind of hair ornament from the Eastern Island nations. It's for women to tie up their hair. Looking at the hairpin in Leon's hand, Lancer explained with a smile, and Leon had an incredulous expression on her face, since in her eyes, it was just a small stick. Your hair is too short, or I could demonstrate it for you. Are you interested? Then buy it. Boss, how much is it? Unsurprisingly, the price was not expensive. After all, it was just an ordinary wooden hairpin. As Leon thought, it was just a small stick with some decorations. The only thing that made it more valuable was the fact that it was an imported item. But its greatest value was probably the smile it brought to the face of the girl holding it. Leon, who took the hairpin from Lancer's hand, was stunned for a moment. She then opened her mouth to stop Lancer from spending money on her, but her mouth just opened, and in the end, she didn't say a single word. As for Lancer, after paying, he turned around and was about to tell Leon to go to the next shop, but when he saw Leon, who was holding the hairpin with both hands, leaning it against her cheek with a happy smile, he was completely stunned. He then unconsciously stroked the other person's head again. And Leon, who had a face full of smiles, turned completely red. Master! I'm not a child anymore. The other person's tsundere tone made Lancer stunned for a moment, but then a more unrestrained smile appeared on his face. Yes, your development has been quite good in the past few months, Leon. Leon's face turned even redder when she heard Lancer's words, but this time she didn't argue. She just held the hairpin to her chest with both hands, as if she was feeling her fast heartbeat, or as if she was confirming something. After a few seconds, Leon, with a red face, let out a nasal sound with all her strength. It should have been a very normal moment, but perhaps because of what Lancer and Leon had said before, the atmosphere became a bit strange. And when Lancer saw Leon's large, watery eyes for some reason, he unconsciously looked away. Let's continue shopping. Leon, you should also look for anything the house needs. While saying that, Lancer led the way, and after being stunned for a moment, Leon also trotted to catch up with Lancer. Although the two of them didn't have much time to talk because of Lancer's job, the few months they had spent together had allowed Leon to understand her master to a certain extent. In her opinion, the other party was simply too much of a gentleman. Besides the first time, he had basically never done anything impolite to her. Master is not only an Imperial Guard officer, but he is also strong and has a good personality. I wonder which noble lady will win his heart. Even though it was just a simple thought, Leon felt that her heart seemed to have trembled. She unconsciously held the hairpin to her heart. Leon! Master! I'm here! Looking at Lancer who had turned his head, Leon showed a smile and trotted to his side. Maybe this is enough. Chapter 124, Chapter 51, The Justice Army. Lancer had actually been hoping that a young noble scion would appear while he and Leon were out shopping. That way, he could make a show of it, but unfortunately, he didn't encounter such a situation until they returned home after lunch. This made him feel a bit disappointed, but in hindsight, it would have been more problematic if he had. During this time, the beheadings of nobles had caused the commoners of the imperial capital to go from initial horror to disbelief, and now to a simple sigh before carrying on with their lives. The nobles who had survived were all behaving themselves, treading carefully. Everyone knew that the reason for this cleansing was that someone had tried to assassinate the emperor, but in fact, many of the beheaded nobles were those who were not very obedient to the royal family. This inevitably led people to wonder, were they really involved in the assassination, or was the emperor taking the opportunity to eliminate dissenters? Furthermore, Lancer's increasingly sinister reputation caused the noble offspring who had once run amok in the imperial capital to be confined to their homes. After all, it's better to be safe than sorry. If Lancer were to really catch them with something and then have their entire family implicated, they would have nowhere to cry. This resulted in Lancer's reputation getting worse, but the emperor's and the empire's prestige grew higher as the environment in the imperial capital was purified. Lancer had no objections to this, or rather, he dared not have any objections. After all, this empire belonged to the emperor. Whether it was him, Budo, or anyone else, they were theoretically just employees of the other party. In this situation, what could he do but silently accept it? But there was no doubt that the emperor was no fool. He was well aware of the principle of giving a carrot after hitting with a stick. Although he had made Lancer take the blame, he didn't hold back on the power he gave him. Firstly, the authority to manage the imperial capital's security team was never taken back. Although it was only a temporary position, after the former captain voluntarily resigned, the emperor did not appoint a new successor, and Lancer continued to serve as the acting captain. In addition, Lancer's military rank was also raised by one level. Now, he was also an imperial general. And Lancer felt that since his imperial arms was destroyed, Budo became more of a recluse. Although he had obtained a new imperial arms after his injuries healed, he seemed to be deliberately reducing his influence. Lancer continued the high-pressure policy that the emperor had requested, and he himself became the embodiment of slaughter. Then one day, Lancer, who was in his office looking at documents, saw one of his Imperial Guard colleagues rush into his office. "General Lancer. Great General Budo requests your presence for a discussion." "Okay." Lancer didn't say a word and followed the other person out of the office. He was very clear that if it wasn't for something important, they wouldn't have come to find him in such a hurry. And sure enough, when he arrived at Budo office, several of the Imperial Guard leaders were already there. "Lancer, you're here. Perfect. Take a look at this document." Besides Budo, the Imperial Guards originally had 3 generals, each responsible for 1 battalion. Lancer was the 4th, but unlike the others, he didn't have any direct subordinates and mostly served as a firefighter. After hearing Budo words, Lancer didn't stand on ceremony and took the document. But the more he read, the worse his expression became. "Is the situation already this bad?" "Yes, and there's worse. The reports in everyone else's hands are not the same as the one in yours." "That's really bad." Lancer didn't shout it out, because there was no need to. Judging from everyone's expressions, they all had similar thoughts. As expected, the northern foreign tribes have become a problem. Although General Nyenda and General Riva are jointly guarding the north, they have recently intensified their offensive. The defenses of the northern forts have been shrunk several times, and the residents of the ordinary villages outside the forts have all been evacuated. And the foreign tribes in the west also seem to be making some moves, but there's nothing concrete yet. It's not surprising that your slaughter still had some effect, and it seems that there's also a split within the western foreign tribes. At the same time, a so-called Justice Army has appeared in the south of the empire. Justice Army? What the hell? Seeing Lancer's bewildered expression, Budo took a document from another person and handed it to Lancer, and at the same time, he briefly explained. The so-called Justice Army is actually a rebel army. Their leader is honest and some southern nobles. There is even news that several small nations in the south that are close to the empire seem to be involved. As the saying goes, you can search for something high and low and not find it, but then it comes to you without any effort at all. Lancer was originally struggling with where to find that old fox, Honest, but he didn't expect the other party to show himself. I'll take people and go kill him now. Lancer hadn't even finished reading the report when he immediately spoke up, but Budo waved his hand. Wait. That guy won't get away. But for now, the so-called Justice Army isn't a big problem. You can see the details for yourself. What you need to deal with now are those guys in the north. This time, Lancer didn't agree right away. Instead, he read the document quickly, and then his expression became extremely complex. There was disbelief, but also relief. According to this document, the so-called Justice Army has the slogan of clearing the Emperor's side. As for who they are clearing? Do I even need to say it? Naturally, it's Lancer himself and Budo. Perhaps to support this grand slogan, the Justice Army led by Honest actually acted in a perfect manner. Even the spies sent by Budo said that they were impeccable. The nobles with stained records and Honest seemed to have been possessed by saints. In other words, at least before they fulfill their desires, Honest and his people won't harm ordinary people. Their real danger is the subtle influence they have on the people of their territories, which is the key to the problem. But to subtly change people's minds is not something that can be done in 2 or 3 days. No wonder Budo said there's no rush for now. After finally figuring out the cause and effect, Lancer gave his answer. Yes. And after hearing Lancer answer, Budo also nodded and said no more. At the same time, Budo also began to assign tasks to the others. Although the problems that had appeared for now were only on the Empire's borders, the Imperial Guards still needed to raise their alert level just in case. Although Lancer could leave at any time, mobilizing an army was not that simple. Logistics and supplies would take time to arrange, so it was tentatively set for him to leave the next day. After handing over some of the security team's affairs, Lancer couldn't help but take a deep breath. It's about to begin. After he deals with the situation in the north and then deals with Honest, it can finally come to an end. Chapter 125, Chapter 52, Then, Can You Hug Me? Revised. Master, are you going to war again? Leon was also experienced by now. Whenever Lancer came back in a hurry, it meant he was about to go to war. It had been like this several times before. Yes, this time it's to deal with the northern foreign tribes. After I deal with them, I'll deal with the southern rebels. Then the entire empire might be able to get back on track. It can be said that the situation of the empire at this time was even crazier than Lancer had originally imagined, but it was also unexpectedly good. Although Honest was the ringleader, the corruption and decline of a country could never be caused by just one person. The method Lancer originally had to kill Honest was more like first aid. As for how long this first aid could last, no one knew. But it was different now. The Great Cleansing brought turmoil to the entire country. All the problems were detonated in advance. It seemed like a shaky situation, but in reality, detonating these problems that had not reached their limit in advance was only a good thing. After all, once the problems are solved, there will be no problems, at least the empire will once again reach its peak after dealing with these issues. As for what happens after that, it has nothing to do with him. A person's life is only 100 years long. To make the empire safe for 100 years is already something to be proud of. After all, is there really any country in this world that can last forever? But before that, come to my room in a little while. Lancer's abrupt words made Leon freeze for a moment, but it was only for a moment. She nodded and continued to clear the table. Lancer, who had returned to his room, sat directly on the sofa and let himself sink into it. He had to make a decision about Leon. After he dealt with the northern foreign tribes this time, he would at most return to the imperial capital to give a simple report and then rush to the south. After all, Time waits for no one. And after he dealt with Honest, it would be about time for him to leave. Instead of rushing then, it would be better to handle it now. But what Lancer found strange was that he had been in the room for a few minutes, but Leon still hadn't come in. It shouldn't take a few seconds to clear the table, right? Knock, knock. Master. Come in. As soon as Lancer's voice fell, the door of the room was pushed open, and then his eyes widened fiercely. Leon. You. The person standing at the door was not Leon in her maid uniform, but Leon in a set of sheer lingerie. Should I say that this set of lingerie was of good quality? It covered almost more than 50% of her skin, but because of its sheer nature, it was even more suggestive. Especially with the shy expression on Leon's face at this time, it made him unable to help but swallow. Looking at Lancer's wide eyes, Leon just grabbed the wrist of her other hand behind her back with a red face, but she didn't turn her flushed face away. Instead, she bravely looked at Lancer. Master, I'm ready. Ready? Ready for what? Oh my god! Lancer suddenly realized that what he had said might have been ambiguous. Leon, you seem to have misunderstood. What I originally wanted to say was that I want to remove your status as a slave. Lancer, whose throat felt a bit dry, quickly walked over to the other person and, under Leon's incredible gaze, directly squeezed the collar on her neck. Clink! After a crisp sound, the collar was directly crushed. Lancer then crushed the other side and took the collar directly off the other person's neck. After taking it off, he immediately stepped back. The temperature and fragrance of the other person had already made him feel a bit dazed, and his face was probably already red. To maintain his dignity, he quickly turned around. Leon, you are now free. Lancer had once guessed what the other person's reaction would be when he removed her slave status. Happy? Incredulous? Or something else? But what he found strange was why there was no sound behind him. He turned around out of curiosity, but what he saw was a pale face. The revealing lingerie made the girl look very strange, and the tears in her eyes made Lancer feel incredibly strange. Were they tears of joy? But paired with the other person's current appearance, it was clearly not right. So were they tears of sadness? Why would she be sad? She had finally escaped her status as a slave. Leon? What's wrong? What was originally just a simple question was like a fuse. The girl, who had a stiff expression, instantly couldn't control herself anymore. The tears in her eyes could no longer be held back, and large drops of tears fell onto the floor. Her stiff face became a bit contorted from crying. I understand, Master. What do you understand? Lancer wondered why he could never understand the thoughts of the people around him. Looking at Leon, who was turning to leave his room, he had a feeling that if he just let her leave like this, he would probably regret it forever. So he grabbed the other person's wrist. First, tell me what's going on. Master, you don't want me anymore. Before, she was just simply crying, but with those words, she started sobbing. Her shoulders were even trembling uncontrollably. Leon's answer also made Lancer feel a bit incredible. It was clear that even after living in this country for a year and a half, he was not a person of this country. It was like how Lancer could never understand why Leon, who grew up in the slums, would not want to leave a home she had finally found, even if it was as a slave. For her, her current life was much better than before. She had delicious food, a warm home, and a soft bed. She didn't have to worry about her livelihood every day and didn't have to be afraid of the dark alleys at night. Even her so-called master was very gentle to her. This was like a scene from a dream for her. In Lancer's eyes, he was giving her freedom, but in Leon's eyes, it was the time to wake up from the dream. Are you an idiot? I just said I'd restore your status as a free citizen. When did I ever say I was kicking you out? Okay, stop crying. Lancer, of course, had no intention of kicking the other person out. He was planning to find an opportunity to transfer his property to the other person and then ask Budo and the others to take care of Leon. He was the one who was leaving, not Leon. But looking at the girl who had finally stopped crying because of his words, he wisely didn't say the rest. Leon, who had been crying, was also stunned when she heard Lancer's words. She then stared at Lancer with wide eyes, as if to confirm if he was joking. After a few seconds of meeting Lancer's serious gaze, she finally confirmed that Lancer had not just been comforting her, and then she lowered her head with a shy expression. It was unclear if this shyness was because of her reaction just now or for some other reason. Suddenly, Leon hugged Lancer. This sudden action startled Lancer. "Master, do you mean I'm no longer a slave?" Although Leon was hugging Lancer at this time, she was looking straight into Lancer's eyes with her head raised. The fervent emotions in her eyes made Lancer feel a bit flustered. You know, even on the battlefield, facing enemies hundreds of times his own size, he had never thought of retreating, but this time, he instinctively wanted to retreat. But at this moment, he remembered Leon's eyes. He took a deep breath and looked at Leon with equally determined eyes. Yes. Feeling Lancer's determined tone and gaze, and the masculine aura emanating from him, Leon couldn't help but bite her lip, and finally, with a trembling voice, she said what she wanted to say. "Then, can you hug me?" Accompanied by Leon's soft question, the girl, with tears still on her face and an unusual blush, looked at Lancer with a face full of anticipation. There was no doubt that she was waiting for Lancer's answer. Lancer really wanted to tell himself that the other person's words just meant a simple hug, but the other person's shy but firm expression was telling Lancer that it was probably not as simple as just wanting a hug. Lancer didn't know how special his kindness was to the other person. He was just doing everything according to his own principles, but it was precisely this principle that was different from ordinary people that created a strange attraction for the once desperate Leon. And now, facing the sudden eruption from Leon, Lancer also knew that he had to respond to the other person. This was his resolve as a man. Chapter 126, Chapter 53, Promise, Responsibility, Revised. Leon, hugging Lancer, didn't know what kind of internal struggle Lancer was going through. The slightly stubborn girl intended to fight for her own happiness in her own way. She unconsciously held Lancer tighter, and feeling the girl's soft yet firm body and smelling the fragrance of her hair, Lancer felt his reason crumbling. He almost hugged her back, but in the end, he pushed Leon away. "I'm sorry, Leon, but I can't agree to this." Lancer's unexpected answer made Leon's body, which was hugging him, completely stiffen, and a hint of tears began to appear in her originally firm eyes. "Is it because you think I'm just a girl from the slums? Or do you think my body isn't good enough, and I can't compare to Sister Nyenda or Esteth? You don't have to marry me. I just want to be with you always. Even if it's just as a maid." "What the heck? Esteth makes sense, since she often comes over for dinner, but who the heck is Nyenda? They've only met a few times, right? And Lancer hasn't seen her in months." Leon's voice went from high-pitched to gradually lower, and her body, which was pressed against Lancer, went from stiff to gradually trembling. But the hands that were hugging Lancer didn't loosen at all. It was clear that Lancer had underestimated Leon's resolve this time. The situation this time seemed to be no different from the one with Ryoko Fueguka before, but in reality, the difference was huge. The reason Ryoko Fueguka voluntarily offered herself was similar to a feeding oneself to a tiger situation. To her, he was the tiger, and she did this solely to protect her daughter. If Lancer had truly accepted her, it would have been tantamount to him admitting his status as a villain. But the current Leon was completely different. With anticipation in her eyes, the trembling girl said these words not out of helplessness, but from a genuine choice she had made from the bottom of her heart. If he were to decisively refuse her again like he did before, it would be an act of blasphemy against a person's resolve, even if this resolve seemed a bit strange to Lancer. Feeling the hands on his shoulders and the force that pushed him away, the anticipation on Leone's face turned into disappointment, and her head, which was originally held high, gradually drooped. Is it really not possible? I'm not good enough. Master, even just as a bedmate. Leone. At this moment, Lancer's deep voice rang in her ears. When she looked up, she saw a serious-looking Lancer had already squatted down. Too close. A completely flushed Leone couldn't help but shout in her mind, but her body was too nervous to move. Unfortunately, Lancer didn't seem to notice this. He was only doing this to make himself look more serious, so that she could clearly see his expression. Leone, I'm sorry, I never noticed your feelings until today. Now I know. Why apologize? I'm just your former slave. But since I know, I won't avoid it. However, this time, I choose to refuse. As the resolute refusal rang out, Leone felt like she was about to lose control of her tears again, but Lancer's voice gradually became gentle. Leone, the reason I'm refusing you isn't because of you, but because of me. You might not believe it, but I will be leaving the Empire soon, and I don't know when I'll be back. I can't give you a promise that I don't even know when I can fulfill. This would be a blasphemy to your resolve, and it would make me look down on myself. After saying these words that he had kept in his heart, Lancer couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Was Leone not attractive? It was very clear that she was. When he first brought her back, she may have just been a tomboy, but as time passed, her short hair had grown to shoulder length, and her way of speaking had become much gentler. Even the traces she revealed when she was flustered were not annoying, and the brief contrast made her seem very cute. And her body, which was originally flat due to malnutrition, had also become more full in just a few short months. This was enough to show the other person's talent. Sometimes, when he accidentally saw Leone's bare body, he would also feel a stir in his heart, but as he said, he didn't want to become a stallion who succumbed to his carnal desires. The reason he bought the other person in the first place was that he didn't want the other person to suffer, not because he was lusting after her body. If he did that, he would even look down on himself. Lancer's explanation left Leone speechless for a moment. She hadn't expected Lancer to think so much. In her opinion, the other party had no need to consider so much for her. Who was the other person? One of the most trusted generals of the Empire by the Emperor. A person who was privately called one of the new pillars of the Empire by countless people. The other person's future was limitless. And what was she? A former thief from the slums of the Empire. A slave who was bought home by the other person. An ordinary girl who couldn't do anything but smile and say welcome back every time the other person returned. Tears flowed down again, but this time it was different from before. It wasn't sadness or despair, but rather joy and disbelief. The respect in Lancer's words left her feeling flustered. Just as he said, if Leone were to walk out of Lancer Villa now without makeup, people who saw her would not only not mock her, but they would also give her a wide berth. Why was that? Was it because of her? No, it was completely because of their fear of Lancer. She knew better than anyone what those people said about her in private. She had never received respect from anyone else. But what about Lancer? This unique attitude left her feeling flustered. On the other side, Lancer spoke up again, looking at the softly sobbing Leone. I've said everything I wanted to say. I hope you can calm down and think about it carefully. If you still want to after that, then I'll still be here for you. After saying that, Lancer held up a finger and placed it in front of Leone's lips. At the same time, his voice became gentle. Think about it carefully. When I return to the imperial capital after annihilating the northern foreign tribes, tell me your answer. And I promise you that if you still want to, I won't push you away again. After all, a girl as cute as Leone, it took a lot of willpower for me to refuse you this time. The final playful words almost made the sobbing Leone burst into laughter, but she still nodded with a face full of smiles. The matter was temporarily concluded, and Leone, in her lace lingerie, finally started to feel a hint of shyness and discomfort from the tears on her face. "Master, What is it? I want to go wash my face." After hearing Leone's words, Lancer couldn't help but laugh. "Go ahead, wash your face. You look like a big crying cat." Lancer teasing made Leone blush and trot out of the room. Lancer, who had a face full of smiles, then sat directly on the floor. As expected, nothing is more difficult to accept than a beauty's favor. But can I fulfill this so-called promise? What's going on with this system? Since I came to this world, it hasn't reacted at all. Not to mention issuing quests, there have been no changes. Lancer was truly envious of those who could ignore everything and just act according to their feelings, but he couldn't. Once he made a decision, he had to pay the price for his decision. When he left Tokyo, he was thinking about how to solve the problem of ghoul food, and now he seemed to have one more thing to worry about: how to take Leone with him when he leaves this world. At this time, his only consolation was that he knew he would be able to get a world entrance ticket, so at least he could come back later. If he couldn't, he would probably be even more conflicted, right? The night in the imperial capital was incredibly silent, and Lancer's face under the moonlight was full of a wry smile, but there was a hint of tenderness in this wry smile. So there was someone in this world who cared about and even loved him? Chapter 127, Chapter 54, A Dream, 4K, 2-in-1. Just as Lancer was sitting on the floor thinking about how to deal with Leone, a sound of footsteps came again. Then, to his disbelief, the door of the room was pushed open again. Leone, wearing a jacket over her lace lingerie, appeared at the door with a completely flushed face. Then, before Lancer could speak, she walked in and closed the door. "What? No, I just want to stay with you for one night, master. Didn't you say you were leaving tomorrow?" Seeing that Lancer seemed to want to refuse, Leone spoke first. "Master, I won't do anything. I just want to be with you." When Leone said these words, she didn't seem to have too many thoughts, but Lancer's expression became very strange. Didn't men usually say these things? For example, "I'll just look, I won't touch, I'll just rub it, I won't go in, I'll just move a little, I'll definitely not finish inside, I'll just..." In short, they were words specifically used to deceive people, but looking at Leone's expectant expression, he also sighed. He sat on the bed and pulled back the covers. "Get some rest. I still have to go to the army camp tomorrow." In a way, Lancer was also at tsundere. He had clearly accepted the other person and had even started to think about the future, but because of what he had said before, he could only maintain a cold demeanor. And on the other side, Leone, although a bit helpless, was also happy to see Lancer. With his face a little red under the moonlight, she walked to the bed. But looking at Lancer's expression, for some reason, she was reminded of Jack when they first met. Compared to the casual Aru and the proactively cuddly tiger, Jack was at first unwilling to be held by her. Did he have a similar expression when she first massaged his paw pads? Leone, lying in bed, didn't know if she was truly tired or if Lancer had made her feel safe. Just as Lancer was about to say something, he found that the other person had already fallen asleep. With a helpless smile, Lancer also simply fell asleep. Leone, in a maid uniform, looked at the crying girl in front of her and felt a bit helpless. Although she had become a lot gentler after being bought back by Lancer, that was only in comparison to before. She was never good at dealing with crying children. Her usual rough methods seemed to only make the children cry more. As for how to comfort them, it was clearly not something she was good at. But what she found strange was that the child was crying loudly, but no one came to comfort her. In the end, she decided to give it a try and crouched down next to the other person. But she suddenly widened her eyes, because following the little girl's gaze, she saw a very familiar place. A street surrounded by people, a group of security team members were shouting something in the noisy crowd, and she saw pools of blood. Why did all this look so familiar? It felt as if she had seen it before. And at this moment, the child next to her suddenly stood up and ran toward the crowd, crying. Leon also followed the other person's gaze and saw two people who shouldn't have been there. Father. Mother. These two words were so strange yet so familiar. She was completely stunned for a moment. Then she finally realized why she felt this scene was so familiar. It was because she had seen it once before. So, wasn't that little girl? And at this moment, a few members of the security team walked over and pulled up the little girl, or rather, her. She instinctively rushed up to stop them, but found that she couldn't do anything at all. The hand that was supposed to grab the other person's wrist went straight through. Watching the little girl being dragged away, crying her heart out, she just stood there with a complex expression, looking at the two faces that were already a bit blurry. It was only then that she realized she might be in a dream, because she had indeed forgotten what her parents looked like. This was more than 10 years ago, and she was still young at that time. She then watched herself grow up from a bystander's perspective. From the initial state of confusion and helplessness, to later desperately stealing and robbing. During this time, she was in danger several times. She was almost beaten to death for stealing, and on one occasion, she was attacked by a man. It was only because she kicked the other person in his crotch that she managed to escape. It was from that day on that she cut her long hair, which got in the way, and got a short haircut. This way, it was harder to be caught and she could also protect herself to a certain extent. The death of her parents caused her to lose everything except herself, but later, through stealing and robbing, she gained everything she had now. Later on, she even lived better than most people in the slums, but this was not without a price. She knew better than anyone what she had done. If she were ever caught, the outcome would be self-evident, but she had no choice. This was the only path for her. If she hit a wall, she would die, and if she stopped, she would also die. As for why this was the case? It was simple, because she was just a child from the slums. She hated those nobles who seemed to be high and mighty, but she also envied them, because they could get things she couldn't even dream of without doing anything. But this was only something she thought about when she had nothing to do. After all, she knew that this was just thinking. But she never expected that the turning point of her life would come when she was completely unprepared. She failed at stealing, was caught, and then became a slave. When she was first taken back by that man, her heart was filled with despair. She didn't even dare to resist because of the other person's strength. She had tried countless times when she was taken to the security team by the other person, but in the end, it all ended in failure. Later, she also tried to destroy the collar on her neck that represented her slave status, because only after removing it would she dare to leave this house. Unfortunately, all her attempts also failed. Just as she was about to accept her fate, she was let go. At first, she felt incredibly lucky, but even so, she still thought the other person was an idiot. That's right, an idiot. What kind of idiot doesn't eat the meat that's right there? But even so, she was incredibly glad that the other person was an idiot. At least this way, she was safe for the time being. But as she got to know the other person, she finally realized that the other person was not just a simple idiot. The other person was an officer of the Imperial Guards, the Emperor's personal guard, and the Empire's executioner. As more and more things about the other person were revealed to her, she began to feel curious while also being afraid of the other person. She had also heard about the Empire's executioner, but she never expected the so-called executioner to be such a person. Although he was tall, he didn't look overly muscular. When he practiced with his spear, he looked more like a martial artist who was engrossed in his art rather than the bloodthirsty butcher from the rumors. As she watched him, she even discovered a very absurd thing. This man, who she considered to be unattainable, would occasionally show a lonely expression. He ate such delicious food, lived in a villa she couldn't even imagine, and was waited on by a cute girl like her, in her opinion, so why would he be lonely? Wasn't this a heavenly life? Especially one time, she happened to be at the door and instinctively said welcome back when Lancer opened the door. She even wondered if her eyes were deceiving her. She actually saw that man smile. Although it was only for a split second and it was very faint, she was sure that the man had definitely smiled. Unlike his usual polite smile, it was a genuine, faint smile from the bottom of his heart. Her feelings for this man went from fear at the beginning, to getting used to him, and now to gratitude. It was the other person who pulled her out of the terrible cycle of the slums. Now, she only needed to do a little bit of work to live a stable life. Don't look at it as just living a stable life. To her past self, this was something unattainable. She had actually been thinking about how to repay the other person, and after realizing this, she finally made a decision. It was from that day on that she started to get used to resting in the living room after work, because that way, she could be at the door to greet the other person as soon as he came back. Time passed, and she saw more and more things. The other person's great strength, his serious attitude, and his respect for her. Besides that, she also saw the other person's flaws. For example, even though he didn't oversleep, he would sometimes have an expression like "I want to sleep for a little longer" when he woke up. Or how he would try to learn how to cook from the cat named Tiger and make a complete mess, or how he would sometimes clumsily practice with his sword. Sometimes, she would even wonder, maybe I am the person in the entire empire who understands this man the most, because I know many of his unknown sides. But just as she was about to enjoy this kind of life, an accident happened. That white-haired devil suddenly attacked her. When she was grabbed by the wrist by the other person, she finally realized one thing: no matter what that man thought of her, it couldn't change the fact that she was a slave. It was from that moment that she started to want to become stronger. She no longer wanted to be protected by that man from behind. Instead, she hoped to be able to help the other person, even if it was just a little bit, and even if it was just to not hold him back. Although she didn't want to admit it, that man had indeed cast a shadow in her heart. She herself couldn't say what the true form of this shadow was, but she knew that she craved more communication with that man. But she originally thought that it would take a long time for her to see her own heart clearly, but an accident happened at this time. "Come to my room in a little while." When she heard these words, she first felt disbelief, but then she found that she didn't seem as repulsed as she had been before. She even had a strange thought like maybe it's not so bad to give myself to the other person. But then, things happened that were completely beyond her expectations. First, she thought she would be abandoned by the other person, then she was told that she wouldn't be, but when she made up her mind to give herself to him, she was rejected. Although he gave her a promise, she still felt very strange. Especially with her feelings going up and down, when she ran out of the room and saw her tear-streaked face in the mirror of the washroom, she even wondered if the person in the mirror was really her. He just rejected me, so why am I reacting so strongly? As she thought about it, she unconsciously smiled again, because of the promise the other person made at the end. Although he said afterward, considering his attitude, it was undoubtedly that he had already accepted her. "I've already grabbed hold of my future. I won't give up." Leone, as a bystander, felt a bit of a blush looking at her own actions, but more than that, she felt happy. Yes, why did she like that man? She didn't know before, but now she seemed to know. It was because she had received a level of respect from the other person that she had never received before. It was because she saw the other person's lonely expression from time to time and wanted to hug him and melt away his loneliness. It was because of the serious expression the other person had when he saved her. It was because there were too many reasons, and she couldn't explain them all at once. But she knew that she had fallen in love with a man who respected her, and she would never regret it. This can't be a dream, right? Leone, who opened her eyes, was stunned for a moment when she saw the shadow next to her, but then her tense body relaxed, because she knew who was lying next to her. You tsundere man, why did you tell me to wait? Don't you know that the more you say that, the more I won't let go? Or is this your move? Because you understand me, you're using rejection to make me hug you? Forget it, it doesn't matter anymore, because I will never let go. I want to grab my own happiness. Leone, who was in Lancer's arms, smelled the somewhat unfamiliar but unforgettable scent and unconsciously rubbed her face against his chest. It's a bit hard, but it feels really safe. After a soft laugh, she rested her head on Lancer's arm and curled up next to him again. Leone, with a warm smile on her face, fell into a deep sleep. And Lancer, who had his eyes closed, opened them. Looking at the sleeping blonde girl in his arms, his face was filled with helplessness, but more than that, it was happiness. Because of his high vigilance, he would be startled awake by the slightest sound. Leone's actions after waking up had already woken him up, not to mention her rubbing her face against his chest. But because he was afraid of being awkward, he continued to pretend to be asleep. But now that the other person was asleep, there was no need for him to pretend anymore. Looking at Leone's sweet smile, he once again knew how heavy the burden he carried was. Maybe one day, even like this, I won't be startled awake. He made a strange sigh, but in the end, he also fell asleep. Chapter 128, Chapter 55, Weakness. The sunlight streamed into the room, and Lancer opened his eyes at the right time. But unlike usual, he didn't sit up immediately. Instead, he took a look at the girl in his arms. Leone was curled up in his arms like a lazy cat. Her sheer lace lingerie couldn't completely cover her body, which made Lancer want to explore, but in the end, he gave up. After all, he had just righteously said so much last night. Time to go practice with the spear. After letting out a strange but familiar sigh, Lancer quietly pulled out his arm and tiptoed out of his room. For Lancer, today's breakfast was no different from usual, but it was also very different. Leone made him breakfast as usual. When he practiced with his spear, she also sat on the wooden steps with her hands propping up her chin, watching him quietly as usual. When they ate breakfast, they sat across from each other as usual. But the reason it was so different was because of the attitude between the two of them. Normally, Leone's attitude was more respectful, and Lancer was more calm. But this morning, for some reason, Lancer was more efficient in his spear practice than usual. And when their eyes met while they were eating breakfast, Lancer would unconsciously look away, while Leone couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. Come back soon. I'll be back soon. Saying a farewell that was very different from before at the front door, Lancer's expression was incredibly serious. But just as Lancer turned to leave, Leone suddenly hugged him around the waist. I'll be waiting for you. I'll be back soon. The same answer as before, but this time Lancer's voice was gentler. The two said goodbye again, and Lancer strode towards the palace. But neither of them noticed that a figure on a building in the distance also disappeared along with him. Ever since he got the so-called world entrance ticket, he had always been curious, what would it be like when he went back? Would it be at the same time as when he left? Although it sounds a bit unbelievable, considering the frozen time when he arrived and left worlds, it didn't seem so unbelievable anymore. Or would time have passed normally? The same amount of time he was gone from the world would have also passed. This one seems more plausible, but he couldn't be sure of either. At least he wouldn't go back until he found a way to solve the problem of ghoul food, so he wouldn't know the answer. So if time stood still, it would be fine, but if time passed normally, what would happen to Leone? He hadn't considered it so much before. He had only planned to give Leone a sum of money so she could live a good life, but now, he had to consider more things, because the other person was no longer a somewhat familiar character from the plot but someone he needed to protect. After thinking it over, the only person he could ask for help was Budo. As for the Emperor, to be honest, Lancer's attitude toward him was very complex. To change Honest's future, he had to use the other person's power, so from the very beginning, he had gotten along well with him, and the other person's attitude toward him was also very good at first. It seemed like he was treating him as a friend. But as his strength grew, the relationship between them gradually changed. He began to become the most important weapon in the other person's hands, and the other person's attitude toward him also quietly changed. The strange speed at which the rumors about him spread throughout the imperial capital, no, throughout the entire empire, had to have someone behind it, but he couldn't be sure if it was the Emperor or Honest. It can be said that at this time, he was the sharpest knife in the Emperor's hands. Eliminating rebels, weakening the nobles, and conquering foreign tribes. These three things were his most important tasks right now, but even if he completed these three tasks, they would leave behind endless hatred. Lancer sometimes wondered if he would have dared to act so recklessly if he wasn't going to leave in 2 years. He wasn't ignorant of the principle of killing the hound when the hare is caught. So, Lancer's attitude toward the Emperor was very conflicted. If the other person was a great and ambitious emperor, then this empire could continue to exist. Although a revolution would eventually happen, he couldn't be sure if the next one would be better, but at least he had avoided this terrible future. Indeed, Lancer's attempt to leverage this timeline with his own strength was incredibly lucky given the current situation, and he was quite satisfied with it. But he wasn't so arrogant as to think that he alone could change a world and even influence the future direction of this world. He would leave the future to the people of the future. While thinking about all these random things, his steps didn't slow down at all. He arrived at the Imperial Guard station on time, and thousands of Imperial Guard soldiers and Great General Budo were already waiting for him there. Without any nonsense, Budo nodded, and Lancer immediately ordered them to set off. As the large army began to move, Lancer also walked over to Budo's side. "Great General. I have a matter I would like to trouble you with on this expedition." Although his expression was still blank, Budo was a bit curious in his heart. Lancer was asking him for a favor? The other person had never asked him for a favor after joining the army, except for that one time when he requested to be transferred to the border army. Was this a very important matter as well? "Speak. If I can, I'll do my best to help. On this expedition, I hope you can help me take care of Leon." "Leon? Oh, that slave of yours." "No, I have already helped her escape her status as a slave. Her current status is a free citizen." The rumors about Lancer's sexual orientation had always been one of the strange rumors among the nobles. Some people even suspected that he had no sexual desire. The so-called "he only likes his slave" was just treated as a joke, since the other person had also lived a life like an ascetic monk before he bought that slave home. But who would have thought that the most unlikely joke was actually true? "Don't worry. Protecting the families of Imperial Guard soldiers is also one of my duties. After all, what if a soldier's family is captured and used to threaten them? As one of the Imperial Guard's vice-generals, you have a lot of guards around your home, but it seems that we need to raise it a few levels, judging by your expression." "Ahem, Great General, in that case, I'll be off." Seeing the usually serious Budo saying strange things with a strange expression, Lancer quickly surrendered and prepared to run. And looking at Lancer, who was trotting away, Budo's eyes became incredibly intense. "So this is your weakness." Chapter 129, Chapter 56, The Northern Fortress. The existence of the Imperial Guards is very special. They can even be seen as the Emperor's embodiment, since no one but the Emperor can mobilize the Imperial Guards. As for Budo, the leader of the Imperial Guards, he wouldn't randomly mobilize the Imperial Guards without the Emperor's command. It could even be said that it was because of him and his family that the successive emperors could trust the imperial guards so much. This also led to the imperial guards being incredibly mysterious and grand in the eyes of the people of the imperial capital. Whenever the imperial guards set out, countless people would come to watch. This time was no exception, but unlike before, this farewell ceremony was more silent. The reason for all this was the man riding a horse at the front of the army. The familiar dark red bone-like armor had been destroyed in the previous battle. Now he was wearing a black bodysuit and a few scattered pieces of armor. But what was even more attractive was the blood-red cloak fluttering behind him and the grotesque bone spear hanging from his waist. The fangs of the beast bone at the hilt were full of a wild aura. So the rumors are true. Look, his cloak is the same color as blood. They say his weapon is made from the skeletons of his enemies. How terrifying! Similar comments constantly came from all around, but Lancer's expression didn't change at all. After all, he had heard similar things enough recently. To him, these words had long been automatically filtered out. His mind was more focused on the scene of him saying goodbye to Leon. He might not have realized it himself, but there was a hint of a smile on his lips. But it was clear that his expression had been misunderstood again, and more bizarre rumors were created. Beyond the northern fortress was a vast expanse of white snow. Nyenda stood on the city wall with her arms crossed, looking at the area outside the city in silence. But just as she was thinking about something, a series of hurried footsteps came from behind her. General Nyenda. What happened? Did something go wrong somewhere? The border army being able to defend the north generally had no problems dealing with the northern foreign tribes, but that was under normal circumstances. Although the northern foreign tribes were not closely related to the western ones, their situation was similar. They didn't have a unified leader and were more of a collection of countless large and small tribes. In previous years, even when these foreign tribes attacked the northern fortress for looting, they were just small-scale raids. But it was different now. Numerous large and small tribes began to strategically attack various districts of the fortress. Although they were eventually repelled, the result of them running all over the place was that the morale of the entire northern fortress was low. After all, when you can't eat or sleep well every day, it would be a miracle to have any morale. Although Nyenda's arrival with reinforcements had alleviated the shortage of soldiers to a certain extent, the soldiers who were not used to the northern environment, after their initial bravery, instead added to the pressure on the fortress's logistics. People were sent away every day. It could even be said that the number of non-combat casualties had exceeded the number of soldiers killed by the enemy. However, the only thing to be thankful for was that after more than half a month of acclimatization, the soldiers were much better than they were at the beginning. But recently, the foreign tribes had changed their strategy from running around everywhere to large-scale battles. Unprepared, 2 mobile units were defeated by the other side. Now Nyenda was having a headache, trying to figure out how to fill this gap. So when she saw her frantic subordinate, she instinctively thought that something had gone wrong again somewhere. No, the reinforcements from the imperial capital have arrived. Imperial capital. To be honest, when Nyenda was first appointed as the commander of the northern fortress, she was completely bewildered. Even as a temporary commander, it was not a job that a newcomer like her could handle, no matter how you looked at it, right? But later, when she learned that it was an order from the emperor himself, she could only bite the bullet and go, no matter how confused she was. Now that the imperial capital had sent reinforcements, were they planning to remove her? Although she was relieved, her mood was still incredibly complex. Which general is leading them? General Lancer. Lancer. When she heard Lancer's name, Nyenda was stunned for a moment. It seemed a bit unbelievable, but after she calmed down and thought about it carefully, it seemed quite normal. Lancer's reputation had been completely demonized throughout the empire, but correspondingly, people mostly talked about his actions. As for his strength, most people acknowledged it. Whether it was the title of executioner he earned on the western border, or his deeds of judging and beheading countless nobles in the imperial capital. The most shocking thing was the annihilation of the Royal Fist Temple, one of the largest forces in the empire, overnight. Any one of these three things would be enough to make people talk for a long time, but Lancer had done all three. People could say that Lancer was cruel, that he had no mercy, or that he was crazy, but no one would ever dare to say that he was weak. It was not incomprehensible that such a powerful general would be sent to take over her somewhat chaotic front line. But even though she understood, her mood was still inevitably a bit down. "I'll go welcome him." Nyenda, who felt that she was most likely going to be sent home or even demoted, sounded a bit listless, but when she came down from the city wall, she met another acquaintance. General Liver. General Nyenda. Liver, a middle-aged man in a military uniform with his clothes and beard impeccably tidy, respectfully greeted Nyenda as a subordinate when he saw her. Although Nyenda was a bit awkward, she returned the greeting properly. The reason she was awkward was not because the two had any conflicts or that she disliked the other person. It was because the other person's attitude made her feel a bit flustered. This general, who had become famous 10 years earlier than her, was in no way inferior to her in terms of both strength and prestige. He was even slightly better, but he was asked to be her deputy, which made her feel incredibly awkward. Liver's personality was a bit rigid, but he wasn't stupid. He knew that his actions would make the other person awkward, but in his opinion, it was the right thing to do. However, after doing what he was supposed to do, he wouldn't put too much pressure on the other person either. "General Nyenda, let's go welcome Lancer together." "Okay." The two walked side by side, and Nyenda felt incredibly awkward, so she found something to talk about. "I heard that General Liver and General Lancer worked together before. Although I only spent a short time with him in the imperial capital, how should I get along with him?" "Getting along with Lancer? It's very simple. Just be the way you are now. Lancer is a very pure warrior. He will naturally be good to people who are good to him, so General Nyenda, you just need to maintain the status quo." Liver always serious expression also showed a hint of remembrance. Lancer had been in this world for a year and a half, and he had spent almost a year of that time in the Western Border Army. It can be said that Liver and Lancer were some of the people who had known each other the longest. Liver had always carried out the most dangerous missions, and his teammates were replaced one after another. Even if they survived a few battles, they would either be promoted or retired. Lancer could be said to be one of the people he had worked with for the longest, so he couldn't help but feel a bit nostalgic. Nyenda just nodded and didn't comment further. Chapter 130, Chapter 57, The Key to the Northern Foreign Tribes. "It's been a long time, Captain Liver." "It has been. Let the Imperial Guards enter the city first." Lancer dismounted his horse and walked over to meet Riva a distance away from the city gate, and Riva didn't act old, as he genuinely liked this junior of his. He was strong enough, courageous in battle, and most importantly, tough. "General Nyenda, it's been a long time." "It has." After a simple greeting, everyone entered the city one by one. Lancer then suggested going directly to the conference room, which no one refused. After all, the Imperial Guards had a logistics department to handle everything. "Captain Liver, I'd like to ask about the current situation of the fortress. Although I read the report about this place from Great General Budo, there's a delay. What's the situation now?" "The situation is not good. The fortress originally had 5,000 permanent soldiers. The foreign tribes' attacks caused more than 500 soldiers to withdraw from the combat sequence. Later, General Nyenda and I brought 5,000 local troops as reinforcements, but because they are not used to the weather here, there have been close to 800 non-combat casualties. Although the soldiers who have been able to hold on until now should not have any major problems, they can only have up to 70% of their combat power. Furthermore, the strength of the local army is inferior to the border army, so I'm afraid." Although he didn't say anything more, it was clear how helpless Liver was about the military strength of the northern fortress. No wonder they could only hold their ground and not pursue. After all, if they encountered a trap, even if the pursuing soldiers weren't annihilated, the time they were delayed would be enough to jeopardize the entire fortress. So, do the northern foreign tribes have no weaknesses? They do, and quite a few. First, although the snowy mountains don't sound as harsh as the desert, in reality, as long as you control the oases in the desert, it is thousands of times better than here. But it's different here. Almost all the tribes, regardless of their size or strength, are in a very difficult situation. This has also led to very intense conflicts between them. But this time, for some unknown reason, they have gathered together. Besides that, the most crucial issue is supplies. I suspect that someone is secretly providing supplies to these tribes, but all the main roads are blocked, and the small paths are monitored. Logically, it should be impossible for any supplies to be sent to the snowy mountains. Liver words made Lancer expression also become serious. He had originally thought that the situation here would not be too different from the desert, but he didn't expect the difference to be so great. Then has a full-scale assault been considered? Although the foreign tribes are fierce, I remember that the number of northern foreign tribes shouldn't be too large, right? Although it might increase our casualties, being dragged on like this is undoubtedly a slow death. The matter of honest forming a rebel army in the south was only known to a few people in the south and the imperial capital for now. The news about the rebel army had been completely sealed off, so Lancer didn't tell the other party that his main target was in the south. But just as Lancer asked, Nayenda also interjected. It's impossible. What's wrong? The biggest casualty count before was because our people chased them out of the fortress. Those foreign tribes used the injured and the elderly of their tribe as bait and triggered an avalanche. Well, there was no need to say anything more. This matter was indeed very tricky. The entire conference room suddenly fell silent. Everyone stopped talking, and only heavy breathing could be heard. Lancer then noticed that Riva was sitting at the conference table with his arms crossed as usual. Seeing this, his eyes lit up. Captain Liver, I believe that you, having been here for so long, must have some kind of plan, right? I don't have a specific plan, but I think we might have gotten one thing wrong. What did we get wrong? Although the purpose of me, Nayenda, and even you, Lancer, being transferred here is to deal with the northern foreign tribes, wasn't everything fine here before we came? When did these guys start acting up? Was it when they were gathered by some unknown person? Or was it when these guys could act without any inhibitions? Although it was a question, the answer was already out. Even if the enemy was united, they wouldn't dare to send out troops recklessly without enough resources. After all, even if they were fighting on their home turf, their logistics were still much worse than the Empire's. Furthermore, supplies were already scarce in the snowy mountains, which made it even more difficult. After figuring this out, the excitement on everyone's faces was fleeting. As Liver said, even if they knew, what kind of plan could they have? Up until now, they didn't even know how the enemy was getting their supplies. But after his mind was opened up, Lancer seemed to have guessed something. Indeed, normally it would be impossible, unless it was an Imperial arms. Imperial arms might seem like just combat weapons, but that's not the case. Or rather, the abilities of Imperial arms are not limited to combat. The most obvious pure combat weapons are Lancer Cloak, whereas Budo Imperial arms can utilize electricity. Anestetha's original Imperial arms could create ice. Maybe those foreign tribes got their hands on an Imperial arms that can bypass our blockade, or even an Imperial arms that can increase food production. Is that possible? The others might not have had a say, but Nayenda did, because she was one of the few Imperial arms users of the Empire. In her opinion, although the power of an Imperial arms was terrifying, it was only for destruction. It's much harder to create than to destroy. As for bypassing the blockade? Even if the person themselves could bypass it, how would the supplies be transported? It's possible, at least I know of one Imperial arms that can do it. Lancer didn't say what it was, and the others didn't ask. After all, Imperial arms could be said to be the highest secret of the Empire. It seems we still need more information, at least to figure out whether it's transportation or self-sufficiency. Have the scouts work harder, and at the same time, notify our informant embedded among those guys. At least find out where the supplies are coming from. They don't need to do anything extra. Yes. The so-called conference should be an exchange of information, where the thoughts of all participants collide, just like now. Liver, based on his experience and information, determined the key, and Lancer, based on his knowledge, looked for the possibility. Although the enemy's situation was still unclear, they at least had an outline. The entire northern fortress finally began to operate again instead of being completely stagnant like before. But it wasn't just the northern fortress that was operating. The western fortress was preparing for a new round of purges, and the imperial capital continued its cleansing. As for the south, that one man never stopped moving. Chapter 131, Chapter 58, The Treacherous Minister, Lancer. By the time Lancer arrived at the northern fortress, another city had fallen in the south of the empire. And in the center of the city square, a fat man in an impeccably tidy suit was standing in the middle of the square with a serious expression, shouting something loudly. The empire has lasted for 1,000 years, the royal family has worked diligently, and the people of the empire live in peace and contentment. But now, a treacherous minister is in power and has blinded the sacred ear. The treacherous minister Lancer, relying on the grace of having protected the emperor in the past, runs rampant and unrestrained. Not only does he kidnap women he desires, but he also forces them to become slaves. My son, because he did not submit, ended up meeting a murderous end. At this time, the man standing in the square spoke with a voice that was full of sobs, and the surrounding people were all talking among themselves. In the end, after this poor man was escorted away by his guards, the crowd did not disperse for a long time. At the same time, some people took the opportunity to hand out flyers to the crowd. The flyers were all about the crimes of the treacherous minister, Lancer. From the most ordinary kidnapping women to blinding the sacred ear, a total of 10 major crimes were listed for Lancer. Coupled with the fact that Lancer's reputation was built on the slaughter of foreign tribes, everyone's preconceived notion of him was that he was an extremely brutal person. Now, looking at the seemingly irrefutable flyers and the former governor and former minister of finance of the empire, who had a good reputation, everyone believed half of it. As the saying goes, those who eat from your hand will be loyal, and those who take from you will be indebted. Since the Justice Army had attacked the city, they not only didn't harm the common people, but they also opened the granaries and directly announced that all taxes would be waived for the next year. Although the previous city lord hadn't done anything bad, he was a bit inferior to the man in front of them. Furthermore, they had heard that the previous city lord was a comrade of the treacherous minister, Lancer, so it seemed like a good thing that he was arrested. Honest, who was escorted and got into his carriage, grabbed a towel from the table and wiped his face as soon as he closed the carriage door. But at this moment, a calm male voice came from across from him. "You really are something, Mr. Honest. You're so good I almost believed it myself." Honest, on the other hand, was not surprised at all. Instead, he calmly wiped his entire face clean before speaking. "I was only speaking the truth. At most, I just left out a few things, don't you agree, Mr. Governor?" There was a smile on Honest's face as usual, and there was no trace of the grief he had shown for his son just now. As for the governor opposite him, he just shook his head helplessly. He really couldn't bring himself to like this accomplice of his. Or rather, the first thing he would do once the plan succeeded was to get rid of the other party, because the other party was simply too dangerous. He was also not young and had seen his share of good and bad people, but he had never seen anyone like the other party. The way he completely followed his own desires was simply terrifying. I guess so. I came to tell you that the person you mentioned earlier has been contacted. Honest, who had been smiling, suddenly had an expression of ecstasy. That's great. It's absolutely wonderful. The most important chess piece is finally in my hands. The governor didn't seem to understand Honest's reaction. In his opinion, the other party had several imperial arms users under him, and the remnants of the Royal Fist Temple had also gathered under him. No matter how strong that Lancer was, he wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Wasn't the fact that Honest hadn't been assassinated until now the best proof? If the other party were truly strong to the point of being a bug, they wouldn't have been able to survive until now. But Honest just smiled and shook his finger. I do have a lot of people under me, but I lack a character who can decide everything with one punch. This time is all for this. Well, I won't say any more. You'll know once the person arrives. Honest seemed to be in a good mood at this time, and he wasn't sad at all about his son's matter. After all, as he said, it's just a son. If he dies, I'll just have another one. What he was thinking about now was, although that city lord isn't good looking, his daughter isn't bad. Although Lancer had never shown any signs, in Leone's eyes, she had already taken a big step forward. She knew that with her status, it was unlikely that she would become Lancer's main wife. After all, with Lancer's current status, he would definitely marry a noble woman in the future. It was even possible that the Emperor would marry his daughter to him, but she wasn't worried at all, because she trusted Lancer. She might not fully understand Lancer, but the little things they had shared together made her realize that Lancer was a responsible person. Even if the other person got married in the future, he would still protect her. Perhaps because the iron collar on her neck had been removed, or because of Lancer's promise before he left, Leone was in a very happy mood today. She even deliberately disguised herself and planned to go out for a walk. Although Lancer had never forbidden her to go out before, every time she went out, she had to endure the scrutiny of passers-by. But this time was different. She would even unconsciously hold her head high to show her smooth neck. Although this might seem a bit childish, it truly showed how she was feeling at this moment. It was still the familiar imperial capital, but it gave her a feeling of strangeness. After thinking for a while, she finally realized what was different. The nobles who were always arrogant and seemed to be superior to everyone else had all disappeared. Although the streets seemed to be a lot more noisy than usual, she actually felt more comfortable, because she didn't have to be careful and walk around certain people everywhere. Is all this because of what Master did? Leone didn't understand political balance and had no idea that Lancer was actually on the brink of a volcano. She just felt that with Lancer efforts, the entire imperial capital had become better. And coincidentally, the auction house on the street corner started its promotions again. Leone was very curious about this but didn't pay too much attention to it. After all, whether it was before or now, she didn't have the money to go to such a place. However, the promoter on the street didn't seem to think so and directly handed her a flyer. Although she was a thief from the slums, Leone at least knew how to read a few words. After all, if she didn't know anything when she sold the things she stole, she would have been scammed countless times. After reading it, a strange expression appeared on her face, because this auction was quite different from what she had imagined. According to the flyer, the number of items being auctioned this time was a lot. Besides the few fine pieces that made up the special auction, some ordinary items were available for anyone to view and purchase. Why was it so strange? It was simple, because these auction items were all from the nobles who had been beheaded and had their homes raided. The most valuable items were naturally handed over directly to the national treasury. The average ones were auctioned off to the rich. Some items that were not sold and some things that were looked down upon were put in this large-scale auction. In short, although it sounded grand, it was actually just a flea market or a second-hand market. Anyone who came could participate, and a curious Leone also decided to go and check it out. Chapter 132, Chapter 59, Unexpected Attack. What was called an auction was actually an open space near the slums filled with furniture and daily necessities that were confiscated from various noble houses. The so-called auction was actually a few items with a salesperson standing next to them, and a few ordinary people bidding on them. Although it was completely different from what Leon had in mind, it was indeed a novel experience. There were quite a few people in the crowd who, like Leon, were wandering around and not buying anything. But most of them were because they hadn't found anything they liked, while Leon was because she had no money. That's right, no money. Her original family assets were all confiscated. Later, things like the ingredients for home use were delivered by special people, which resulted in Leon only having some pocket money that Lancer had given her. This also led to her wandering around for a long time only to find that she couldn't afford the things she liked, and she didn't like the things she could afford. But at this moment, a shout of surprise came from a distance. With a curious mindset, she also squeezed her way over. At this time, a small auction was being held on a raised platform. Please take a good look, everyone. This sash with its patterns should be a creation from the beginning of the empire, and it was collected in the treasure vault of the Strite family. It is absolutely not an ordinary item. The auctioneer was talking a lot, but the reaction below was very flat. The sash was not made of precious metals, and there were no gems on it. It was just a leather and metal sash. It was not light, and generally, no one would wear it with them. It could only be kept at home as a collection, but collecting a sash, it seemed very strange no matter how you looked at it, as it wasn't a famous item. But Leon, who was standing behind the crowd, had her eyes light up when she saw that sash. She was sure that she had never seen that sash before, but for some reason, she felt a voice calling her to take it. But after looking at her wallet, she didn't even have half of the money. Just as Leon was thinking about what to do, a young man in a formal suit suddenly appeared next to her. Leon subconsciously took a step back. Although she had never been spoken to by a person like this before, she knew that nobles liked to use this trick to lure girls who didn't know anything. And the young man was also stunned when he saw Leon's expression, and then he showed a wry smile. "Miss, I think you might have misunderstood me. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Kaiser, and I am one of the organizers of this large-scale auction. I wanted to tell you that our auction house can loan money. As long as you can prove that you have the ability to pay back the money, you can sign an IOU and purchase the item directly." The other party's words made Leon stunned, as she had never heard of this before, but the other party continued to explain. Although the total value of all the items this time is not too exaggerated, it has not exceeded the record of our auction house. The reason is that although the total value of the auction items this time is not low, the number is too large, and we are mostly dealing with ordinary people in the imperial capital. They might not be able to come up with so much money at once, so we launched this service. After saying that, seeing that Leon still had a disbelieving expression, he sighed helplessly and leaned closer. "I had the honor of seeing General Lancer and you out shopping together, so..." Leon had no reaction to all the great theories he said before, but the last sentence made Leon have an expression of sudden realization. Although Lancer deliberately avoided contact with other nobles, there were still quite a few nobles who actively came to him to make connections. Lancer would at most give some ordinary things and would also give a gift in return, which was considered a normal exchange of favors. This also led to some people not being able to find an opportunity to bribe Lancer. "It seems that they've set their sights on me." Although she hadn't seen the world of nobles, she had seen quite a few things like paying respects. "Okay, but it must be under my name." "No problem." In the end, Leon successfully borrowed the money and bought the sash that no one had wanted. And on the other side, the young man, looking at Leon leaving with the sash, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But then, a man in rough clothes suddenly came up to him. "Did you get it done?" "I did," but I can't figure out what's so strange about that sash. Who cares? Our mission is just to protect her secretly. You go back first. Number 4 will take your place. No problem. The two of them had a brief conversation and then left. But when the man walked into an alley, he suddenly felt a gust of wind coming from behind him. Who? Bang! After buying the item, Leon also felt a bit incredulous. Although it wasn't a huge amount, the sash wasn't cheap either. At least it was a number she had never saved up before. Even now, it would take her a while to save up enough money to pay it back. But she was willing to trust her intuition. After all, the only mistake she had ever made in her life was when she tried to attack Lancer. But now that she thought about it carefully, although their meeting wasn't a good one, the outcome was not bad. But when she pushed open the door of her house, she saw an unexpected person. Esteth. The person sitting in the living room was none other than Esteth. The other party was a regular here, and the kind that was very rude. So although Leon was a bit surprised, she wasn't too shocked. Come with me. But what surprised Leon was the sudden words from Esteth. Although it didn't sound like anything was wrong, she just felt that the other party was a bit different from usual. Is something wrong? I'm planning to go see Lancer. The other party's words made Leon relieved. So she was planning to go find Lancer for a spar again. Master went to the northern fortress. He'll be back soon. You can wait a little longer. Northern fortress? No, I'm planning to go to the south to wait for him. Before Leon could react, Esteth rushed over. Snap! The plate that had just been set was smashed to pieces by Esteth's hand chop, and a barely dodging Leon looked at Esteth with an incredulous expression, as if she didn't understand why the other party was attacking her. Esteth also seemed surprised that her attack had missed, but then the surprise on her face turned into a sinister grin. Not bad. Quite an improvement. But it's still not enough. Bang! She dodged the hand chop on her right, but Leon was hit directly in the abdomen by Esteth's uppercut with her other hand, and she was fiercely thrown into the cabinet. The originally clean room was instantly in a mess. Chapter 133, Chapter 60, Humble Love, Revised. Why would Esteth attack her? Leon didn't even know what had happened, but she still struggled to get up. That look again. The contemptuous look in Esteth's eyes was exactly the same as before. Why? Why? Because I hate you. Is it because of Lancer? Leon's first reaction was Lancer, but she didn't expect the other party to start laughing. Maybe a little? Although he's still a bit off from my type, since he's a bit too old, he's still one of the people who's closest to my ideal type so far. But it's really surprising you're still thinking about these things at a time like this. Walking among the pieces of the cabinet, Esteth grabbed Leon by the collar and lifted her up, and then fiercely brought their faces closer. You know what? You're the person I hate the most. Do you know? The reason I agreed to teach you martial arts at first wasn't just because of that man. I originally thought you could be like me, but unfortunately, I was wrong. You're just a little girl who trembles in a room. You don't even dare to say I want for your own things. You're just begging for others' charity. And even after you get what you want, you don't even have the thought of going a step further. How boring. Esteth's answer was completely unexpected for Leon. In her eyes, Esteth had always looked down on her. She thought the other party looked down on her background and her current status, but she never expected it to be because of this. Looking at the wide-eyed Leon, a hint of disgust flashed in Esteth's eyes. Useless. Let me get the last bit of use out of you. What are you going to do? The pain in her abdomen made Leon speak in a stuttering manner, but she still had her eyes wide open, as if she had heard something bad from the other party's words. What am I going to do? It's very simple. I'm waiting for a good fight with that man. His condescending attitude really annoys me. And you are the best bait. I think he'll be willing to go all out then, right? This is the only use you have. The other party wanted to capture her? The other party's purpose for capturing her was to deal with Master? What can I do? I can't do anything. No. I don't want to. Looking at Leon, who was gradually lowering her head, Esteth also pouted. She didn't expect the other party to give up so easily. While she was bored, she also couldn't help but mock herself. She doesn't even dare to resist. What can a person who just goes with the flow do? Esteth, who was about to grab Leon and leave, suddenly found that she couldn't pull the other person up with the force she was using. When she tried to use more force, she suddenly took a step back. The instinct she had gained from hunting danger beasts and countless slaughters was telling her that Leon was very dangerous just now. And at this moment, Leon, who had been looking down, suddenly looked up. Esteth only saw a pair of golden beast-like eyes and then saw a figure flash by. I don't want to. Bang! Accompanied by Leon roar, a huge crack appeared on the ground at Esteth's feet, and she herself had taken several steps back. Even if I die, I won't be your hostage to threaten Master. With Leon roar, she attacked again. This time, her speed was even faster than before. But Esteth dodged her attack again with a chop on her arm. Although Leon's speed and strength had become several times greater after growing her beast claws, Esteth, as Leon teacher of martial arts, still managed to dodge her attacks with her experience, albeit very narrowly. Technique is very important, but physical fitness is the foundation of all combat. Just like now, even if Esteth could guess Leon's attack route based on her experience, she still couldn't completely dodge it. Sometimes, she even had to take a hit to block the attacks she couldn't avoid. On the other side, Leon was attacking Esteth like a madwoman, and the originally neat and clean villa was in a mess from their attacks. At this time, she didn't even know what she was doing. At first, she knew that she needed to defeat Esteth, but at this time, she only knew how to attack endlessly. How to destroy endlessly. It was as if only this could vent the anger in her heart. Esteth at this time looked a bit disheveled from Leon's frantic attacks, but she herself didn't care at all. She even had a strange smile on her face. This is great. Is this the power of an imperial arms? To turn an ordinary person who wasn't even qualified to spar with her into what she is now. It's absolutely wonderful. But while she was ecstatic, her eyes were still locked on Leon, because she wanted to get that imperial arms and first had to deal with the other person. If they were to clash head-on, even if she won, her situation probably wouldn't be good. Although she had already dealt with the eyes in the vicinity, it was not surprising that those people would find out soon, right? At that time, it would probably be a lot of trouble to leave this city. You've been calling him Master all this time. Do you dare to call him by his name? This very abrupt question suddenly appeared on the battlefield, and Leon's frantic attacks suddenly intensified by 2 levels. But Esteth smiled, because she knew that the other person had been hit by the trick. Do you think that man really likes you? He only pities you. He pities a lonely little girl, that's all. With Esteth's words, Leon's actions became heavier and heavier, and the expression on her face became more and more frantic. Bang! With a loud bang, the living room door was kicked away, and Esteth herself did a backflip in midair and landed steadily on the ground. The panting sounds coming from the shadows of the room were as if some kind of monster was breathing. I know. What? Esteth, who had expected Leon to chase her out, was even stunned when she heard Leon's panting voice. I know. I know his eyes don't have me in them. I know he pities me. I know. I know all of it. But what can I do? I'm just a slave he bought. I don't know why I fell in love with him. But I did. What can I do about it? As if she was venting, Leon kept confessing. Even Esteth, who was a bystander, could see it. How could Leon, who was the protagonist, not see it. She just didn't want to say it. Although she didn't know what love was, she only felt care from Lancer. Besides that, there was nothing else. She even thought that Lancer's eventual decision to agree to her was just because he didn't want her to be sad. That's right, she had long known that Lancer was doing it for her. So she kept telling herself, this is enough, but unfortunately, no matter how much she told herself that, a lie wouldn't become the truth. Everything was like a bubble that would burst with a poke, just like now. That's right, her love was humble. It was so helpless, but what could she do? Didn't she wish she could meet the man of her dreams at a ball in a formal gown? But she was just a low-class thief before. The only time she would ever appear at a ball was to sneak in and steal things. Didn't she wish she could be proposed to by the man she loved in a garden? But she was just a slave. A maid, and the man in her eyes didn't even have her in them. But facing Esteth, who was like a wounded beast, her eyes filled with hysteria, she was very calm and even shook her head. You're wrong. What? I said you're wrong. Whether it's love, wealth, power, or everything I want, I will use all my strength to seize it. Because only the things you seize with your own hands belong to you. What others give you will always be an illusion. The two of them were almost the same age, and their circumstances, although different, were not too far apart. Their parents had died when they were young, and they both tried their best to survive in their own ways. The only difference was their starting point. Esteth, who grew up being trained by her father, was skilled in hunting danger beasts and had no fear of fighting. On the other hand, Leone didn't even know where her future was at first. Even when she became a thief in the end, she was just going with the flow. She couldn't do anything else but that. The two of them's views on life were completely different, and when faced with the same thing, they got completely opposite answers. So, I really hate you. The disgust on Esteth's face was undisguised. She hated Leone, but it wasn't just limited to her. She hated all people who just accepted their fate. She hated all people who chose to bow their heads. I hate you too. In the past, Leone didn't even dare to say much when she faced Esteth. But now that she had gained power, she also had some courage. She hated the other person. She hated that the other person could sit at the dining table and talk to Lancer without any restraint while she could only stand quietly on the side and try her best to lower her presence. She hated the other person. The aura around the two of them became stronger and stronger, and the smile on Esteth's face became more and more unrestrained. This was not only because she was excited to fight a strong enemy, but also because Leone's expression at this time made her very satisfied. When hunting, defeating a lion is always more exciting than defeating a wild bull. Bang! With a fierce slap on the table, Budo's face was grim as he stared fiercely at the person in front of him. Say that again. At this time, the forehead of the messenger who was in charge of reporting was covered in cold sweat, and his back was completely drenched, but he didn't dare to disobey the other person's command. All 6 of the guards responsible for protecting General Lancer House were killed. The lady named Leone, her status is unknown. Who? Although Budo had become a lot more low-key now, that didn't mean he was no longer capable. In fact, he was even more dangerous now that he had his fangs hidden. He had heard what his subordinate said before, but the reason he asked again was that this news was simply too unbelievable. Who did it? No, if you knew who did it, you would have already captured them. Tell me, who are your suspects? Budo's words were not out of arrogance but fact. As far as he knew, besides that teleportation Imperial arms whose status was unknown, no one could escape the Imperial Guard's pursuit. At this time, the Imperial Guards were equipped with several Imperial arms users, including a special Imperial arms for tracking. Once a target was locked on, it was impossible to escape. There are 2 suspects right now. One is Gozuki, one of the personal guards of the rebel leader Honest, and his assassination squad. The second suspect is Esteth, the champion of the martial arts tournament from before. Budo was very clear about the information on Gozuki, as the other party was a known dangerous person, but Esteth was another matter. Why her? I remember she once refused the army's recruitment. A person with that kind of personality would never be willing to be someone's subordinate. Budo reason told him that the possibility was very small, but he knew that sometimes, he couldn't be bound by this feeling. I want to know who Esteth has been in contact with recently. Please leave it to us. The Imperial Guards were in control of the entire Imperial capital, so they could gather information very quickly. But in reality, it was already of little use. The people had already disappeared. Now it was just a matter of locking the stable door after the horse had bolted. He was afraid it would affect Lancer. You know, Budo was planning to train Lancer to be his second in command. As for why he wasn't the heir? It was simple, the Empire's army could only be in the hands of his family. In his opinion, Lancer had many strengths. He was strong enough, and although he wasn't suitable to be a commander, his fearless spirit on the battlefield was very suitable for being a vanguard. Although they had only worked together a few times, Lancer's figure during his charge had left a very deep impression on him. I hope he doesn't get sidetracked by that woman. The only thing Budo could do now was to make up for it, but besides that, he had no other choice. The only thing he could do now was to hope that Lancer could be calm, but what a trouble! Budo blockade was theoretically impossible for even an Imperial arms user to easily escape, but who would have thought that something like this would happen? After all, if it were Gozuki, the guards they had wouldn't be enough. Or rather, once he made a move, besides a few people who could stop him, no one else could. But as an important chess piece that Honest had embedded in the Imperial capital, once he acted, it meant that he would lose the meaning of being a hidden piece. As for Esteth, she was not even considered a suspect. In Budo's initial plan, she was supposed to be one of the guards. Damn it! What the hell is going on? Budo was starting to feel that the situation was a bit out of control. At the same time, on the other side, Esteth was already sitting in a carriage leaving the Imperial capital, and next to her was Gozuki, who Budo had suspected earlier. Mr. Honest is really looking forward to your arrival. You don't seem to be in high spirits. Yeah, I thought I'd have a good time, but I didn't expect. Looking at Leon, who was sleeping next to her, Esteth's expression was very complex. She had originally thought she would get a good fight, but in the end, Leon suddenly deactivated her Imperial arms and fainted. At first, she was very confused, but when she heard the other person's stomach growling, she finally knew the answer. It turned out that she had used up all her stamina. Chapter 134, Chapter 61, The Man-Made Natural Disaster. Lancer had no idea what was happening in the Imperial capital at this time. On his hand was a message sent by the scout team dispatched by Nayenda. The enemy's base has been found, but the vast majority of the team members have been sacrificed. Lancer's expression did not change at all when he heard the news. In this past year, his biggest change, besides his strength, was probably getting used to life and death. Before, when he was in the CCG, news of investigators sacrificing themselves would occasionally come, but he didn't have much emotional fluctuation except for the sacrifice of those familiar investigators. However, during the war with the foreign tribes, every time after a battle, when they collected the bodies of comrades in arms were always piled up like a mountain. This was a fact he couldn't change. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't solve the entire battlefield by himself, and Liver had also guided him. Instead of standing around in a daze, you should think about how to inherit the will of the other party and how to protect the remaining people. This is the best tribute to the sacrificed. As expected, the opponent should have started to transfer, but there is some good news. Looking at the giant tree with fruits constantly appearing mentioned in the message, Lancer was truly relieved. After all, if the opponent was using Shangri-La, things would become too complicated. After all, he knew better than anyone that Shangri-La was currently under Honest. Although he still couldn't rule out a connection between the northern foreign tribes and Honest, the key was the second point. He could at least destroy the imperial armament that the opponent was constantly using to produce food. The strongest part of Shangri-La was its suddenness. It could forcefully transfer an opponent away within a certain range. The same was true for long-range attacks, and the user's escape ability was a bug. To put it simply, it was the kind of existence that you couldn't kill but was disgusting. For some reason, he always had a bad feeling. This time our mission is a beheading operation, but unlike in the past, our target is not humans but imperial armaments, so at least one person participating in this mission must have an imperial armament. So, the personnel are tentatively us a few people. Captain Liver, this time I have to trouble you to guard the fortress. Ensuring logistics and a retreat path for the soldiers is also an extremely important part. Liver was long past his impulsive years. He was more stable, and therefore more suitable for this job this time. However, looking at his four companions, Lancer's expression was a bit subtle. First of all, Nyenda was definitely in the team. Her pumpkin had the strongest destructive power among all the imperial armaments. Besides that, Lancer actually saw Bullet. That's right, it was Bullet. Before in the west, Lancer had tried to find his trace, but he didn't know if he was serving in another unit at that time or if he hadn't joined the army at all and didn't see him, but now he finally appeared. At this time, he didn't have that very flamboyant pompadour. The whole person looked a bit serious, giving people a feeling similar to Liver. As for the last two, one was the deputy that the Emperor himself assigned to Nyenda, who used the mask-type Imperial armament Hyperpower Eruption Balzac. As for the last person, he was Lancer assistant for this expedition. The Imperial armament he used was the trap-type Imperial armament that was taken from the person who had attacked the Emperor before. Lancer didn't know the specific name. Lancer and Nyenda's deputy were the vanguards, Nyenda herself was the main damage dealer, and the trap-type Imperial armament user was responsible for the rear. The team was small, but it was considered a reasonable distribution. Without further ado, let's set off directly. Since the scouts have been exposed, the enemy might transfer at any time. Yes. The group of four left without even saying hello to the others. The reason for this was a suggestion from Lancer. He had been tricked so many times by that guy Honest. In his opinion, no matter how careful and cautious you are, it's not too much. Who knows if there are informants from the other side in the northern fortress now? Using the markers left by the scouts, the four people quickly rushed to the contact point. The message they received was that the enemy had already started to transfer, but because there were a lot of supplies, they hadn't all been transferred yet, and at least that magical tree was still there. After a full day of forced march, the four finally arrived at the settlement of the foreign tribes in the Snowy Mountains. Although it was in the Snowy Mountains, the settlement was surprisingly lush and green. It was unknown whether it was due to the effect of the Imperial armament or the terrain, but the most eye-catching thing was the giant tree with a diameter of more than 5 meters. According to the original plan, the two of you go to the Snowy Mountain on the east side to set up traps to create a blasting point, and then when you see my signal, trigger an avalanche. At that time, I will cover Nyenda to directly attack that tree. Even if we can't destroy it directly, after this place is buried, it won't be an easy thing for those foreign tribes to dig it out. No problem. Although it was also an explosion, it had to be said that Imperial armaments were indeed more convenient. First, there was no need to lay wires, the explosive package was not easy to be discovered, and the most crucial thing was that the distance was far enough. It could be detonated in a safe position, so the only thing Lancer and Nyenda had to do at this time was to observe the village in the distance and quietly wait for their teammates to arrive. But Nyenda looked at Lancer a bit strangely because she had long noticed that the weapon Lancer was carrying this time was different from usual, and Lancer was adjusting something at this time. Is this your new weapon? Because the observation was too boring, she couldn't help but ask another question, and this time Lancer didn't refuse to answer, but instead explained a bit more. You could say that this weapon is like a backup. If you can't destroy that tree with one blow, then I'll lend a hand as well. Nyenda was at a loss, and she didn't seem to understand Lancer's idea, but Lancer just shrugged and didn't say much more. After all, the cost of this thing in his hand made even him feel pained. First, there were 4 flame bags bought in the supply system, and then there were explosives and various dangerous species materials related to fire. To put it simply, this weapon that looked like a cavalry spear was actually a large explosive package, and it was a super violent one. This weapon, named Explosive Cavalry Spear by Lancer, was not a cavalry spear in the normal sense, but a weapon specially used for throwing. If you add weapon overload, the destructive effect must be very good. And just as the two of them were waiting for the news, the 2 who had gone out finally came back. They didn't encounter any foreign tribe patrols along the way. After all, their position was too far, and only a master like Nyenda, and a natural disaster like an avalanche that didn't require close proximity, could be effective. Let's begin. Following Lancer command, the Imperial armament user took out his Imperial armament and pressed down hard on the small red dot in the middle. Bang! 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 The dense sound of explosions was endless, but what was truly terrifying was not the explosion, but the white giant wave that was set off after the explosion. The most terrifying thing in the snowy mountains finally appeared. Avalanche. Chapter 135, Chapter 62, Beheading. Through the telescope, everyone could see the panicked appearance of the crowd below because of the avalanche, but what was confusing was that this panic seemed not to be enough. That's right, it was not enough. Although the crowd looked a bit messy, they seemed to be gradually being brought under control. What on earth is going on? But just as Lancer was confused, Nyenda had already set up Pumpkin. Pumpkin's operating mechanism was very strange. The stronger the user's mental fluctuations, the greater the damage. At this time, even though she knew that the avalanche was calculated and would not affect them, the rumbling sound like a divine might still made her highly nervous, and this also made Pumpkin's energy reaction get higher and higher. She knew that when the snow particles from the snow wave swept across her face, Nyenda finally pulled the trigger. Bang! With a huge roar, a beam of light shot towards the giant tree below. This sudden attack completely stunned the foreign tribes below, but then... What? A huge light screen blocked the Imperial armament's surroundings. Under Nyenda's attack, the light screen shook violently but did not collapse. At the same time, the avalanche finally swept down, and the entire light screen shook more exaggeratedly, but it still didn't break. As expected, I can't save it. While muttering to himself, Lancer stood up and raised the cavalry spear in his hand. Weapon overload. The bone spear in Lancer's hand, which originally looked a bit hideous, suddenly began to emit a faint reddish halo. Both Nyenda and the other 2 thought it was just an illusion, but when the faint hot sensation appeared, they finally knew that it was not an illusion, but reality. And Lancer had no time to explain to the others at this time because he found that he was almost unable to control the weapon in his hand. He had only tested a weakened version of this explosive cavalry spear, and the result was very good, both in terms of the explosion effect and the destructive power on a point. But he didn't expect that when the dosage was increased, the instability of the weapon also increased exponentially. At this time, the cavalry spear in his hand had not reached its limit, but he felt that if he continued to increase it, it would probably be detonated directly. I can't wait any longer. He changed from holding to raising, twisting his waist, and all the muscles in his body worked, gathering all the power to his wrist. Ha! Along with a loud shout, the cavalry spear in his hand finally went out, but Lancer didn't completely let go of his heart, because he was afraid that the weapon would be detonated directly during the flight. The thrown spear seemed to have turned into a real meteor, carrying sparks as it sped towards the barrier, and then boom! Under the small mushroom cloud, the light screen that had been shaking finally collapsed. The snow wave that had been separated by the light screen instantly completely submerged it. And Lancer, looking at the rising points, also breathed a sigh of relief. He finally succeeded. We should go back. The beheading operation was successfully completed, and the northern foreign tribe's logistics base was completely covered by white snow. Next, what they could do was very limited. If that Imperial armament was completely destroyed, everything would end here. If it was not destroyed, then it would be the next focus of the northern fortress's attack. However, Lancer and the others seemed to have thought things a bit too simply. When they rushed to the fortress, they found that a siege battle had already begun in front of the fortress, and as the defending side, the Empire was naturally a bit better, but the corpses all over the ground were still chilling. Have they gone crazy? The trap-type Imperial armament user who came with Lancer also couldn't help but mutter softly, but Lancer, who heard what he said, shook his head. You haven't been to the border army, so you don't know the madness of those foreign tribes. As expected, the other side should have received the news that their rear was destroyed. I just don't know if they plan to take advantage of the fact that their morale hasn't collapsed to have a final burst of madness or are simply planning to reduce the population. Reduce the population. Lancer words made the man gasp in surprise. His situation was similar to Lancer. They were both recruited into the Imperial Guard. Although he had served at the border, it was only for a little over a month. He seemed to be completely unable to understand this kind of behavior. That's right, that's how it is. Why do you think the Empire didn't kill all these foreign tribes back then? It's simple, because it wasn't worth it. As long as they retreat back into the snowy mountains and live their savage lives, we can't send a large army to encircle and annihilate them, because the non-combat attrition is simply too much. Okay, that's enough chatting, let's get to work first. Holding a bone spear temporarily made from a dangerous species skeleton, Lancer also stood up. It's a bit strange to say that they seemed to plan to surround the other side with 4 people, but in reality, this is indeed possible on a battlefield with a huge gap in combat power. High-end combat power generally has 2 tasks on the battlefield: motivating morale and beheading. And what Lancer and the others needed to do next was beheading, just like before. The situation Lancer could understand, Liver was even more clear about. When he saw those foreign tribes desperately attacking the city, he knew that Lancer and the others must have succeeded, and this crazy offensive was just their final madness. And when he saw the red cape fluttering in the distance, his eyes lit up even more. Bullet! Lead the assault team and prepare to leave the city. Bullet, who was originally scheduled to participate in the assault team, was later left behind because it was considered that the fortress could not lack an Imperial armament user to guard it, so Lancer and the 4 of them set off. At this time, Bullet, who received Liver's command, excitedly waved the short sword in his hand. Leave it to me. At this time, he had also seen Lancer in the distance. The array of foreign tribes was actually torn open with a crack by that red arrow. What a powerful man! I really want to have a match with him. There will be a chance. He's also a battle maniac. I think you two should get along well. Haha. That's good. Captain, I'm going first. Jumping down from the city wall behind him, Bullet shouted and rushed towards the assault team that was already prepared. Immediately, a cheer came from within the city. There were only 2 possibilities for the defending army to choose to leave the city, either to fight to the death or to harvest the fruits of victory. At this time, it could only be the second one. Perhaps Lancer was not good at commanding, but he was indeed a trustworthy partner. The reason Liver decisively gave the order was because he believed that even if Lancer couldn't completely tear the enemy apart, he could at least give the opponent enough pressure, and then the assault team led by Bullet would launch a frontal surprise attack. Even if they couldn't defeat them in one fell swoop, they would definitely cause serious damage to the opponent. Chapter 136, Chapter 63, What the Monster in Everyone's Eyes Desires. The customs of the foreign tribes were wilder than the empire's, but those who could reach a high position would not be fools. At this time, the middle-aged man standing in front of the main tent with his arms crossed had an extremely ugly expression. When he learned from the messenger that the logistics base in the rear had been buried by an avalanche, his first reaction was that it was impossible. According to the elders of the tribe, that sacred tree itself had extremely terrifying defensive capabilities. Although there was no evidence, the fact that it could grow fruit in one day had been confirmed, so the other thing could not be fake either. But now it didn't matter. The thing had already happened, and he only had two choices. First, break through the northern fortress. According to the news from the elders of the tribe, there were already problems in the southern part of the empire. As long as they could break through the northern fortress, they were very likely to completely occupy this place. Second, drastically reduce the number of tribesmen. He of course hoped to complete the first task, but looking at the northern fortress that was constantly being attacked but still standing firm, he suddenly began to feel a bit of despair. Could this place really be broken through? But at this moment, the sound of noisy footsteps came from behind. What's going on? Chief. Our army's rear is under attack. How many people? At this time, he was still quite calm, because dividing forces to harass was one of the conventional tactics, but what his subordinate said next made his eyes widen. One person. What? Just one person? It's that executioner from the Empire. It was him. He had been curious about the person who was heavily emphasized in the data before. He originally thought that the other party was not used to the snow in the north, so he was in the city at this time, but he didn't expect him to dare to come out. And to charge the formation alone? Haha. He actually dared to come alone. But since he's here, don't leave. Send the reserve team to surround him. Yes. But just as he gave the order, it seemed that there was also a problem in the front. The siege force also seemed to be in chaos. When Lancer picked up the enemy with his spear, the siege battle was also completely declared over, but the real trouble also occurred. I object. We have already won. Killing these people is meaningless. Meaningless? No. It's very meaningful. Why do you think the western fortress was not attacked this time? Nyenda was very good, both in strength and personal charisma, which could be seen from her prestige in the army, but she was even more naive than Lancer. No, rather than naive, she was more idealistic. Why can't we educate these people? Aren't there also tribes who have migrated to the Empire's territory? Haven't they integrated into the Empire well now? Why? Because we don't have enough time. No one knew the strength of that fat man honest better than Lancer. As long as he wasn't eliminated for one day, Lancer couldn't rest assured for one day. You know, before this, his identity was just a guard, but the other party had almost caused him to lose his life. Lancer even wondered what would happen if the other party really used the south as a base to attack. Would the Empire really be able to hold on? In Lancer's opinion, the best way was to act directly while the other party had not yet established a firm foothold. It was best to crush that guy into a pulp in one fell swoop without giving the other party any chance to make a comeback. And Nyenda, who heard Lancer's explanation, didn't know what to say. If Lancer had said something like the foreign tribes are cruel by nature, she could have found many reasons to persuade the other party, but this not enough time made her not know how to speak for a while. In the conference room, there were several generals and more than a dozen middle-level commanders, but everyone chose to shut up, because in the face of the two people who could almost be said to be opposites, the others didn't even have the right to interject. In the end, Nyenda took the initiative to admit defeat. She sat directly on the chair as if she had been drained of all her strength. It was true that Nyenda was more idealistic, but she was not stupid. Her power came from the Emperor's appointment, and besides that, she was just an ordinary new general, and she didn't even have her own team, so she had no other choice but to retreat at this time. As Lancer walked out of the conference room, he gave the same order as he did at the Western Fortress. Give them a choice. To die. Or to become a slave. Educate? Didn't Lancer want to? But he couldn't do it. At this time, Honest was eyeing him in the south, and if he didn't solve the other party, he couldn't eat or sleep peacefully. This time, unlike in the past, there was enough time for Lancer to establish his authority, so he chose a more extreme method. Wooden spears were stuck all over the ground in front of the northern fortress, and the bodies of the dead were hung on these spears. It was conservatively estimated that there were at least 10,000 young and strong foreign tribesmen in this operation. Among them, less than one-third of the people escaped, and nearly half of them died in battle. Among the remaining 2,000-plus people who were captured, more than half of them preferred death to submission, and their end was to be hung there as a show of force. During this period, it was not that no one from the foreign tribes wanted to reclaim the bodies, but unfortunately, the two small-scale operations they organized both ended in failure. The only effect was to add a few more wooden spears to the road that was originally covered with them outside the fortress gate. Although the official imperial propaganda heavily publicized the elite team's raid on the northern foreign tribes' logistics headquarters, unfortunately, this normal news was overshadowed by another event. Thousands of captured foreign tribe warriors were massacred and their bodies were hung in the wilderness. It was said that the terrifying scent of blood and murderous aura even made scavengers dare not approach. Although Lancer really wanted to say that what he did could at least ensure that the foreign tribes would not dare to attack the eastern border for a short time, and that place could be guaranteed peace for at least a few years, or even more than 10 years, in the end, he gave up, because he felt it was meaningless. He still remembered the expressions on Nyenda and the soldiers in the northern fortress when he led the Imperial Guard to leave. Those eyes seemed to see not a human, but a monster. What was the point of killing people for Lancer? Was it for those insignificant points? Moreover, gossip was a terrible thing. He was sure that someone was fanning the flames of his reputation. It was meaningless to defend himself alone. At this time, he just wanted to go back as soon as possible, to go back to the place where no matter what he did, they would gently say welcome back. But when he led the Imperial Guard on a forced march back to the Imperial capital, he found that the Imperial capital was under martial law. Suddenly, a bad premonition appeared in his heart. Especially when he found that the Imperial Guard and the city's security team were looking at him with strange eyes, he became more and more uneasy. What on earth happened?